In the immediate aftermath of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the American government came to the conclusion that a lone gunman had changed the course of human history by killing the most powerful man in the world with 3 rifle shots fired from the elevated window of an office building. And for half a century, they have stuck rigidly to this fabrication, while critics, scientists, playwrights and poets have produced books and essays and films to prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that this version of our Western history is a physical impossibility. Over and over again, we have been told that this man did it, by himself. He didn't have any help, and he did it because he was a lonely madman and a communist to boot. We are also meant to believe that there is nothing remotely suspicious in his being shot on live television in a basement full of police officers before he had a chance to tell his side of the story. So there is quite clearly no need to investigate further. Of course, every thinking person knows this is absolute nonsense. And being nonsensical, it naturally leads thinking people to ask some very important questions, like, why did the American government come up with such a lame and improbable scenario to account for what had happened? And then why did they stick with it so dogmatically for so many years afterwards? Exactly what and who are they protecting? And how can it be that even such venerable institutions as the BBC have played along with this charade in the intervening decades? We now know that there were actually 8 riflemen firing at the president on that day. We know where they were located in Dealey Plaza, and we know their names. However, those with sharp eyes will already be asking themselves why we were only showing the location of 6 assassins in this schematic. We're doing this because any casual onlooker who happened to be in Dealey Plaza at 12:29 on November 22nd, 1963 might well have caught sight of these 6. Many people did. Witnesses like Arnold Rowland, Richard Randolph Carr, Lee Bowers, Amos Hewins, Mary Mormon, they all gave precise descriptions of men they observed in the windows of the book depository and on the famous grassy knoll. But none of them observed 2 of the riflemen who shot at the president. No one did. And the reason why no one did is itself the key to the mystery. A mystery which begins with a very simple question. Supposing you wanted to shoot at a man on a barren, empty street without anybody seeing you, where could you possibly hide? However, the riflemen who took part in the assassination were not as important to an understanding of what the Kennedy assassination was really all about as were a group of 20 men who had gathered together the night before at the home of Dallas oil millionaire Clint Murchison. These men were a much more important part of the story than the assassins themselves because they hired the 8 snipers and paid them. We even know how much they paid them. So who were these men? What brought them together to orchestrate such a foul and despicable deed? Why did they, and more importantly those who came after them, cover up the crime with such ruthless brutality for so long afterwards? And how can it be that these men and what they stood for has left an indelible legacy which still influences our daily lives right up to the present day? To answer these questions, we must inevitably step back into history, and most people will not like this very much because most people have very little interest in history. This, however, is going to be a history lesson quite unlike anything that anyone has ever heard. It certainly will be nothing like what we are taught in school, and yet it begins with a name which most people have heard but probably won't be able to place. The name of E.H. Harriman. Who was E.H. Harriman?
Dynamite's ready, Butch.
Mr. E.H. Harriman himself, he had the confidence of you.
Open the door or that's it.
You think E.H. Harriman would get himself killed for you? Woodcock?
I worked for Mr. E.H. Harriman on the Union Pacific Railroad, and he entrusted me.
I'm sure Americans in particular will be amused to learn that Edward Henry Harriman was actually a real historical figure. This man was one of America's first industrial giants, and like the Rockefellers in oil and the Carnegies in steel, he got his start by borrowing money from the Rothschilds, of whom we'll hear more later, to create a monopoly for his own business, which was railroads. He was the 19th century railroad king. It was a monopoly which wouldn't be allowed today, and it helped in turn to create the Rockefeller oil monopoly. Now, this gave America's first industrial giants colossal power. These were the first people in human history, we mustn't forget, whose businesses were worth more than most countries. People whose fortunes dwarfed anything that the Caesars or the Tudors or the Medici ever dreamed of. So, being greedy, they used this power to engage in price fixing. Naturally, they formed a cartel. Their attitude was that they could charge whatever they liked for steel and oil and transporting goods on the railways. They knew that all American business was dependent on them, and they'd made sure there was no competition. So they could ignore market forces and charge pretty much whatever they liked. Now this naturally caused resentment, and it's very interesting that the press at that time started calling these first Illuminati bankers and industrialists robber barons.
Of course, once these fortunes began to be made, others naturally tried to get in on the act. One who succeeded was J.P. Morgan, who became a private banker during this period. But modern critics have discovered that far from being the richest man in America everyone thought he was, it turned out upon his death that Morgan actually only owned 17% of Morgan Bank, and that like so many others he was simply a front for the Rothschild family. 5 years after E.H. Harriman died and handed on the business to his sons W. Averill Harriman and E. Rowland Harriman, this new breed of Western business moguls faced their first really big test with the coming of World War I. Once again, we must never forget that this was the first time in human history that a truly global conflict had been fought. It was sure to have long-lasting international repercussions, and many observers at the time had their doubts as to whether Western industrial capitalism, which was still in its infancy, could cope with the demands of war production. In the world economic recession which followed, many feared these fledgling industries might vanish altogether as countries struggled with debt and war reparations. But actually, Western capitalism emerged from World War I in a far stronger state than it was in at the beginning. So how could this be? The First World War taught the new class of international bankers and industrialists a very simple lesson. War is good for business. Take, for instance, Remington. We tend to associate their name with typewriters, but actually they made most of the rifles and handguns used during the Great War, and made a colossal fortune in the process. The banks, in their turn, lapped this up because it meant that defence contractors were having no trouble repaying the huge loans they had outstanding, and, best of all, the world's richest nations had had to borrow huge sums from the merchant bankers in the first place to finance the war, the Americans and the British just as much as the Germans. And they would now be repaying these loans to the banks for decades to come at a steep rate of interest. For international merchant bankers, the Rothschilds in particular, the First World War had been a gift from heaven. And people watching this should ask themselves a simple question before passing judgment. Supposing you were in business during that war and the contract you had with the government to supply the troops with tin hats or boots or uniforms or gunpowder was netting you millions every year in profit. And then one day the war ended and your money stopped completely. What do you think your attitude to war might be? That war was good for business was not the only lesson the ruling classes learned during this period. The Russian Revolution of 1917 terrified rich people all over the world. Watching Lenin and Trotsky taking over such a vast area of the globe, the kings and queens of Europe's tiny sovereign states in particular became extremely nervous. The question on all their minds was, supposing the communist success in Russia should inspire their own working class to rise in revolt. Many of the crowned heads of Europe, like England's George V, had been related to Tsar Nicholas, and the brutal execution of the Tsar and his family, particularly the bayoneting of his young daughters, sent a shockwave through the upper classes of every nation. Did a similar fate lie in store for the royal families of Holland, Sweden, Spain and England? This question was lying heavily on the thoughts of the elite when the First World War ended in 1918, and it had the effect of focusing the minds of the new Illuminati bankers and industrialists on the question of what to do for best with a defeated and dilapidated Germany. The population were poor, penniless and worn out, yet the German economy still contained some of the most sophisticated and expensive industrial stock on the planet. The Illuminati sensed an opportunity. Supposing, as the world's first international businessmen, They could get their hands on Germany's steel mills, her coal mines, her factories, ports, and her shipbuilding industry. Over the years, certain names have become very familiar to those who maintain an interest in the Kennedy assassination, none more so than Allen Dulles, whom Kennedy fired after the Bay of Pigs disaster, and yet later he somehow managed to chair the Warren Commission, which was supposed to be investigating Kennedy's death. Something few people know, however, is that Dulles and his older brother John Foster Dulles wrote the Treaty of Versailles. They were both lawyers of Sullivan and Cromwell, and it was largely they who decided that the German people must pay war reparations totalling 135 billion marks. A mind-boggling sum at that time, which today translates into 250 trillion. When this was announced, the legendary UK economist J. Maynard Keynes maintained it was a ludicrous sum, and he did a swift calculation from which he reasoned that it would take Germany until 1988, 60 years hard labour, to pay it off. But it didn't. So why? Maynard Keynes sensed that the Dulles brothers, backed as they were by the new Illuminati, were trying quite deliberately to sabotage the German economy, and they succeeded. As mass unemployment led to hyperinflation, the famous stories of people papering their walls with worthless Reichsmarks and handing over their life savings for a loaf of bread soon followed. With German investors on their knees, the new Illuminati moved in and began buying up shares of stock in German industry at a knockdown price. Now, why did they do this? The cynical mind would say to make a buck, but it really wasn't that simple. What they wanted was to make Germany strong again so that she would become a bulwark against Soviet communism.
Germany was fighting for its life. Certain measures were needed to protect it from its enemies. I cannot say that I am sorry we applied those measures. We were a bulwark against Bolshevism. We were a pillar of Western culture. A bulwark and a pillar the West may yet wish to retain.
It was around this time that the newspapers, which these same rich people owned, made sure the word Bolshi, a truncation of Bolshevik, entered the English language, so that we would associate Bolshevism with aggression. And it was with these subtle and not so subtle methods that the international elite began to shape our destiny for the remainder of the 20th century. The intellectuals of the period were furious. They were incensed, they were depressed, and you get a very good feeling of the political atmosphere of the time from the diaries of the Labour politician Harold Nicholson, when he writes, "We have lost our willpower since our willpower is divided. The people of the governing class think only of their own fortunes, which means hatred of the Reds. Our class interests cut across our national interests, and I go to bed in gloom." With such heavy investment coming into the country, particularly from America and Britain, Germany began to recover very rapidly. And then the new class of international financiers began searching around for a homegrown, authoritarian political movement they could support. What they needed was someone they could count on to be both aggressive and expansionist. Ultra-right-wing causes, which at normal times would have been ignored and marginalised, were suddenly given very careful consideration, until finally the rich elite found a man and an idea which they felt might deliver the political outcome they desired. Adolf Hitler and his fledgling National Socialist Party. At the same time that the world's rich elite began grooming Hitler for his starring role, they also became even more deeply involved in military intelligence. I say even more because the Dulles brothers, Averell Harriman, and the chief of Remington, Samuel Bush, a man referred to as the original Merchant of Death, had a relationship with American military intelligence stretching back into World War I. The lesson here being that the American variant of military intelligence started out with businessmen protecting their investments, just as if they were a mafia. Right from the very beginning, it had nothing to do with national security and everything to do with money. In Hitler, the Illuminati had found a ready-made stooge who could be the face of this autocratic new movement. And when the time came to put together a new secret intelligence service which was going to help protect all the money they had tied up in the German economy, these men also found one was readily available: the Order of the Skull and Bones at Yale University. Discussion of secret societies is something of a minefield because it so easily invites ridicule. It is very difficult for the general public to accept that the super-rich leaders of their Western world can possibly be as mad and deranged as they actually are. The public, generally speaking, are sensible and level-headed people who have to balance their checkbooks, so they inevitably tend to laugh at stories about Satanists and occult believers. But if you talk to any well-informed historians, they are all aware of the important role which various secret societies have played in human history. The Black Hand always played a pivotal role in the history of the Mafia. If you talk to anyone in the UK who is political and read books, they are always aware that the ruling class of Britain, including every member of the royal family, is a Freemason. And the emblem of the death's head was sported on the caps of the high-ranking Nazi officers from the very beginning. The symbols of these secret societies always seem to play around with some kind of skull and bones motif, so that it's abundantly clear what their mission statement is. These people are pirates, willing to commit any crime for big money. And they first became established in America at Yale University in 1833 with General William Huntington Russell and Alphonso Taft. Of course, being a secret society, they made other people curious about them, and in 1867 some undergraduates from a rival campus society broke into their headquarters to see what this skull and bones thing was all about. They reported that inside there were lots of lamps and candles, many dilapidated human skulls lying next to a fool's cap and bells, and it was morbidly dark because the walls were covered in black velvet. Having established a suitably satanic atmosphere, initiation rites were then performed on new members, who had to engage in group masturbation and sodomy while they lay in a coffin. Now, it's very easy to dismiss all of this as bizarre, silly and irrelevant until you see the list of Skull and Bones members who have ruled America since Skull and Bones began. Although they only graduate 15 initiates a year, those 15 have always gone on to occupy the very highest positions in American society. US Secretary of State William Max Evarts was a bonesman, as was Treasury Secretary Franklin McVeigh, Chief Justice Simeon Eben Baldwin, and the 27th President of the United States, William Howard Taft. The founder of American football, Walter Camp, came through Skull and Bones, as did the very first chairman of the Federal Reserve, Pierre Jay, and director of Standard Oil, Percy Rockefeller. Averill Harriman, the son of E.H. Harriman and founder of Harriman Brothers, the largest investment bank in the world, was a bonesman, and so were both of the George Bush presidents. During his premiership, John F. Kennedy was surrounded by bonesmen like McGeorge Bundy and David Acheson, son of Dean Acheson. Kennedy knew these men refer to each other as brothers under the skin. They swear an oath of secrecy and then ruthlessly vow to help each other's careers in any way they can throughout their lives, even if it means committing murder. In Britain, every literate person knows that all of the top police officers are Freemasons, because if there are 10 candidates for a top job, a Mason will always select a brother Mason for the post. Skull and Bones works the same way, and JFK took this problem so seriously that he even made speeches warning America about the danger of secret societies.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically.
He knew the people on this list were neither silly nor irrelevant, because he knew they were the real holders of power in America, operating as they were, as an unelected shadow government accountable to no one. And it was these same people who brought Hitler to power during the 1920s by becoming business partners with leading German industrialists. The reality of the situation prevailing at that time can be very easily understood simply by looking at the cover of Fritz Thiesen's book, I Paid Hitler, on which he is depicted as a puppet master, controlling Hitler's strings. Thiesen was a billionaire industrialist. He was the man who built the Bismarck. His company, United Steelworks, made 3/4 of all Germany's steel, and he joined together with Skull and Bones members Prescott Bush and George Herbert Walker to financially assist the Nazi Party. Together they recruited head of the German central bank Hjalmar Schacht to the fascist cause, and then combined with other leading industrialists to sign the letter which convinced Hindenburg to appoint Hitler as Chancellor on the 20th of February 1933. Had anyone inquired around this time about the postal address of the Nazi Party, they could legitimately have been told that it was 39 Broadway, Manhattan, New York, because this was where Averell Harriman, Prescott Bush and George Herbert Walker kept their office. And being no fool, Fritz Thyssen used their banking services to set up secret cash funds funneled through another bank in Rotterdam, the Bank voor Handel en Scheepvaart, to finance the building of the first official Nazi Party headquarters, the Brown House. This was all done with the full cooperation of the Dutch bankers, who orchestrated this entire sinister business with the assistance of the Thyssen family lawyer, Alan Dulles. Of course, the Germans themselves were ecstatic. We've all seen the newsreels from that time in which they are stomping around in their jackboots, acting like a master race, because they had swallowed the propaganda that they were being led to glory by a Superman who had rebuilt the economy and Germany's infrastructure all by himself. This was a lie. Hitler didn't have any money. You can only build autobahns with one thing: capital investment, and that investment came mainly from America. The Nazis were also given a lot of help from the City of London, help which came mainly in the shape of Sir Montague Collett Norman, Governor of the Bank of England. Norman was connected to Bush and Walker through the merger of Harriman's with the Brown brothers, who traded in London as Brown Shipley, hence Brown Brothers Harriman. The people behind this multinational investment bank had a long-standing racial tradition. Few British people at the time were aware that they only enjoyed relatively cheap clothing, because it was all made from slave cotton brought from America on the Brown Brothers ships and sold to British mill owners. Montague Norman was heir to this colossal Brown Brothers fortune. As the de facto head of world banking, he made no secret of his only being interested in the richest 1% of people. And even as the newspapers began to fill with stories of Nazi concentration camps, he still declared himself to be Hitler's most avid supporter. "We must lend Nazi Germany 90 million marks," he declared. "It may never be repaid, but it will be less of a loss than the fall of Nazism." One might have thought Sir Montague's close personal friends, the royal family, would have been outraged by his comments. Nothing could be further from the truth. It is part of the remit of this film to try and make people aware of the tricks the rich play in order to control how we think. George Orwell once said that the ruling class in every age have tried to impose a false view of the world upon their followers. And there's no better example than the way in which the British have been duped into believing that their royal family are called Windsor and descend from English kings like Henry VIII. The British royal family are, actually, German, and their real name is Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. They only changed it to Windsor after Windsor Castle in 1917 to hide the fact that they were German during the First World War. Prince Harry, in honour of his German roots, has been known to dress as a Nazi on several occasions. Dozens of critics have pointed out that the Duke of Edinburgh's brother was the head of the Nazi SS. And King Edward VIII, before he abdicated to marry the American divorcee Wallis Simpson, visited Hitler to make it abundantly clear to the whole world that he too was a Nazi. He even signed his name Herzog von Windsor. Thinking people during this period realised that this whole thing with kissing up to the Führer somehow transcended national boundaries. The rich people from the most diverse countries had bonded together because they all shared a common goal. The kings and the queens and the international bankers and industrialists wanted to make certain communism could never succeed. They were determined they weren't going to finish up like the Russian royal family. and they were determined to hang on to their money. They were much more afraid of the ordinary working people in their own countries than they were of fascist Germany. And this prevailing sentiment amongst the world's ruling class led America's elite to attempt a fascist coup d'etat in 1934. I hope it will be plain to people by now that Hitler's economic miracle is the greatest myth in human history. There was no economic miracle. There are no miracles. And if there are, why can't the Germans do it all again now? If you want to construct a network of new roads and new steelworks and new factories, you need one thing: money. You need investment. And the investment didn't come from Hitler. It came from Brown Brothers Harriman and their business associate, Fritz Thyssen. It came from Hjalmar Schacht and his best friend, Sir Montague Collett-Norman. It came from men like Axel Wenner-Gren, the Swedish multimillionaire arms manufacturer, and Charles Beddoes, the French business mogul. These people were all in the same bed with their Nazi friends, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, the Dulles brothers, Prescott Sheldon Bush, and George Herbert Walker, with whom they'd created the Union Bank for laundering Nazi money. And with stage one of their plan for world domination complete, they now turned to the second phase, which was meant to be the overthrow of American democracy and the imposition of fascist government upon the United States. In order to pull this off, these Nazis raised money from America's richest families, many of whom, in this new consumerist society, had become household names. The Colgate family, the Birdseye family, the DuPont family, the Rockefeller family. These people handed over millions to the American financiers of Hitler so they could hire, train and supply a private army which would attempt to overthrow the democratically elected government of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and impose fascist dictatorship in America. Of course, it's natural to wonder, considering they had such advantages, how on earth they failed to pull it off. The simple answer is that they chose the wrong man, because their choice to lead this Nazi insurrection was Major General Smedley Darlington Butler, the most decorated soldier of the period and in all of American history, perhaps the most unsung hero of all. Because Smedley Butler was the most genuine Democrat and lover of liberty the world has ever seen.
I appeared before the Congressional Committee, the highest representation of the American people, under subpoena to tell what I knew of activities which I believe might lead to an attempt to set up a fascist dictatorship. The plan as outlined to me was to form an organization of veterans, to use as a bluff, or as a club at least, to intimidate the government and break down our democratic institutions. The upshot of the whole thing was that I was supposed to lead an organization of 500,000 men, which would be able to take over the functions of government. My main interest in all this is to preserve our democratic institutions. I want to retain the right to vote, the right to speak freely, and the right to write. If we maintain these basic principles, our democracy is safe. No dictatorship can exist with suffrage, freedom of speech and press.
Smedley Butler tricked the plotters into thinking he was interested for just long enough until he was sure who all the major players were, and then he told the president. This put FDR in a quite impossible position. America at that time was just coming out of the Great Depression. The last thing he wanted was to cause another economic downturn, and he feared that if he scooped up all the leading bankers and captains of industry in the United States and threw them all in jail, the country just might fall apart. So what could he do? To Smedley Butler's utter incredulity, he chose, in the end, to do nothing. In spite of the fact that these men had committed treason and should have been hanged, their power was such that they were not even charged, let alone tried. And so great was their influence, they were able to keep America out of the war until December the 7th, 1941. With the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt finally realized he had to do something. His response was the Trading with the Enemy Act, which allowed him to seize assets like the Union Bank, through which Bush, Walker and Harriman had been financing Thyssen. Roosevelt didn't realize, however, that it was already a case of too little, too late. Because without his knowledge, American business moguls had been tumbling over one another for 2 years in their efforts to assist and do business with the Hitler regime. Typical of this American spirit of enterprise was Sosthenes Ben, the president of AT&T, who flew immediately to Berlin when war was declared to put in Hitler's phone lines. He gave the Nazis the most high-tech, state-of-the-art telecommunications system in the world at that time, so that Hitler could rule the European mainland with the maximum efficiency. Rich men have been hiring thugs to do their dirty work, especially to frighten people, since human civilization began. What people have to try to appreciate is that Nazism, in reality, was simply the first time in human history that the rich had enough wealth to hire an entire country of thugs to do their dirty work. Some of the most emotive images in world history are those of the Nazi war machine sweeping across the Low Countries to begin their occupation of France, and people have always assumed that the trucks used for the miles-long troop convoys must have been German trucks. But if anyone at that time had taken the trouble to lift up the cowling and look at the engine, they would have found these were actually Ford trucks, which had been built with personal permission from Henry Ford, who was sitting in his office 4,000 miles away in Dearborn, Michigan, a service for which he was given the Grand Cross of the Eagle, the highest honor the Nazis ever bestowed on a civilian.
Ford sued the U.S. Army, the U.S. government in the 50s because during the war the U.S. Air Force bombed their tank-making facilities in Germany, and this is true. And what was it, like 52 or something? They sued the U.S. government for destroying their factories, and they won. They won the lawsuit. So I had to write a little song for Henry here. Ford built tanks for the Nazis, and the Nazis used those tanks to gun down lots of soldiers in the U.S. Army ranks. Yes, Henry Ford was a fascist, and a nasty one was he. He built tanks for anyone for the proper fee.
Hitler so admired Henry Ford, he kept a life-size portrait of him on the wall next to his desk, and even his legendary Panzer tanks were tainted by these sorts of practices, because they were made by I.G. Farben, who had entered into a cartel with the Rockefellers' Standard Oil. The government in Washington knew all about this, and largely did nothing. Licensing arrangements for trading with the enemy in wartime were issued without any fuss, even to the extent that after the occupation of France, the Chase and Morgan banks in Paris simply carried on doing business as usual. The incredible truth, which the rich elite have managed to hide from the world for 70 years through their control over school books and our education system, is that the Nazi war machine was actually an American business. And for the Rockefellers, DuPonts, Harrimans, Walkers and Bushes in particular, it was a highly lucrative business. For their part, Coca-Cola's contribution to the war effort was to sell billions of soft drinks to the thirsty Nazis, while they were strafing and bombing Allied soldiers, particularly in very hot regions. In the desert, where refrigerators tend to be scarce, there were even stories of Messerschmitt pilots wrapping wet towels around bottles of Coke, tying them to their aircraft, then flying up to altitude, where the cold and the wind chill turned the wet towel into a solid block of ice. They would then dive down, crack open the towel, and enjoy an ice-cold Coke in the desert. If they had wanted to, the Western multinationals could have grounded the Luftwaffe and stopped the war at any time, because the German aircraft were totally dependent on imported supplies of tetraethyl lead, an additive which prevents knocking in aero engines. But Standard Oil kept the supply of this vital resource going through neutral Switzerland for the entire war. And any Dutch people who might be wondering at this point what kind of percentage the Swiss took from this little arrangement, they need to be aware that thanks to Prince Bernhard von Lippe of the Netherlands, the father of the recently retired Queen Beatrix and prominent member of the Nazi Party, Royal Dutch Shell gave Hitler millions of tons of crude oil for nothing. The Dutch royal family actually fueled the invasion force which annexed Holland and were instrumental in helping the Nazis to rape their own country. But most shocking of all is the truth of what really happened in the little Polish town of Oświęcim. This sleepy little hamlet just happened to be in an extremely mineral-rich region, particularly for coal, which Western industrialists had wanted to get their hands on for years. With the coming of the Hitler regime and the invasion of Poland, the fascist financiers had the bright idea of turning this conquered region into an investor's paradise by building a Nazi concentration camp near the town and utilising the slave labour available to drastically reduce their own production costs. Few people are aware of the gigantic scale of the Nazi concentration camp network, and are blissfully unaware that the real purpose behind their construction was to make a profit for the rich, which is why they stole all the gold watches, gold wedding rings and gold teeth fillings and melted them down into gold ingots. To this day, there are bars of gold lying in the vaults of the Bank of England, which have the Nazi swastika stamped on them. Gold stolen from Jewish corpses. It shouldn't come as any great surprise that George Herbert Walker's family were slave owners on the cotton plantations of 1930s America. Walker was used to organising slave labour. So while his business associate, Averell Harriman, was paying for Hitler's 500,000 SS troops and supplying them all with brand new Thompson submachine guns, because he did, Walker took over the management of this new Polish concentration camp. And when his Nazi friends started complaining that they couldn't pronounce the name Oświęcim any better than I can, they all got together and decided they had better Germanise the name into something which sat more comfortably on Nazi tongues. It was in this way that the world first heard of Auschwitz. Because the truth about Auschwitz and the entire Nazi war machine is that they were essentially no different to McDonald's. They were American business enterprises abroad, businesses which the richest European families invested in, and businesses which, because of slave labour, made obscene profits, which Prescott Sheldon Bush took and placed in a blind trust, which later financed a Bush political dynasty which produced two presidents of the United States, his son, George Herbert Walker Bush, and his grandson, George Walker Bush. This picture of the railway leading into Auschwitz has, since World War II, become the iconic image of the Holocaust. To us it now represents something like the gate to hell. But how differently, one wonders, would we have looked at this image all of our lives if we had always known that this railway line was an American railway line laid by the Harriman brothers on behalf of Uncle Sam. The Standard Oil IG Farben cartel even made the Zyklon B gas for the Jewish Holocaust. Now, anyone who at this point is thinking that all this simply cannot be true, because if it was, someone would have sued, well, someone did. This information came into the public domain because of a Dutch intelligence agent who was so disgusted when he found all of this out, he leaked it to the press, as a result of which two very senior Jewish gentlemen, Kurt Julius Goldstein and Peter Gingold, filed suit against the American government. Of course, the more discriminating among us will now be asking how it can be that this story went completely unreported in the mainstream media. One might just as well ask why the Times in London was writing favourable stories about the Nazi concentration camps throughout the 1930s, and why Lord Rothermere was still referring to Hitler as a great gentleman as late as 1940. You really would think by now that people would have realised that it isn't so much the bias in the media which really matters, it's the things they know about, but never tell you, that really matter. Because the truth is that the press knew exactly what was going on in the concentration camps all through the war. They never said a word about it, because they knew who was making money from the slave labour. Now, it's very easy to imagine what the response of a conservative politician, American or British, would be to all of this. If all of this is true, he's bound to ask why nobody said a word about American industrialists building Hitler's war machine at the Nuremberg trials. How come it never got mentioned?
Where's the responsibility of the Vatican, who signed in 1933 the Concordat with Hitler, giving him his first tremendous prestige. Are we now to find the Vatican guilty? Where's the responsibility of the world leader Winston Churchill, who said in an open letter to the London Times in 1938, 1938, Your Honor, were England to suffer national disaster, I should pray to God to send a man of the strength of mind and will of an Adolf Hitler. Are we now to find Winston Churchill guilty? Where's the responsibility of those American industrialists who helped Hitler to rebuild his armaments and profited by that rebuilding? Are we now to find the American industrialists guilty? No, Your Honor, no. Germany alone is not guilty. The whole world is as responsible for Hitler as Germany. It is an easy thing to condemn one man in the dark. It is easy to condemn the German people, to speak of the basic flaw in the German character that allowed Hitler to rise to power. But at the same time, comfortably ignore the basic flaw of character that made the Russians sign pacts with him. Winston Churchill praise him. American industrialists profit by him. American industrialists profit by him. 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 Profit by him.
In school, we are taught that the Allies defeated Nazi Germany in World War II. This is not true. The Nazis won the war. Because the real Nazis, the rich, played on both sides. That's what a rich businessman does. He arranges things so that he is well thought of by both sides, so then whoever wins, he wins, and his money is safe. Now, a lot of people will still think it is simply ludicrous to suggest the Second World War was a phony war. They are bound to say that no one who was there at the time thought it was a phony war. Really?
A new baby, 200 gross of buckles, unlimited petrol, and all the whiskey you want. You're sitting pretty, aren't you, Holden? Yes, it is a lovely war.
Well, wouldn't you if you were in my place? Wouldn't everybody? Doesn't everybody? The war's a blasted phony anyway.
I'm a bit tired of that.
Tired of what?
This phony war business.
Well, isn't it?
No, it's not. I've just come out of hospital after 10 days in an open boat off the Faroes, and I'm sick and tired of blokes like you with soft jobs ashore. Come outside.
Now, don't be silly.
I've lost 2 fingers off that hand, but I'm going to take you outside and knock your block off with my right.
Ah, take it easy. There's no need for that. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'll come outside if you insist.
That won't do any good. It's not his fault. It's the fault of all of us. You make me sick. All of you. It may be a phony war to you, but it's not to all the boys at sea. It never has been.
Now, obviously, the British, and the Dutch in particular, will have a very hard time accepting that their royal family profited from Nazi concentration camp slave labour. But if you go online, there is so much about this on the internet now. It's become plain that historians are more and more proving that those days were really all about the Western world's rich coming together to fund a Nazi war machine which was meant to protect them from the Soviets. The Duke of Edinburgh practically admitted this when he said, "In those days we were anti-communist because the Russians killed half my bloody family." And when this cabal of secret Nazis got together to discuss how they were going to pay for this Nazi war machine, because rich people never accept a loss, they hired a psychopath, Hitler, who they knew would go along with their building concentration camps so that slave labour would pay for all the planes and the tanks and the guns. And you can see in the more intelligent movies from that period, like Hitchcock's Saboteur, that the artists and writers of that time knew the rich were fascist and completely understood what they were really up to.
Why is it that you sneer every time you refer to this country? You've done pretty well here. I don't get it.
No, you wouldn't. You're one of the ardent believers, a good American. Oh, there are millions like you. People that plod along without asking questions. I hate to use the word stupid, but it seems to be the only one that applies. the great masses, the moron millions. Well, there are a few of us who are unwilling to just troop along. A few of us who are clever enough to see that there's much more to be done than just live small, complacent lives. A few of us in America who desire a more profitable type of government. When you think about it, Mr. Kane, the competence of totalitarian nations is much higher than ours. They get things done.
Yeah, they get things done. They bomb cities, sink ships, torture and murder so you and your friends can eat off of gold plate. It's a great philosophy.
I neither intend to be bombed nor sunk, Mr. Kane. That's why I'm leaving now. And if things don't go right for you, if we should win, then I'll come back. Perhaps I can get what I want then. Power. Yes. I want that as much as you want your comfort or your job or that girl. We all have different tastes, as you can see. Only I'm willing to back my tastes with the necessary force.
Where was the mafia while all this was going on? Well, a great deal which historians have learned recently, especially from sources like Double Cross, the book written by Sam Giancana's brother, has made it clear that the mafia was much the same as the so-called German economic miracle and the American finance Nazi war machine in concentration camps. The mob in reality was a very different animal from the one portrayed by the movies and the media. American feature films have tended to focus on the exploits of gangsters like Richard Kane, the famous crime-busting Chicago cop who was planted in the police force to be a spy for Giancana, and hoods like Charles Nicoletti and Milwaukee Phil Aldericio, two of his favourite hitmen, who built their own hitmobile so they could shoot people from the back of a moving car. Amongst many other atrocities this pair committed was one in which they forced the head of Billy McCarthy into a vice and squeezed until his eyeball popped out, an incident which a certain American film director felt was so entertaining he included it in one of his movies. What most people have failed to realise, however, is that in most cases the mafia chieftains who actually ran organised crime did not approve, generally speaking, of these acts of gross brutality. Not that they gave a damn about morals, but the cleverest amongst them, like Paul the Waiter Rica, realised that sensationalised events like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre produced public outrage and a crackdown on their illegal activities. Rica realised that the effectiveness of mobsters like Diamond Joe Esposito came from keeping a low profile. And it was the mafia bosses who learned this lesson best, Santos Trafficante and Sam Giancana in particular, who in later years became the most successful. Even today, few Americans appreciate the extent to which their country was being controlled by organised crime in the 1930s. The mob were in total control of Hollywood, because all the union labour needed to make films, carpenters, set construction, catering, they were all under the control of the mob. In particular, the control of the Teamsters Union, the drivers and haulage people who made essential deliveries to absolutely everyone, meant that virtually all American business was caught in the web of mafia racketeering. Studio bosses like Harry Cohn, Louis B. Mayer, and the Warner Brothers knew they had to play along to get anything done at all. The big studio heads, like all rich businessmen, found they were forced to become friends with mafia dons. And the individual who exploited this situation most effectively was a gangster few people have ever heard of, Murray the Camel Humphreys. Generally speaking, the ethnically Italian gangsters of this period were coarse, brutal, and most importantly, ignorant men. They had no education. They couldn't hold an intelligent conversation because they'd spent no time in school.
Don Corleone, I am honored and grateful that you have invited me to your daughter's wedding. On the day of your daughter's wedding.
This made doing business with refined and sophisticated entrepreneurs difficult, not to say embarrassing. And Sam Giancana was quick to spot this. So whenever a business deal needed to be made by someone with style and sophistication, he would send along his silver-tongued Welshman, Murray the Camel, so called because he was known for being sartorial and for cutting a dash in expensive camel hair coats. Humphreys became a crucial figure during the pre-war period because his contact with the luminaries of Hollywood meant he received invitations from senior politicians who wanted to rub shoulders with stars like Clark Gable, George Raft, Cary Grant, Gary Cooper, Marilyn Monroe and Frank Sinatra, all of whom were mafia-controlled and used by the mob as bagmen, moving colossal sums of money around the country, because Giancana cynically realized the authorities were too starstruck to ever check their luggage. He even used a priest for the same purpose, who he referred to as Father Cash. And just as the priest was happy to take his percentage, so the politicians, who Giancana always maintained were the easiest to corrupt, were happy to do the same. In Esposito's time, he had boasted of buying votes for Calvin Coolidge. By the time of World War II, Sam Giancana was boasting to his younger brother, "We own the White House." He was adamant that every state governor, congressman and senior judge in the country was on the take, and the mob's most spectacular success, as they sought control over all the big players, was their corrupting of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. It's become fairly widely known in recent years that Hoover was a transvestite homosexual. What is less well known is the elaborate scheme he dreamed up for accepting mafia bribes. What he used to do was to go to the $2 window at the racetrack, where he was photographed many times by the press to give himself a clean, upstanding image. What the pressmen didn't know was that he always took along a crooked emissary who placed huge bets, which ran into the thousands, at another window on races which were fixed by the mob boss Frank Costello. By keeping Hoover supplied with millions in winnings and holding on to compromising photographs of the FBI chief having sex with his lover, Clyde Tolson, which several CIA agents claim they've seen, the mafia had American law enforcement entirely under their control. So the question then is, what do you do with that kind of power? The answer is that when you're the American mafia, you routinely wipe out what they call do-gooders. This is how organized crime has influenced American society for nearly a century. If a decent man becomes a rising star in politics and looks as if he might try to make a better life for ordinary people, they simply kill him as a matter of routine. And in the book they wrote together, Chuck and Sam Giancana Jr. are at pains to point out that a classic early case of this practice was the assassination of Anton Shermack. Shermack was a Democratic politician who had tried to crack down on Al Capone's bootlegging operations. Many felt he would go on to become a great president himself, until he was shot while on stage with FDR by Giuseppe Zangara. After the murder, Zangara claimed it was a political act, and he ought to be entitled to clemency because he simply hated all rich people. But this was actually what he'd simply been told to say by the mob, who were using him as a fall guy. When he went to the electric chair, Sam Giancana turned to his brother and expressed his pleasure at how nice and neat the whole affair had been. And he further explained that choosing a patsy to wipe out a politician who was a do-gooder was something the Italian mafia had been doing forever. It was a practice as old as the Sicilian hills, and he was amazed at how the mafia kept getting away with it, because you really would think people would catch on. This was 1935. You have a decent chief executive murdered in broad daylight, shot by a patsy, who was later killed himself by the authorities. Does this sound familiar? However, even in Shermack's time, the mob could not be said to be in complete control of American life, because while they controlled the streets through their influence over politics and the justice system, they were not yet in control of the United States military or its mainstream media. Tragically, this all started to change with a series of events which began with the scuttling of the SS Normandie by a Manhattan-based Nazi agent. This was February the 9th, 1942. And having just joined the war, the United States was trying to keep its allies supplied with vital war material, using convoys which were loaded on the waterfront and sailed almost every day out of New York Harbor. As everyone knows, many fell prey to the wolf packs of German U-boats, and the Normandy had been designed for much greater speed specifically so that she could outrun them. When she fell to sabotage, it was a colossal blow to the Allied war effort, and in response a naval intelligence officer, Anthony Marslow, decided to enlist the help of the New York Mafia because he knew they were in control of all commercial activity on the docks. The subterfuge by foreign intelligence agents ceased, but the price America paid was calamitous, because getting the Mafia's help meant getting permission from the boss of bosses, Lucky Lucanio. It is one of history's great ironies that the United States government went crawling to the Mafia for help at a moment when the mob themselves had just been severely weakened and could have been crushed altogether by an administration with enough political will. The notorious Lucanio had just started a 40-year prison sentence in Great Meadow Penitentiary, and most of his Sicilian gangsters back home were already behind bars, having been caught up in Mussolini's Mafia purge. Being himself Italian, Mussolini knew there was only one way to deal with the Mafia, and when he came to power, he ordered his iron prefect, Cesare More, to simply lock up all the Mafia families in Sicily, which wasn't exactly difficult because everybody knew who they were. Of course, after the Allied invasion of Sicily, Marslow then compounded his error by choosing Sicilian Americans like New York Mayor Charles Paletti and OSS officer Joseph Russo, whose father was born in Corleone, to head AMGOT, the Allied military government, whose job it was to restore community cohesion on the island. And of course, their way of doing this was not only to let all the mafiosi out of jail, they even made known mob bosses like Genco Russo and Don Calogero Vizzini into the heads of local government and gave them full civilian and military power over the island. So this was the accident of history through which the Mafia began its relationship with American military intelligence. It was a catastrophe for Italy, which has been ruled over by organised crime ever since. It was a catastrophe for Sicily, which suffered a brutal murder every 3 days in the post-war period, and it was a catastrophe for America, which saw many once vibrant communities, particularly in New Jersey, have the heart ripped out of them by Mafia extortion and drug dealing. Lucky Luciano was deported after being released from jail, and having found a kindred spirit in another secret organisation, the newly created Central Intelligence Agency, he was then able to combine the activities of organised crime, particularly international drug running, with smuggling of American-made weapons. This unholy alliance gave the world its first ever pirates who flew aeroplanes. That's what these people became. Pirates with aeroplanes. The CIA became the world's primary import-export of narcotics and used the colossal profits to fuel wars around the world, thereby enabling their friends in the military-industrial complex to sell yet more weapons. Under the disguise of liberal democracy, these men, who had financed Hitler, became the enemies of liberty and democracy on a planet-wide basis. And as if to underline their Nazi credentials, they also hired all of the former German Nazi intelligence officers, like Reinhard Gehlen, who were out of a job at the end of the war, and brought them into the fold at the beginning of the Cold War, even though they were perfectly well aware that these men had committed genocide and should have been prosecuted as war criminals. Their attitude, quite clearly, was that as they had paid for Nazi Germany, they were entitled to pick over its carcass in any way they chose. This was yet another political catastrophe for the United States, because these were the people who put together the notorious Operation Paperclip, which rounded up all of the Nazi rocket scientists, like Werner von Braun, and put them to work for their new American Nazi owners to give them, for the first time in human history, ICBMs with nuclear warheads. They became the first men ever to have the power to destroy the whole world at the touch of a button, and it was clear to many observers at the time that it all rather went to their heads.
I can no longer sit back and allow communist infiltration, communist indoctrination, communist subversion, and the international communist conspiracy to sap and impurify all of our precious bodily fluids.
They saw themselves as giants, who were looking down and laughing upon this planet of tiny fools who were stupid enough to go on and on killing each other, while they sold arms to both sides throughout the Second World War. Focke-Wulf aeroplanes, which bombed American soldiers, were manufactured by IT&T. Allied sailors were drowning in a freezing North Atlantic because their convoys were sunk by guns of Nazi battleships, which swiveled on American-made ball bearings. American soldiers were crushed under the wheels of tanks and trucks made by Henry Ford and John Rockefeller, and gassed to death by the same people. Sam Giancana took the trouble to explain how this cynical process worked by composing just one terse, simple sentence, which his brother wrote down for posterity. "People give their lives," he said, "just so a few fat cats can make a killing." And this was precisely what Smedley Butler had tried to explain to the world with his book, War is Just a Racket. At the war's end, the rich elite found fortune continuing to smile on them. Firstly, they were able to control the utter farce of the Nuremberg trials, which should have hanged every single American merchant banker and leading industrialist. As it was, their contribution to World War II remained hidden from public scrutiny, and they were even allowed to gerrymander light sentences for their German Nazi friends, like Hjalmar Schacht, who got off with just a few years and later retired as a billionaire. But best of all was that the one man who might have been a check to their power passed away as soon as the war was over. And with President Roosevelt gone, and their first Nazi glove puppet Hitler also deceased, it became necessary for Prescott Bush to find another young politician to sponsor. In true American fashion, he decided to advertise. He placed an ad in the LA Times which candidly explained that a group of rich businessmen was seeking a young, ambitious, immoral and most definitely malleable politician who might one day run for president. The ad was deliberately worded in this cynical way because they knew that only an evil, slimy and completely incorrigible little creep would ever dream of applying for the position. That was what they wanted, and that was what they got, in the shape of a certain Richard Nixon. Here being congratulated on his success by his new master, Prescott Bush. And not long after this picture was taken in 1947, Nixon engaged the services of a Jewish gangster who was working for Sam Giancana called Jacob Rubenstein, a man whom the world would one day come to know as Jack Ruby. Having bought themselves a new political puppet, this nefarious band of 20th century robber barons now took stock of their situation. The Hitler Project, as this rich elite called it, could hardly have turned out very much better. Their businesses had made colossal profits. Prescott had got his Union Bank back. The communist menace they so wanted to contain had almost sunk back in the Middle Ages with the ravages of war. And best of all was that they had now achieved the very world domination which Hitler had dreamed about. They knew that in this new age of modern telecommunications and high-speed jet travel, they had become the first group of robber barons in human history to dominate the entire globe, because they realized there was now absolutely no one left who could stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do next. However, they also realized that bombed out and dilapidated Europe would not be able to bear another war for many decades. This was why they now decided that their obscene business profits could only keep coming in if they moved their game of phony war into the Third World. And this was how the CIA came to instigate conflict throughout the Middle East, Southeast Asia and Central America. Chuck Giancana well remembers a conversation which he had with his mafia boss brother Sam during this period, in which he questioned him with genuine anxiety about the communist menace spreading throughout the world. The TV news was painting a sinister picture of a Soviet enemy with millions of fifth columnists, which was intent upon taking over the entire planet. Hadn't he heard of the domino theory, and wasn't he worried about it? In response, Sam Giancana simply smiled at his kid brother's naivety, and he asked him, didn't he realise that the United States, by which he meant the shadow government, not the official one, wanted to take over the world as well, and that the whole idea of communism was just the excuse they were using to do it? He told him that in China they had already succeeded in getting a member of the Chinese mafia, a brutal gangster called Mao Zedong, into power, just so they could sell more cigarettes in Asia. Communism was just their excuse. And it was pretty much the same story in the Philippines, with a crooked politician the mafia levered into power called Ferdinand Marcos. As for the United States, Big Brother Sam explained that the fat cats were fully aware that Americans will do anything for patriotism. Hence, you must always provide them with an enemy, a boogeyman. They won't overwork themselves just to make huge profits for fat cats, for any other reason. So new enemies had to be found or created. This is what Joe McCarthy's Reds under the bed scare had really been all about. And they used the same excuse in Laos, Chile, Guatemala, El Salvador, Iran, Honduras, Vietnam and Cuba. If a small country refused to go along with American business interests, which basically meant with the rights of Western multinationals to pay slave wages to third world peasant farmers growing commodities like tobacco or sugar or fruit, they simply labelled them as communist, assassinated the democratically elected head of state with teams recruited from their secret societies, the Central Intelligence Agency and the Mafia, and put in a man favourable to their interests, as with the Shah in Iran. Simple. And even more to this, Giancana explained to his brother that the political game at home had to be played in the same way as the phony war game abroad. The lesson was that a businessman always protects his interests by playing both sides. Sam Giancana knew that the Second World War had been exactly the same as all the CIA's covert wars during the 1950s. They were conducted in order to make more money for the super-rich, because in every case they were selling weapons and fuel to both sides just as they had the Germans. On the American mainland, this cynical attitude manifested itself in the way the gangsters supported the campaigns of both leading candidates in every political head-to-head, in order to make sure that whoever got elected, he was always their man and on their side. So this was the real political world which the young Senator John F. Kennedy became a part of in 1950s America. It was a world ruled by a super-rich cabal of secret Nazis who had built the fascist war machine and concentration camps purely to protect themselves and their money from socialist Russia. Having avoided prosecution for the greatest crime in human history, they were confident that they could kill anyone and get away with it, particularly if it was someone who might interfere with their power to instigate phony wars in order to make huge fortunes by lending money and selling weapons to both sides. The war in which he himself had bravely fought was a sham, and even John F. Kennedy did not understand this. Or perhaps we should say that he didn't fully understand what was going on. He and his younger brother Bobby were certainly all too keenly aware of the extent to which their country was in the grip of organised crime, because their own father, the patriarch Joseph P. Kennedy, had made his personal fortune from running illegal liquor during the days of Prohibition, activities which earned him the nickname Bootlegger Joe. Experienced people are aware that the tendency of each new generation to reject the ideas of the previous generation is an abiding characteristic in human affairs, and it is perfectly plain that with Jack and Bobby it had the effect of making both men highly principled. Their own father had associated with crooks and gangsters, and it was quite clear from their style and their outlook that they had made a commitment to make up for the sins of their father by rejecting this sinister world of hoods and crooks and corrupt politicians, by being honest and decent. If you take a look at any group photo from the early days, it's clear these men are being determinedly clean-cut, with the accent heavily on the clean part. They knew their father's generation were dirty. It couldn't be more obvious that they were determined to be the opposite. The question was, how were they going to free themselves and their country from the entanglements of the crooked politicians and the psychopathic mafia dons, who together were controlling the whole of American life like some multi-legged fascist octopus? How they were going to pull this off was something they were discussing ad nauseam when, in the late 1950s, they found out their father was in big trouble. A contract had been taken out on Joe Kennedy's life by the Purple Gang, the Jewish mafia of New York, who had accused him of swindling them out of a fortune. Joe Kennedy was really scared, and he turned for help toward the one man in North America who he knew had the power to get the contract called off, Sam Giancana. Giancana had done business with Kennedy for years, so he agreed to help, but he wanted something for it. He was all too aware of Joe's political ambitions for his son and of JFK's outstanding good looks. He wanted assurances that if Jack one day made it to the White House, Joe Kennedy would see to it that the heat the two brothers had been trying to turn up on the Mafia would be turned down. And, according to Chuck and Sam Giancana Jr., Joseph B. Kennedy, just to save his own skin, agreed.
Will you tell us anything about any of your operations, or you just giggle every time I ask you a question?
Declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might incriminate me.
I thought only little girls giggled with the Giancana.
In this way, a very confused situation was created, because Sam Giancana, the very kind of mob boss whom the Kennedys had been fighting so hard through the McClellan Committee to put in jail, now thought that they should and would be grateful to him. It was this expectation and this misunderstanding which now led Giancana to try to draw the Kennedys more and more into his dark world, something which he appeared to be succeeding with in the way that first Peter Lawford and then Frank Sinatra established relationships with both men. Lawford married Kennedy's sister.
Everyone is voting for Jack.
Sinatra was putting together campaigning jingles, and it must have seemed to many insiders at the time that when Sam Giancana went around boasting that, as usual, he had everything under control, and that when Jack got to the White House it was going to be a dream ticket for the Mafia, that it must all be true. His boys appeared to be partying together. And those who were in the know were aware that JFK had at least some sort of relationship with Judith Campbell Exner, Sam Giancana's girlfriend. What we haven't known until now is that JFK was hoodwinking Giancana all along. The role that Judy Campbell played was mostly that of a go-between. What Kennedy was doing through her was giving Giancana FBI reports on mob bosses to make him think that law enforcement were not all that well informed about the Mafia scams and their movements, nor even terribly interested. What Giancana did not know was that the FBI reports he was receiving were carefully selected and most definitely incomplete. Kennedy was not helping Giancana. He was not keeping him in the picture. What he was doing was pulling the wool over his eyes. For the first time in his life, Sam Giancana was perplexed, and he became more confused when there was a sudden freezing over of relations. JFK abruptly ended his relationship with Sinatra, and Judy Campbell suddenly found the White House were refusing her calls. Even more to this, Giancana's limitations were shown up in the way he completely failed to comprehend that Kennedy truly was decent and honest. He apparently had many conversations with Murray the Camel Humphreys around this time, in which both were reassuring each other that Kennedy's white knight lifestyle was just a political game to make him look good. Quite clearly, this cynical outlook was the product of living in their dark and corrupt world. They had never known an honest and decent man, because in the Mafia there's no such thing. There is no record of what was said during the 3 meetings which JFK had with Giancana and his father at the Fontainebleau Hotel just prior to the 1960 general election. But it does now seem that in this most titanic battle of wits between the craftiest criminal in America and the most brilliant politician the world had ever seen, Kennedy had won. He had played the Mafia at their own game, and played it better. Why did John F. Kennedy do this? Because he must have known just what a dangerous game he was playing. There certainly appears to be no doubt, now that we ourselves are aware of the all-pervading influence of organised crime in America at that time, that this brave and decent and honest man had realised that he could never get rid of the Mafia and their dirty fascist friends in politics, industry and banking without first enlisting their help. He had to trick them. And with this new understanding, we can now see, for the first time, with the correct perspective, the motives, characters, intrigues and diverse political interests which were gathering against President Kennedy when he took the oath of office. Organised crime were fearful of JFK before he ascended to power, because the shrewdest amongst them were getting a sense that he had outfoxed and outmanoeuvred the all-powerful Mafia bosses. But the big mistake researchers have made in the past has been to not understand that every American oligarch, the big oil men, the captains of industry, the merchant bankers, the intelligence chiefs, were all crooks and gangsters as well. The biggest crook in the land was the head of law enforcement, J. Edgar Hoover. This is what historians have failed to understand until now. When JFK appointed his 32-year-old kid brother to the post of Attorney General, these people collectively froze. It now fully hit home that JFK really was honest and decent. It hit home that he wanted to make his country as honest and decent as he was, and that he actually believed that with the help of his energetic and determined crime-busting brother that he could do it. His attitude, of course, stood in marked contrast to the man whom Kennedy was saddled with as his running mate. Anyone who has any doubts about the moral rectitude of the average American politician of that time has only to look at the career of Lyndon Baines Johnson to see that, generally speaking, they were worse than the Mafia itself. From his involvement with the Box 13 scandal and through all of his dealings with his crooked Texan business associate Billy Solestes, LBJ proved again and again that he was every bit as unscrupulous as any mob boss and willing to do absolutely anything for power. This was a man who'd had his own sister Josepha murdered by his personal hitman, a highly intelligent and psychopathic killer named Malcolm Wallace, who later shot dead the golf professional John Douglas Kinzer. When this case came to court, it revealed to the American public how totally corrupt the justice system had become, because LBJ was able to get Wallace off with a 5-year suspended sentence. Found guilty of murder 1, he walked free that very day. This was the sort of corruption which was running rife through the American political system when Fidel Castro overthrew the right-wing government of Fulgencio Batista in 1959. Few people are aware that by this advanced stage in their relationship, the CIA and the Mafia were together employing the Giancana tactic of supporting both sides in a war. For many years beforehand, they had been supporting Castro, and not just the Batista regime, as many think, by smuggling in both arms and mercenaries to aid the peasant farmers. One of these mercenaries, an Italian-American called Frank Fiorini, later came to play a pivotal role both in the assassination and subsequent cover-up under his assumed name Frank Sturgis. Sturgis and Castro were photographed together many times during the Cuban Revolution. But after Castro enlisted the help of the Russian Soviets, Sturgis turned against him. Like many in the CIA Mafia network, he felt double-crossed when Castro closed the island's casinos and nationalized all Cuban business. He therefore joined forces with men like Bernard Barker, Batista's former secret police chief, and other Cuban expats who had fled en masse to Miami, Florida, and who now sat together on the American mainland as a very disgruntled and highly politicized splinter group. Of course, to the American Nazis who had bankrolled Hitler, this was intolerable. It was a commercial disaster. Coca-Cola had made millions in easy profits using dirt-cheap Cuban sugar grown by dirt-poor Cuban peasants. They were now being told by an upstart third-world dictator that they would have to pay for sugar at the normal market rate, and the Mafia were losing millions every single day from the loss of illegal gambling. America's Nazi shadow government therefore decided that someone was going to have to mould this loosely knit group of disgruntled anti-Castro Cubans into a crack invasion force to retake the island. Having put their heads together, Dulles and Harriman and Richard Bissell decided this would be an excellent job for Prescott's eldest son, George Herbert Walker Bush, a chance for him to prove himself, along with one of his Texas oil business associates, Jack Alston Crichton. Together, these two recruited and trained the Cubans for several terrorist groups known as Operation 40, Alpha 66, ZR Rifle, and Operation Mongoose. Renegade bands of merciless assassins who would kill Castro and who could later be counted on to eliminate any other third world leaders who dared to interfere with American commercial interests. It was this diverse and unsavory stream of political intrigue which produced President Kennedy's first great political crisis, the Bay of Pigs, in 1962. By this time, JFK was well aware that the CIA was something much more like a private firm or a family. He wasn't surprised when they invaded Cuba without his permission, because he knew they were totally out of control. His antipathy led him to cancel the promised air support, and inevitably the invasion failed. The anti-Castro Cubans were mostly captured, and Kennedy then tried to add insult to injury by ordering J. Edgar Hoover's FBI to close down the camps where the Cubans were trained. He even allowed Khrushchev, the Soviet leader, to inspect the camps to see they were closed, so this could never happen again. Having only just escaped with his life at the Bay of Pigs, it was pretty clear that Frank Sturgis was more than a little annoyed.
He was scared because Khrushchev says, don't do this or we're going to do that. So he didn't do it, and he deserted the Bay of Pigs. I was involved in the Bay of Pigs. A lot of people were friends of mine that were killed in the Bay of Pigs. And I resent that. Don't play political games with me. I'm a military man. I'm a soldier. I go fight. But damn it, if I risk my ass out there and I'm getting shot at, I don't want some stupid-ass politician to go ahead and make deals behind my back where my people, or maybe myself, are going to get killed. I don't like that.
This, then, is how the stage was set for the Kennedy assassination. And when one remembers the colossal number of ruthless and hideously brutal men who had created this situation, it's perhaps a little ironic that a peripheral figure in the cast of characters who actually put the plot together was an attractive young woman. 19-year-old Marita Loren's love affair with Fidel Castro and her subsequent recruitment as a CIA assassin by Frank Sturgis to kill him is a very well-known story because it was made into a feature film. In spite of her failure to kill the Cuban leader, Lorenz continued to associate with the assassination squads trained by the CIA, and it was largely her testimony in the Spotlight magazine trial after a skillful cross-examination by Mark Lane, which gave us a window through which we can now see who really participated in the Kennedy assassination and who was really behind it all. First of all, after the Bay of Pigs invasion, Kennedy had fired Allen Dulles, Richard Bissell and General Charles Cable for essentially using the CIA as their personal hitmen, after he found out that Robert Mayhew had sought Sam Giancana's permission to talk to his underboss, Johnny Roselli, about the possibility of a hit on Fidel Castro. Here you have a government agency, funded by the American taxpayer, associating with the very organised crime racketeers JFK was trying to put in jail, for the purpose of carrying out political murders. The president was incensed. Historians have never been surprised that he vowed to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. It hardly takes a genius to see why the CIA wanted to kill him. What is more, Jack Alston Crichton and the lifelong friends of Allen Dulles, the Bush family, had just recently purchased exclusive access to 15 million acres of Cuba, almost half the entire island, in order to drill for oil. When he came to power, Castro reduced this to a mere 20,000 acres, a colossal investment which now failed and which led to Crichton's CVOVT Oil Exploration Company being delisted from the stock exchange at a loss of $30 million. Crichton and George Bush's friends, the Texas oil billionaires, Clint Murchison and Haroldson Lafayette Hunt, also knew that Kennedy wanted to end their most vital tax break, the oil depletion allowance, and their bosom buddy, Vice President Lyndon Johnson, was standing at this time with one foot in jail and the other on a banana skin due to his involvement in the corruption scandal now breaking around his favourite assistant, Bobby Baker. LBJ knew his life was finished if Kennedy lived, and he would become president himself if Kennedy died. So his involvement in the plot is hardly difficult to understand. And even more to this, the heads both of the US military and the military-industrial complex which supplied them, exactly the same Nazis who had supported Hitler in World War II, were fully aware that Kennedy wanted to pull out of Vietnam in a move which would have eventually cost them billions in lost weapons sales. This circle of thugs and pirates was completed by LBJ's next-door neighbour, J. Edgar Hoover, who had himself invested millions in Clint Murchison's oil business, just like his mafia associate, Vito Genovese. Stepping back to look upon this rogues gallery, it really is remarkable how Kennedy had managed to make an enemy out of every single dirty hood, every corrupt politician, and every single Nazi businessman living in the country at that time. It is highly misleading even to see these groups as separate, because the truth is that they were all brutal fascists, who saw nothing wrong in killing to get their own way. The question now was, how were they going to get him? Because we must never forget that generals, admirals, mafia dons, intelligence chiefs, corrupt politicians and oil billionaires are only people. None of them wanted to go to the electric chair for conspiracy to murder the president. They knew that they had to put together a plan which could not fail to both kill Kennedy and then cover up afterwards the fact that they did it. They knew that in men like Frank Sturgis, his Cuban assassination squads, and the mafia hitmen working with the CIA, they had a huge pool of killers to choose from who were ready, able and willing to do the deed. All the same, how could they possibly get to Kennedy? Because they knew that, at least in Washington, all American presidents are extremely well protected by the Secret Service. The most important first step was to engage the age-old mafia tactic of finding a patsy. To this end, they turned to George de Mohrenschildt, a very sophisticated exiled Russian count and CIA agent, who was close friends in the oil business with George Bush and the Texas oil men. They were aware that they needed someone like Giuseppe Zangara, who appeared to be a low-life, discontented misfit. So they chose a low-level CIA operative who had been groomed precisely in order to appear to be a low-life, discontented misfit, Enter Lee Harvey Oswald, who was carefully handled by de Mohrenschildt as he was placed like a chess piece in the Texas School Book Depository. With the patsy selected, the combined heads of the American Nazis now sat down together to discuss their problem. How do you kill a man? Riding in an open car on a public street in front of hordes of people without being seen. And then, how do you cover up forever afterwards the fact that this was a conspiracy and not the work of a lone nut? The plotters were keenly aware that it was the second question which posed the biggest problem. The professional military men like Colonel Ed Lansdale and Admiral George Berkeley, Kennedy's personal physician, were well aware that there are any number of ways to hide or disguise a sniper: behind trees, inside other vehicles, behind windows in office buildings. But this was a plot which had to have an absolute guarantee of success. If a squad of riflemen were all to fire at their target at the same time, this would certainly guarantee the man's death. But the subsequent police investigation would instantly realize more than one shooter was involved. A team of gunmen all firing together might actually blow Kennedy's head clean off. A single sniper couldn't do that. So what were they to do? It was during these deliberations that a macabre thought first registered. They would have to control the body after the shooting in order to make sure that all physical evidence available to police forensic scientists conformed to the scenario of a single assassin. And just how in the hell were they going to do that? By way of preparing the ground, Sam Giancana now ordered Richard Nixon's political associate Jack Ruby to keep Oswald snug under his wing, and then to set about hiring the best local riflemen, preferred candidates being men like his close friend Charles Boyd Harrelson, the father of Hollywood actor Woody Harrelson, who had proven his hitman credentials by shooting dead dozens of men for money. He then turned to his mafia associates Carlos Marcello and Santos Trafficante to supply the best gunmen from their cities, while he himself instructed the well-known underboss Tony Accardo to give the Chicago end of the contract to Giancana's favourite and most trusted hoodlums, Charles Nicoletti and Milwaukee Phil Aldericio. This pair had to be flown in 1,500 miles to the ranch of mafia hood Peter LeCarvelet, and then driven the remaining 600 miles to Dallas. It had been agreed with Giancana's and Genovese's oil business partners H.L. Hunt and Clint Murchison that every gunman would be paid $50,000 for the hit, and that the oil men would stump up the cash, so there was no way of tracing it back to either the mob or the CIA. For their part, Jack Crichton and George Bush were trying to lay the groundwork at the street level with the mayor Earl Cable, the brother of CIA chief Charles Cable, whom Kennedy had fired. Both the Cable brothers were crucially important in the development of the fine details of the plot, because they agreed to allow Crichton and his associates, George Lumpkin, the Dallas police chief, Lieutenant Colonel George Whitmire and Harry Weatherford, to make use of their 488th Military Intelligence Detachment, a privately funded part-time intelligence force which had amongst its ranks many members of the John Birch Society, the Ku Klux Klan, and around half of all the serving police officers in Dallas. The plotters realized this was a masterstroke, because it meant they could control the streets and the crime scene, but they also realized that when the shooting occurred, the response of at least half the police on duty would appear to be completely genuine. And yet for all this intricate planning, involving, as Sam Giancana later admitted, dozens of men, the American Nazis were aware they still had a problem. Getting the snipers into position and coordinating their fire by radio was not too difficult. It's something the military do every day. But this problem of blowing the man's head clean off had another side to it. Supposing, as can happen, all the snipers missed. How could they possibly legislate for this contingency? You see, being a professional sniper is a lot like being a professional golfer. Everyone knows that, generally speaking, a golf pro on a par 3 will hit the green. But even the world's best occasionally miss by a wide margin, and the same can happen to any rifleman. We can be quite certain that the guiding brains of the American Nazis, Allen Dulles and David Atlee Phillips, in order to cover this eventuality, must have at least considered having one assassin run up to the limousine to attempt a point-blank range mafia-style shooting should the others miss. But then another problem appeared. Supposing their assassin couldn't run quick enough to jump on a speeding car. Little by little, the realization hit home. The plot could even wind up looking silly and themselves ridiculous. There was only one answer. They would have to control the president's protection, the Secret Service. Marita Lorenz testified under oath that in late November of 1963 she drove from Miami to Dallas, Texas with Frank Sturgis, followed by a backup car which contained a stash of weapons. Travelling along with them were Jerry Patrick Hemming, an American mercenary like Sturgis.
Were you ever offered money to assassinate President Kennedy?
Directly. On numerous occasions.
Two Cuban brothers, Ignacio and Guillermo Novo Sampol, a Cuban pilot called Pedro Diaz-Lance, and his friend Orlando Bosch. At first Marita assumed this was to be just another arms smuggling engagement, just like many others she'd been on with Sturgis before. However, when they reached their Dallas motel, they were visited by someone Marita had met many times before, CIA agent E. Howard Hunt, who stayed almost an hour and paid Sturgis with cash stuffed in a very large envelope. This was the evening of November 21st, 1963, and Marita began to get worried. She knew that President Kennedy was visiting Dallas the next day. Becoming concerned, she pressed Sturgis as to the real purpose of the visit, and when he told her that for this one time it had to be confidential, she decided she wanted out. Marita had no way of knowing that a great number of other people had made similar journeys that day. CIA pilot Tosh Plumley flew several assassins into Dallas Love Field without even being told who they were. From all over the country, radio operators, riflemen, drivers, false ID suppliers like Chauncey Holt and Bernard Barker, and getaway pilots like David Ferry converged on the city. Whilst at the home of oilman Clint Murchison, a group of his Nazi friends were congregating to celebrate Kennedy's imminent demise. Due to the testimony of LBJ's mistress, Madeline Duncan Brown, the mother of his illegitimate son, we now know that amongst these guests were J. Edgar Hoover and his homosexual lover Clyde Tolson, who stood to lose the millions they'd invested in their host's oil business if Kennedy lived. Hoover also knew Kennedy wanted to replace him as head of the FBI. The two Brown brothers of Brown Brothers Harriman, who along with Cliff Carter, John Connolly and Senator Joseph Yarborough stood to lose millions from lost defense contracts because they knew JFK wanted to end the Vietnam War. Also present were Joseph Sevilla, head of the Mafia in Dallas, and the mayor of Dallas, Earl Cable, the CIA men who knew the President was serious about smashing the Central Intelligence Agency because he'd already fired Cable's brother, Charles. Having a drink with them was Chase Manhattan Bank Chief John McCloy, a confirmed Nazi who had shared a box with Hitler at the 1936 Berlin Olympic Games, and Mafia chieftain Carlos Marcello, who felt nicely at home rubbing shoulders with Sam Giancana's representatives Jack Ruby, Richard Nixon, and Harrelson Lafayette Hunt. The media were represented by Eamon G. Carter, and the only one who might have felt a little out of place as he awaited his boss was the world-class marksman and serial killer Malcolm Wallace. Late in the evening, Lyndon Baines Johnson finally turned up and briefly went into the party. When he came out to greet Madeleine Brown, she said he was euphoric.
Let's go back to the night before. When Johnson came out of the meeting, what did he say to you?
He was so angry. He had a violent temper when he was upset.
Well, let's use the exact words that he said to you. What did he say to you?
He grabbed me by the arm, and he had this deep voice, and he said, "After tomorrow, those SOBs will never embarrass me again. That's no threat. That's a promise."
Johnson had clearly been told by the people in that room that everything was ready. The next morning, the President landed at Love Field and was led to his car by Governor John Conolly. As he is driven away, it is immediately apparent that something is wrong, as Secret Service agent Henry J. Rickber tries to take up his proper position on the President's limousine, holding on to these handles provided for the purpose, and is ordered to stand down by Emory Roberts. Let's just look at Rickber's reaction again. He is quite clearly disgusted. Why aren't they letting him do his job? And as the car glides into Dallas, we can now see how the removal of his Secret Service protection has opened the President up to a field of fire from almost any direction. It's plain from these pictures that as the motorcade moved on into Dallas, the Secret Service, meant to protect the President, remained crowded together on the vehicle behind. While travelling in the pilot car some 400 yards ahead, three men are smiling as they see everything is going to plan. Crichton, Lumpkin and Whitmire have used their influence to remove the military protection which should have been amongst the crowd. And whilst the people lining the parade route are 10 deep in places, Lumpkin has seen to it that the police have let almost no one into the would-be crime scene. Pausing at the corner of Houston and Elm, Lumpkin is seen exchanging reassurances with one of his men. Yes, he tells him, the hit is on. Glancing discreetly upwards, he sees Weatherford and the best Cuban sniper, Eladio del Valle, preparing to fire. The signal is passed to the other snipers to get into position. Having been let into the Daltex building by oil baron Harrelson Hunt, Eugene Hale Brading unlocks the second-floor broom closet. A client of New Orleans lawyer G. Ray Gill, who also represents mafia boss Carlos Marcello, Brading has a getaway pilot waiting, whom Gill employs as a private detective, David Ferry. He opens the window, and as Charles Nicoletti loads his rifle, Richard Kane listens to his radio. Car coming. Get ready. Closing the door, Milwaukee Phil Aldericio guards the corridor with two Cubans, Rolando Mesferrer and Rolando Otero. This basic pattern was established all over the plaza. A sniper next to a radio man, alongside a second marksman who could take over should the first want to back out at the last moment. Each team was then guarded by more assassins, mainly Cubans, who made sure no one interfered with each group. It all sounds quite professional, and the truth is, it was. Sam Giancana's spy in the Chicago police force, Richard Kane, was an electronics and wiretapping expert who spoke 5 languages. Up on the grassy knoll, with his childhood friend Charles Harrison, stood the diminutive Charles Frederick Rogers, a nuclear physicist who worked in seismology for Shell Oil. He was also friends with David Ferry and the Civil Air Patrol. Up in the Texas School Book Depository, LBJ's psychotic hitman Malcolm Wallace held a PhD and taught at the University of Texas. The Texas oilmen, mafia dons, merchant bankers and military industrialists had assembled the all-time dream team of professional killers. They were there to make absolutely certain their king died, and the two men who in later years would steal his crown, Richard Milhouse Nixon and George Herbert Walker Bush, smiled from the sidewalk as they exchanged winks with Jack Crichton. There was no way Kennedy could escape now, and they knew it. Arranging his sniper's nest at the other end of the 6th floor, Sturgis was the first to be spotted by Arnold Rowland.
I just looking around and we noticed a man up in the window, and I remarked to my wife, tried to point him out, and remarked that he must be a security guard, Secret Service agent.
So the window then that you're referring to is on the opposite end of the building from where the main entrance to the building is?
Yes, it is on the other side of the building. And he had a rifle. It looked like a high-powered rifle because it had a scope which looked in relation to the size of the rifle to be a big scope.
A moment later, 15-year-old Amos Ewins caught sight of one of the Sturgis-trained Cubans, Ignacio Novosampol. Even more significantly, Richard Randolph Carr, a steel construction worker who was looking for a job in the new Dallas courthouse, which was then under construction, stared out from his 7th floor vantage point and saw Malcolm Wallace taking position to fire. Testifying at the trial of Clay Shaw, he gave a minutely detailed description of a very heavy-set man in a sports jacket who wore large framed glasses. He could see the man so clearly, he even said his eyeglasses had large earpieces. America, the home of the brave and the land of the free, was about to discover that it wasn't what it thought it was. As the president's car made the turn onto Houston, government agents who had sworn an oath to uphold their country's democratic principles waited alongside mafia killers to murder their own commander-in-chief. One of the men they were working for, Sam Giancana, said this proved that in reality there was no such thing as white hats and black hats. That notion, he said, was just a sham for saps to cling to.
The one thing I recognized was there are no black hats and there are no white hats. They all conduct themselves the exact same. And very good evidence of that is that the CIA would hire two so-called mafia men, Sam Giancana and John Roselli, to assassinate Fidel Castro. If there's such a difference, you're not supposed to have anything to do with each other. But in essence, the remark is really they're all in bed together. They all do business together.
It was now that Abraham Zapruder pressed the trigger on his 8mm cine camera. Ever since that moment, the world has accepted that what he recorded was the definitive account of what really happened. What people must appreciate is that what they have just seen is not at all what really happened. Had you actually been there on the day, this is what you would have seen. And doesn't that look a great deal more suspicious? So just exactly what did happen during the 10 seconds Zapruder was filming. To begin with, Dulles, Lansdale and Atlee Phillips had tried to get over the problem of volley fire, blowing the president's head clean off by firing in 4 stages. Stage 1 was meant to be
a single shot by Charles Nicoletti into the back of Kennedy's head from the Daltex building some 40 yards behind. Had he succeeded, the plotters would have had the single assassin with one bullet story they wanted. But in his excitement, the mafia assassin squeezed the trigger too soon. His bullet ricocheted off the hard chrome sill of the limo's back seat and struck the curb beneath the overpass, sending up a sharp piece of concrete which scratched James Tague's face. Watch again. We clearly see how this little girl stops running and her gaze looks directly at where the shot originated and not up at the 6th floor of the depository. It was now that Umbrella Man took over. Standing right at the curbside, it was his job, should the first shot miss, to give a clear visual signal. Target is not injured. The intelligence chiefs knew that if this situation occurred, Kennedy would now be moving rapidly away from the first sniper. They knew the only way to make sure of getting him was to fusillade the car. So a moment later, 2 rifles tried to fire from directly in front at exactly the same time, to deceive witnesses into thinking there was only one shot.
You said you'd killed President Kennedy.
At the same time I said I had killed the judge, I said I had killed Kennedy. Well, do you believe Lee Harvey Oswald killed President Kennedy? We'll get back to that. Alone, without any aid from a rogue agency of the U.S. government, or at least a portion of that agency. I believe you're very naive if you do.
Harrelson's bullet hit JFK in the throat, and another gunman, hiding in a culvert 50 yards away, up in the embankment of the overpass, made the hole in the windscreen, which was later seen by Dr. Evalier Glanges.
The presidential limousine was there. Had been staying there for some time, just watching the back of the emergency room. Talked to my friend next to me and said, "Look, there's a bullet hole in the windshield," and pointed it out to them. But it was very clear. It was a through and through bullet hole through the windshield of the car, from the front to the back.
As Kennedy emerges from behind the road sign, his distress is clear, while Governor Conolly remains composed. This single frame of the Zapruder film makes nonsense of the single bullet theory, because it's quite clear both men have not been struck at the same time. Kennedy has now passed through 2 layers of fire and has not been hit in the head. To cover this eventuality, the assassins were given a simple instruction: fusillade the car with everything. So that in the next few moments, the 5 remaining riflemen fired, causing the Secret Service agent riding in the front passenger seat, Roy Kellerman, to report a feeling like a jet sonic boom as the hail of bullets whistled into the car. It is now more than 3 seconds after Kennedy is hit in the throat that Frank Sturgis misses his target altogether and blows out 5 inches of Governor Conolly's ribs, compressing his lungs and puffing his cheeks, with a bullet which quite clearly struck at far too steep an angle to come from the other end of the depository. In almost the same instant, Eladio Del Valle hit the governor in the wrist, Weatherford fired into his thigh, and Nicoletti's second shot hit the chrome frame of the window. A moment later, the best marksman, Malcolm Wallace, shot Kennedy in his upper back, the bullet strike witnessed and recorded by all the Secret Service men in the following car. Jackie Kennedy starts looking concerned, and yet even now there are no obvious signs that her husband, held upright by his back brace, has been shot twice. The assassins have so far failed to hit him in the head, and it is now that they play the ace up their sleeve. Here we can finally answer the riddle of where on an empty street you can hide a man with a rifle, and how he can manage to shoot a man speeding past him in a limousine. The answer is that he can't, and that is why the driver, William Greer, looked around twice to see whether Kennedy had been hit in the head, and when he saw he hadn't, as dozens of witnesses, including police officers, confirmed, he stopped the car completely.
His orders was to slow down where the rest of the guys...
This is Greer, the driver of the presidential limousine.
Yeah, presidential limousine, slow down almost to a stop.
It is now that most people have been led to believe that Kennedy was shot in the head by Charles Boyd Harrelson, the sniper standing on the grassy knoll. This is not true. Because if we look at the angle of elevation of a shot from that area, it's obvious that a shot originating from above and right would have pushed Kennedy's head down and left, whereas it's quite clear that his head is knocked upwards and to the left by the impact. So where did that bullet come from? Incredibly, the answer has lain hidden in the most well-known and iconic image from the assassination of the motorcycle policeman heaving his bike onto its stand. Look now as we freeze frame him here. This is the moment when the whole world was looking up the hill toward the man who had fired from the grassy knoll, but that is not where the police officer is looking. He is looking down into the storm drain, because that is where that shot at a stationary car came from. The shot which all of the well-known assassination witnesses described as coming from behind the picket fence missed completely and ripped up the grass at Jean Hill's feet. She did not even notice, but we know this is true because the FBI told her so. So who were the men who fired unseen from the storm drains on Elm Street? One thing we know is that they were very young and had to be brought into the conspiracy because they had to crawl into a filthy, smelly sewer, something which the older, experienced mafia assassins would never have dreamed of doing. They were basically two kids looking for excitement. The first was Curtis Laverne Crayford, also known as Larry Crayford. Formerly CIA, he had worked for Ruby at the Carousel Club, and Ruby had told everyone his name was Lee Harvey Oswald until Lee Harvey Oswald walked in. But while above ground, the world was taking pictures and running and screaming and trying to figure out what had happened, the other young man was stumbling along 400 yards of a reeking, fetid Dallas sewer pipe to emerge from this culvert. And he was not Lee Harvey Oswald, or Roscoe White, or J.D. Tippit, nor even a Cuban or Russian communist. His name was Jack Allen Lawrence. And we know that after stumbling up this bank, he turned up 15 minutes later at the Lincoln Mercury car showroom, where he'd obtained a job with false references, pale, sweating, and, on a hot sunny day in Dallas, covered in mud. Telling his co-workers Albert Bogard and Robert Tater he had been ill that morning, he stumbled into the men's room and threw up while they, feeling his behaviour was suspicious, called the police, who made a record of the entire incident. Back at the plaza, the guilt of the radio men coordinating the gunfire can be seen from their behaviour. These two, Orlando Bosch and the Umbrella Man, have a seat, while everyone else runs around them. Bosch makes a report that the hit was successful, then casually walks away, just like the chief radio coordinator, Jim Hicks, with the radios clearly visible in their back pockets. A few yards away, the CIA's clean-up squad have begun working to remove all evidence useful to a forensic team. Deputy Sheriff Buddy Walters is here seen finding the bullet which struck in the grass near the manhole cover. He hands it on to one of the fake FBI men, who pockets it. While this is going on, Rogers, Harrelson, and E. Howard Hunt are discovered hiding in the boxcars of the train which they hoped would be their getaway vehicle, until it's prevented from moving by railway dispatcher and key witness Lee Bowers. They are photographed repeatedly as they are marched to the Dallas courthouse, and we can clearly see in this picture the radio receiver Hunt is wearing in his right ear, which is identical to the receivers worn by those Dallas police officers who were part of the plot. As they walk, they are overseen by Colonel Ed Lansdale, who secures their release and begins to give the press the cover story that this man is the major suspect and then acting alone, he shot the president from behind. The truth, as we now know, is that 8 separate snipers, firing 16 shots in 4 separate stages, had tried to make certain of killing the president by hitting him in the head and had failed abysmally. The shooting on the day had been nothing to write home about. A third of all the shots had missed the car completely. Had it not been for the ruse of bribing the driver to brake at a point painted on the curbside, which is still visible, so that Jack Lawrence could shoot Kennedy in the head from just 15 feet away, the president might have survived. So now we must address the question, why does the Zapruder film not show this very obvious setup of the limousine stopping for the headshot? The answer, of course, is that it has been tampered with. In the 1960s, Hollywood special effects teams had developed techniques for masking off segments of film frames to disguise the true movement of figures within the picture. In the Zapruder film, frames have been removed in order to fake a continuous flowing motion, so that we don't see the very obvious setup which dozens of witnesses reported. If you look now at the top of the frame, the doctoring of the film becomes perfectly obvious in the way in which the figures are blurred and yet the shadows are sharp, which is impossible. This CIA tampering with the evidence becomes even clearer when the Zapruder film is run next to the Orville Nix film taken from the other side. It's easy to see from the way the motorcycles suddenly close on the limousine that it stops completely. And we can see that frames have also been removed from the Nix film by the way in which Agent Clint Hill appears to move sideways while running forwards before leaping on the car. As the mad dash to Parkland Hospital begins, the chief coordinator in the assassination plot, George Herbert Walker Bush, casually relaxes with hands in his pockets at the entrance of the school book depository. Now this is going to be one of those all too familiar Kennedy assassination moments in which people will say, well, yes, it could be him, but how can we be sure? Because we've seen this kind of thing before with Badgeman. However, a gentleman who I think must be a police detective has posted a YouTube video in which he utilizes the latest forensic techniques for identifying murder suspects by making a comparison between the photo taken in Dealey Plaza and one of George Bush in conversation with Richard Nixon during Watergate. This man points out that this person has exactly the same skull shape, exactly the same hairline, chin and nose as George Bush. He is also wearing the same type of suit, white shirt and exactly the same type of tie. He is exactly the same height, the same weight, is wearing clothing which matches down to his shoes, but most importantly, he has a characteristic mannerism of cocking his right wrist when he puts his hands in his pockets. We know from this declassified FBI memo that George Bush was in Dallas, staying at the Sheraton on November 22nd. So can there be any doubt about this person's identity? Surrounded by the corrupt policemen he was coordinating, Bush knew already that if an honest officer should happen to catch one of the assassins, it would, because of what Mark Lane rightly calls plausible deniability, make no difference. Because what would they find? Mafia hoods with prison records as long as their arms? Or contract killers like Charles Harrelson? They certainly wouldn't have found anyone who carried CIA credentials or anyone whose involvement with the government could be traced. But even while he smiled and chatted to his fellow killers, Bush was unaware that the plotters had just made their first big mistake. They knew that they had to forensically control the body from the moment the shots were fired, and the moment Kennedy entered Trauma Room 1, that control had to be relinquished. Although they had CIA agents placed in the emergency unit, these people were not aware of the throat wound, which could hardly be seen because it was so tiny. It was at this moment that all the Dallas doctors and nurses like Aubrey Bell made a mental note of this very obvious sign of a frontal entry shot.
One of the Dallas medical team, Dr. Charles Crenshaw, a junior doctor at that time, vividly recalls what the first professionals in the Kennedy killing had to deal with.
The second wound was here in the throat, right above the necktie. It was a small opening, very small, 3 to 5 millimeters, about the size of your little finger. I looked at the wound again. I wanted to know and remember this the rest of my life. And the rest of my life, I will always know he was shot from the front.
And also described the portion missing from the rear of Kennedy's head after the impact of the frangible bullet, which hit him in the right temple.
The bullet struck about where and passed about where?
From here
right
through.
And taking out
the back or the occipital part, the back of your head. This was gone.
At approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas. He died of a gunshot wound.
This information soon made its way to the media. And this is why, at the very first press conference, Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff correctly described the cause of death and direction of the shot. In order to find a means with which to contradict this evidence, the cover-up now began in earnest, with the summoning from the Restland Funeral Home of a CIA agent who was known for being the best in the business at reconstructive surgery on cadavers, John Melvin Liggett. This man was actually attending a funeral when he was told of the president's assassination and asked to go to Parkland by the coroner. What he didn't know as he drove away was that one of his clients in this macabre and gruesome story was at that moment still alive. When he was arrested years later by New York police detective Jim Rothstein, Frank Sturgis, on discovering that Rothstein was a Bay of Pigs veteran like himself, got into an old army buddy's conversation with him and said first of all that after the assassination he returned to the Miami safe house where he ridiculed Marita Lorenz for missing history. It was all perfectly safe, he told her. No cops, no newspaper investigation, everything was covered.
I asked Sturgis, Jesus Christ, Frank, did you shoot the president? Did you have something to do with that? He said, who gives a shit? Yeah, who's going to prove it? He said, we kill a lot of people. What the hell's the difference?
Sturgis then went on to say that Dallas police officer J.D. Tibbet was actually gunned down by the radio talk show host G. Gordon Liddy, who was at that time a CIA agent working with E. Howard Hunt. And here we must address a question which puzzled assassination researchers for years. Why did a Dallas policeman have to die within a few minutes of President Kennedy? What possible function could he have played in the overall plot as a corpse? One would think the authorities could have caught the fleeing patsy without any need to incriminate him any further. So why did the life of J.D. Tibbet also have to end on the 22nd of November 1963? Where did he fit in? In only the last few years, a wonderful investigator called Robert D. Morningstar discovered one tiny little fact about Jefferson Davis Tibbet, which became the most important single piece in the completion of this puzzle. Because Officer Tibbet had a nickname. When he was at work, his fellow officers always used to call him JFK, because at 39 years of age he looked exactly like him. In the only well-known picture of Tibbet, his Elvis haircut makes him appear very youthful, but having turned grey and having nearly turned 40, most people felt his resemblance to Kennedy was uncanny. What Tibbet never knew, as he drove past assassination witnesses Jack Tatum, Domingo Benavides and Aquila Clemens, was that he had been selected to play the role of the president in death. Researchers have always believed it couldn't be a coincidence that Tibbet was shot in the right temple, just like JFK some 45 minutes earlier. They wondered why bullets had been removed from his body in the ambulance, and why, when he was pronounced dead on arrival at the Methodist Hospital, it was felt necessary to move his body to Parkland.
With their concentration firmly fixed on the casket of the deceased president, the newsmen completely ignored the ambulance which spirited away the body of J.D. Tippit, so that it could be loaded onto Air Force 2 where John Melvin Liggett was waiting. When Kennedy's casket arrived at Love Field a few minutes later, Clint Hill, the agent who jumped on the car, recalled that all the people aboard Air Force 1 were told they had to go forward to witness the swearing-in of Lyndon Baines Johnson. This, of course, was just a ruse, to get Jackie Kennedy to leave her husband's body, and the moment she was out of the way, his cadaver was stolen and placed aboard Air Force 2 next to the cadaver of J.D. Tippit. Many people have seen this famous picture, in which LBJ is smiling at Congressman Albert Thomas, a moment after becoming president, and he is winking back. We haven't known until now just how huge and terrible a secret he was sharing with Johnson, because at that moment on the plane right alongside, the most highly qualified specialist in reconstructive surgery and embalming in the country, John Melvin Liggett, was starting to make a facsimile of the dead president, using the body of J.D. Tippit in order to obscure the true extent of the damage to Kennedy's head and make it seem consistent with a shot from behind. But Liggett realized immediately this was well nigh impossible, because having been told over the radio about the head shot, Liddy took it upon himself to try and ape this damage by firing into Tippit's torso and then, when he was down, firing into his right temple, instead of into the back of the head as he'd been instructed. This was a second huge mistake. The human brain has a consistency like play school plasticine. Fire a bullet through it, and it is very easy for a skilled pathologist to track the bullet's path at autopsy. What Liggett wanted to show to any investigators was a brain that looked like this. What he had was one brain which looked like this, and another which looked like this. A large portion of Kennedy's brain had been ripped out by the impact of the explosive or frangible bullet, and what remained was filled with tiny shards of lead, some of them microscopic, which might take all night to locate. Liggett was terrified. The plotters had asked him to play Dr. Frankenstein at 30,000 feet. Yet with all his embalming experience, he instantly realized a botched job was the best he could possibly deliver. In his panic, he sawed off Tippit's skull and simply ripped out the entire brain to at least make sure no one could track the bullet which, after Liddy's error, had so obviously come from the wrong direction. He then compounded Liddy's error by making a large hole in the rear of the head to ape the damage to Kennedy's head. With this done, he rebuilt the skull, hurriedly sewed the scalp back together, and then set about the gruesome task of trying to make the cadaver of J.D. Tippit more closely resemble the cadaver of John F. Kennedy. By shaving eyebrows, bringing forward Tippit's slightly more receding hairline, filling in missing segments of both heads with plaster of Paris, and rebuilding portions of the flesh with wax. Liggett performed this ghoulish service while the aircraft he was on, Air Force 2, went through the usual procedure of leapfrogging Air Force 1 to arrive at Andrews Air Force Base slightly earlier. He wasn't given long enough, and in the rush to get finished, the plotters now made their third and most stupid mistake. Instead of placing Tippit's body in a casket identical to the one aboard Air Force 1, they placed him in a Spartan grey metal coffin inside a body bag. As the TV media showed these distressing pictures to a world reeling in shock, it's hardly surprising that no one ever dreamed this casket could be empty, but it was. As it was driven away, out of sight of the media, the two bodies were taken from Air Force 2 and loaded onto a helicopter. It was at this point that the two honest men, FBI agents Francis X. O'Neill and his partner William Siebert, became crucial figures in the story. They explained to researcher David Lifton that they made the journey to the Naval Hospital at Bethesda in the car behind the hearse which carried Jackie and Bobby, and most notably Admiral George Berkeley, who made sure he stayed with the empty coffin by sitting on another man's lap. Upon reaching Bethesda, Seabird and O'Neill said Berkeley then guided the family members into the building while the hearse was ordered to the rear to unload. But that was where the simplicity ended. The FBI men and many other witnesses recalled a scene of absolute mayhem in which no one seemed to know what was going on, and military men were rushing around everywhere, exchanging anecdotes about decoy ambulances they had been ordered to follow, which had become high-speed chases around the hospital grounds as these vehicles raced away. It seems this confusion was created with the intention of misleading both the press and the large respectful crowd which had gathered on the lawn. People were asking each other which ambulance contained the president's body. Then a rumour started that it was coming by helicopter, but which one? Everyone watching that night recalls the air was filled with them, and the FBI men also told Lifton that in the midst of all this mayhem, they helped to carry the casket inside. This was flatly denied by the team of Navy men who said they did it alone. It is therefore perfectly clear that 2 bodies were brought to the morgue separately whilst confusion reigned. And it was now that the plotters themselves became confused by the mayhem they had created, because they left J.D. Tibbet's cadaver in the wrong casket. It should have been switched and gone into the autopsy room in the large expensive casket used in Dallas.
I helped put President Kennedy's body in a bronze ceremonial casket on November 22nd, 1963 at Parkland Memorial Hospital.
Instead, mortuary technician Paul O'Connor received a coffin so dull and nondescript no one could believe it had been utilized to transport the body of a president.
It was a very plain casket, and when I say plain, I mean it was pinkish gray. It had pink and gray on the sides. There was nothing fancy about it as far as being bronze. It wasn't bronze.
The autopsy then became a farce the moment it began. While Seabird and O'Neill made their now famous and entirely correct observation that the body seemed to have undergone surgery prior to autopsy mainly in the head area, Commander Humes himself testified that the moment he touched the head, pieces of the skull fell down onto the autopsy table. That is not possible unless surgery was done before post-mortem, and that surgery could only have been performed aboard the aircraft because there was no other time to do it. Humes then found that he had to try to work with Admirals Berkeley, Galloway and Kenny actually touching his elbows, and became increasingly confused and embarrassed himself at his utter failure to find any trace of the bullets which killed the president. Of course, this was hardly surprising, considering the president lay dead in an adjoining room, and that Liggett had removed all the bullets from J.D. Tibbet. As the autopsy proceeded, O'Connor revealed that Berkeley interfered constantly in the procedure, steering Humes away from the torso, where he would have found the holes made by Liddy. And while everyone in the room remained aghast and disturbed by the huge hole in the back of the head and absence of any brain matter, 2 porters O'Connor had never seen before came in pushing a trolley, which had a sheet on it which hid a small lump. They had told people in the corridor it was a dead newborn baby, but it turned out to be a complete brain, which could only have come from a 3rd cadaver. This was weighed and pickled in formaldehyde before anyone even had a chance to inquire when it had been removed. The most farcical moment of all came when Humes faced Arlen Specter in front of the Warren Commission and found the leading counsel pressing him to say that the wound he found in the back of the head was an entry wound. His incredible answer was that the bullet could only have entered and exited from the rear. Humes actually told the world that the bullet had done a U-turn inside the president's skull. Now that we know the truth, it may seem remarkable that David Lifton got so close, and yet never quite realized that what he had been investigating for 15 years was a body switch. But can we really be surprised? Like so many other decent men, Lifton was simply unable to imagine that anyone could ever think up such a grotesque and degenerate conspiracy. He simply never realized that what he was dealing with was nothing less than the devil himself. And for those who find all this impossible to accept, one of the devils who murdered JFK, Frank Sturgis, was perfectly candid about how routine body switches had become in the CIA by 1963.
There was a switch.
Body switch.
A body switch, yes.
The truth about the autopsy is that the devils who killed Kennedy messed up very badly. They had wanted to show the world actual photographs of a single bullet wound from behind. As it was, they had to resort to a lot of badly faked photographs, which critics like Robert Groden easily discredited, and silly drawings, which everyone realised did not line up anywhere near the schoolbook depository. With the autopsy over, Mrs. Kennedy and the President's brother were shown the body prepared for burial. Not surprisingly, they were wholly unconvinced by Liggett's attempts to make a Dallas police officer look like the President of the United States. Witnesses there at the time said Bobby scoffed and said, "It doesn't look anything like him," while Mrs. Kennedy became adamant. "It isn't Jack," she declared. That looks like something you'd find in Madame Tussauds wax museum. Many people have studied this alleged picture of the President's remains and wondered how it could possibly be John F. Kennedy when the Zapruder film clearly shows this right temple area being blown apart by the impact of the frangible bullet. The simple answer is that this is not JFK. It's the corpse of Officer J.D. Tibbet, surgically altered to look like the President. On arriving home, Liggett was informed the plot was in serious trouble. His wife Lois told how he staggered in the door, unkempt, dishevelled, and quite obviously exhausted, which was very out of character for a man who took pride in always being neat, tidy, and organised.
It was about 24 hours before I heard from him. He came home and he walked in the door, and when I saw him, he physically looked like he had really been through a very traumatic experience. His clothes were disarrayed, and that was so out of character for him. And he said, "We're going to get out of town for a while until all of this blows over." And that was a quote, because I thought, well, what blows over?
Minutes later, they were speeding down the highway towards Corpus Christi, utterly bewildered as to what on earth was going on. Chain-smoking at the wheel, Liggett was looking increasingly nervous. It wasn't just that his botched reconstruction had failed to convince and would lead to courtroom testimony of bullets doing U-turns inside the President's head. The problem was that the patsy was still alive. Deputy Sheriff Roger Craig told investigators it was plain to him that Lee Harvey Oswald was not meant to survive his arrest procedure. He said that when he arrived at the Texas Theater, a group of his fellow officers were waiting at the rear, guns drawn, and that it was quite obvious that Oswald was meant to make a break out the back door where he would run into a hail of gunfire. However, Oswald himself was an intelligence agent, and once he realized he had been chosen as the fall guy, he briefly prolonged his existence by loudly yelling so that all the witnesses present could hear, "I am not resisting arrest, I am not resisting arrest." This is why Liggett, like all the others involved in the plot, was shaking in his boots on November 23rd. They were all aware that a sharp lawyer could get Oswald released simply by discovering that the chain of evidence had been broken in relation to Kennedy's remains. Once free to talk, and with intimate knowledge of the major players in the assassination plot, he could have gotten the heads of the FBI and CIA, all the military chiefs of staff, the mafia chieftains, and the Dallas oil men all thrown in jail together for murder. Many people have wondered how the plotters could be so unbelievably dumb and so unbelievably obvious as to have Oswald murdered live on national television. The simple truth was that they had absolutely no choice. Their botched assassination attempt had proved that they were not as smart as they thought they were. The actual shooting had gone very badly. Most of the shots had missed. They'd had to botch the autopsy, and now they were having to botch the silencing of the patsy. Lois Liggett recalled that the moment Ruby fired, the atmosphere in their motel room evaporated.
The minute he saw that, he looked at me and said, "Everything's okay now," and you could just see his face. He was like all the pressure had been taken off of him.
All of a sudden he was like, sigh of relief, let's go, we can go home now. It was basically, pack your things, come on, we're leaving, you know, now we can go.
The family turned around and went straight back home to discover that Mr. Liggett now enjoyed a new vocation. It appeared he had suddenly come into millions, which bought his family a big new house and himself a new lifestyle, which included many wild poker parties at which, among others, he hosted David Ferry. This was not Lois Liggett's scene. She divorced him, heard that not long afterwards he was arrested for murder, and then shot dead while trying to escape. But this was not the end of Liggett's story. His new wife told Lois that the man she buried could not have been John Melvin Liggett, because the corpse she was shown had a moustache and he couldn't grow one. Then many years later, Lois Liggett actually saw her deceased ex-husband in a casino while on a trip to Las Vegas. Quite clearly this man had been the beneficiary of yet another CIA body switch, and to this day doubts remain as to the true fate of Jack Ruby, Lee Oswald, John Liggett and the President himself. Many researchers now believe the plotters may have kept Kennedy's remains as a souvenir and buried J.D. Tibbett in Arlington Cemetery. All added together, the pilots, spotters, radio men, mafia assassins, embalmers, physicians, and corrupt agents from the FBI, CIA and Dallas Police had cost the American Nazis $25 million, approximately $2 billion in today's money. But they could afford it. In the years that followed, they cynically kept the war in Vietnam going by putting in just enough troops so that the line never moved forward or back. And while the American fat cats grew fatter on military-industrial contracts, their mafia friends used the CIA's complete immunity to smuggle trillions of dollars worth of cocaine and heroin around the world.
Sir, the Republicans are trying to blame you for the existence of a small air base at Mena, Arkansas. This base was set up by George Bush and Oliver North and the CIA to help the Iran-Contras, and they brought in plane load after plane load of cocaine there for sale in the United States, and then they took the money and bought weapons and took them back to the Contras, all of which was illegal, as you know, under the Bolin Act. But tell me, did they tell you that this had to be in existence because of national security?
Well, let me answer the question. No, they didn't tell me anything about it.
Of course, when criminals are making easy money, they tend to become lazy and careless, and this is what led to Watergate.
Someone's here.
Hold it, you must hold! Police! Put your hands up! Drop that jacket!
When the two plainclothes police officers switched the lights on in the Watergate building, who should they find hiding there? Frank Sturgis and Bernard Barker, who were working for E. Howard Hunt, exactly the same people who had murdered President Kennedy 9 years earlier. Sturgis even told the San Francisco Chronicle that the true reason for their burglary of the Watergate offices was to retrieve compromising pictures of CIA men in Dealey Plaza, which the Democrats were going to have published. Of course, somebody had to take a fall for conducting such a woefully sloppy operation, and when Howard Hunt found himself in prison for 33 months, he rather turned against his old friends for making him into the patsy on this occasion. He began sending messages to President Richard Nixon that he might just tell all he knew about what really happened in Dallas on November 22, 1963. And one of Nixon's presidential aides, Dean Birch, recalls that when he heard about this, George Bush broke out all over in assholes and shit himself to death. It was this situation which led directly to what journalists now refer to as the Watergate murder, the crash of Flight 553. On December the 8th, 1972, Dorothy Wetzel Hunt, the wife of E. Howard Hunt, boarded a flight from Washington to Chicago. A CIA agent like her husband, she carried $250,000 in her bag, which was to buy the silence of his Watergate co-conspirators. Travelling along with Dorothy was CBS news correspondent Michelle Clark, whose CIA boyfriend had been able to give her a unique journalistic insight into what Watergate was really all about. These two women boarded the aircraft with a dozen other individuals who at that time had information which E. Howard Hunt claimed was going to blow the White House out of the water. As the plane made its final approach through fog and very low cloud, the people living near the aircraft runway sensed something rather strange was going on. The normally quiet suburban street suddenly filled up with cars, and a moment later, having been told to power down too early, Flight 553 emerged from the mist and clipped the branches of some trees before crashing on top of several bungalows on West 70th Street. The watching neighbours were then staggered to see FBI agents immediately leap out of their cars and start rooting around in the debris, a full 10 minutes before the fire brigade even arrived on the scene. 44 people, including Dorothy Hunt and Michelle Clark, were killed in the crash. E. Howard Hunt served his time and came out of prison a widower and $1 million richer. The Nazi shadow government of the United States had faced a blackmail threat and the possibility that their complicity in the murder of President Kennedy might become public knowledge. Their response was to bring down a civilian airliner onto a residential district. They covered it up by having FBI agents on the ground seek out and remove all incriminating documents from the dead bodies found in the wreckage. And when the local TV station received an anonymous phone call from a radio ham who had monitored the deliberately misleading exchanges from the Midway Control Tower, which caused 553 to crash, an FBI agent simply confiscated all the tapes, thus eradicating all information pertaining to the accident. This is how the agents of the US government now behave. They function essentially as a goon squad of mercenaries and murderers, hardly any different to Hitler's Gestapo, and are used as a private intelligence service and as personal hitmen for America's richest families, their only role being to cover up the dirty tricks which the rich people are playing on their fellow countrymen every day. Along with threats and murder, the most important weapon used by this private army of footpads in this ongoing cover-up is disinformation. And it's here that we can now address a question which will probably be bothering the huge numbers of people who have taken an interest in the Kennedy assassination and in the many documentaries produced by assassination researchers over the years. What happened to Badgeman? The answer is very simple. He never existed. He was simply a phantom, created by the CIA's disinformation machine to lay down a trail which led nowhere. So now another question appears. If this is so, why have so many people spent a quarter of a century trying to discover his identity? By examining this question, it is now possible to reveal the extraordinary lengths America's rulers have gone to in order to hide the truth about the Kennedy assassination. America's oligarchs grossly underestimated the courage and skill of those who tried to uncover the truth about the Kennedy killing, none more so than the brilliant and tenacious Mark Lane. By the mid-1960s, his film Rush to Judgment had left the country in no doubt that they had been multiple gunmen acting together in some sort of conspiracy. Once he had proved this beyond any doubt, the only question remaining was, how big was the conspiracy? So it came as no surprise when polls started showing that 9 out of 10 Americans believed it had to be the CIA. This internal memorandum reveals just how nervous the agency was about this development. It spells out in no uncertain terms the concern spreading in the corridors of power, and the urgent need to rectify this situation through the use of assets in the media. This great image problem led America's Nazis into initiating Operation Mockingbird, an ongoing policy of using the colossal wealth they were now amassing from drugs and weapons sales to buy up as many TV and film companies, newspapers, and local and national radio stations as they could lay their hands on, to the point where by the 1970s they were proudly boasting that everyone of any significance in the media is CIA.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
Virtually every well-known journalist, newspaper editor, and television presenter became a secret CIA agent, as did many entertainers and film stars. The question now was how best to use trusted public figures like Walter Cronkite. And this was how the first investigative documentaries about the Kennedy assassination came to be made. It will come as a terrific shock to those who have sought truth and solace in these many films, feature articles, and TV specials, to learn that every last one of them, including Oliver Stone's JFK, was actually produced by the CIA. A classic early example of this kind of disinformation was the Nova film, which featured two scientists, Brian Holstrom and Steve Isabel, who found Badgeman in a tiny fragment of the famous Mary Moorman Polaroid through photographic enhancement. But when investigators took the trouble to actually measure the size of these three figures, it became obvious that they were so tiny they were too small to even be children. Using the scale provided by Abraham Zabruda over on the right, it's clear that these alleged people are so lacking in stature they wouldn't actually have been able to look over the stockade fence. The truth is that they never existed. And so the question now is, who were Holstrom and Isabel? And who, for that matter, was Gordon Arnold, the old-age pensioner who appeared in The Men Who Killed Kennedy to claim that Badgeman had kicked him and taken his camera?
I could be the only one that saw the man.
The answer is that they were all professional actors, because this is how the devil operates. Devils mix lies with truth in order to make the lies sound more plausible. And it seems that the idea for using actors in this way might very likely have come from E. Howard Hunt himself. After Hunt's deathbed confession, in which he admitted the involvement of the CIA, his son, St. John Hunt, posted many revealing statements about what kind of character his father was. It's quite well known that E. Howard Hunt wrote spy novels and screenplays. And when he was discussing this, St. John Hunt maintained his father tried to live his life as if every day was another exciting scene from a movie, to the total exclusion of his own family. The way St. John Hunt put it was, he would never cut carrots or go shopping with us or anything like that. James Bond doesn't have a family. Historians are well aware that the CIA studies everything which is impressive, and it now seems very plain that they were greatly influenced by the brilliance of the Levinson and Link Columbo series, particularly one episode, Murder, Smoke and Shadows, in which the killer, who is a ruthless young movie director, tries to confuse and mislead Columbo through his powers of creating illusion, only to have the tables turned when this is done back to him, because the whole point of that episode is that the audience never know who is and who isn't supposed to be an actor. The Men Who Killed Kennedy series was laid out in the same way. Whilst a few of the interviewees, like the Willis family, were genuine, most of the people claiming to be witnesses were simply actors, whose only job was to keep people's minds on the grassy knoll, so they would never think about the storm drains and where the shots actually originated. Oliver Stone's film was made to serve exactly the same purpose. It's also very clear that the CIA spent a lot of time studying the emotional breakdown in interviews with people like the ambulance driver Aubrey Reich. Intelligence agents are fully aware that when an audience sees someone sobbing from grief on screen, they tend to become emotional themselves. This is how sensitive, humane people react. And when this happens, you're no longer thinking. Last time that the American public were fooled by actors sobbing on national TV. And these monstrous fabrications were not confined only to television.
Soccer man.
In 2003, a book was published called Blood, Money and Power, ostensibly written by Texas law attorney Bar McClellan. This book signalled a shift in establishment policy by claiming that Lyndon Baines Johnson, a natural suspect as the king who might have killed the king, was behind the entire plot, and used his own attorney, Ed Clark, to pay off the gunman. Researchers noticed that at exactly the same time, a lot of information suddenly became available about all the murder plots LBJ had been involved in with Cliff Carter and Billy Solestes. We were then treated to the sensational deathbed confession of E. Howard Hunt. And in the book itself, the serious researchers found this extraordinary paragraph. Wallace centered on Kennedy's head and fired. The shot went almost 200 feet but was barely low and slightly to the right, hitting the president in the back shoulder blade. The bullet was deflected upward ever so slightly, exiting at the tie knot. The bullet's jacket separating to hit and crack the windshield, the remaining slug hitting the curbing in front of James Tague, an onlooker standing in front of the triple underpass on Commerce Street. The slug knocked cement shards in all directions. A splinter nicked Tague on the cheek. So just exactly what is going on here? This is quite obviously a ludicrous assertion. So what is it all about? What it's all about is that the CIA actually wrote this book. They knew that the critics had been able to laugh loud and long at the single bullet theory because the FBI had had to change their story. At first, they had accepted the indisputable evidence that James Tague was scratched by a bullet as he watched from below the overpass, because they initially claimed that the first shot alone had gone through the president and the governor, making 7 separate wounds in 2 different men. The second shot was the headshot, and presumably the third struck Tague. However, once the Zapruder film and dozens of eyewitnesses made it plain the first shot missed, the FBI had a problem. How could they account for the throat shot, headshot, and Tague shot with just 2 remaining bullets? This utterly ridiculous paragraph was a lame attempt after 40 years to come up with an answer, and the lengths the CIA went to get people to believe it were contrived to say the least. It's first of all the simplest matter to refute this version of events by asking how the CIA could possibly know this is how it happened. The bullets splitting apart in mid-air? Are they saying they had Dealey Plaza rigged with fast-motion cameras, which allowed them to replay the flight of every bullet in slow motion? If so, we'd all love to see those pictures. And even more to this, Bar McClellan's interview became the linchpin in the final episode of The Men Who Killed Kennedy, which was then banned from public broadcasting after a lawsuit was allegedly brought against the History Channel by former Presidents Carter and Ford and their friends Jack Valenti, Bill Moyers and Lady Bird Johnson. Of course, this was just more disinformation. What the plotters hoped to achieve was that by getting the series banned, but making it available on the internet, the seekers after truth would be duped into thinking it must be true, precisely because it had been banned from mainstream media. It's a double bluff.
The full extent of Johnson's...
It is quite possible, after all of this ludicrous skullduggery, that even the CIA themselves couldn't remember what purpose it was all supposed to serve. But the general idea was that the public was supposed to swallow the notion that Lyndon Baines Johnson was the primary culprit in this entire affair, because he's dead and can't speak for himself. It is absolute nonsense to suggest any such thing. Lyndon Baines Johnson was, like Hitler and Richard Nixon, a mere puppet of the oil men and the merchant bankers and military industrialists, something he finally admitted to.
I can't honestly say that I've ever been completely relieved of the fact that there might have been international connections.
You mean you still feel that there might have been?
Well, I have not completely discounted.
The notion that he was the criminal mastermind behind the Kennedy assassination is simply another disinformation falsehood dreamed up by the CIA. He was most definitely involved in the plot and offered up his personal hitman, Mac Wallace, to be part of it, but the men who actually masterminded the plot were Alan Dulles and David Atlee Phillips, with George Bush being the most important figure in the actual execution of the plan, and even they, in the end, proved themselves to be just as crude and obvious as anyone else in the way they took care of anyone who might incriminate them. On the 22nd of February 1967, Eladio Del Valle and David Ferry were both murdered within minutes of each other, when it seemed they might give information to the Jim Garrison investigation. Charles Boyd Harrelson and Milwaukee Phil Aldericio suffered convenient early deaths in jail, and having been ordered to testify before the House Select Committee on Assassinations, both Charles Nicoletti and George de Mohrenschildt were shot dead at the same time on the 29th of March 1977. Having been scheduled to testify before the same committee, Johnny Roselli met a similar fate. His body was found floating in an oil drum in Dumbfounding Bay, Miami, just after Malcolm Wallace was murdered in exactly the same way as Lee Bowers. On a stretch of empty American highway, his car was forced off the road, then CIA agents smashed his head into the steering wheel until he died, to make it appear like a single-car accident. Not long afterwards, Sam Giancana was shot in the back of the head while cooking sausages, and his spy inside the Chicago police force, Richard Kane, was blasted to death with a sawn-off shotgun in Rose's sandwich shop on the 19th of December, 1973. Absolute proof that George H.W. Bush was the most important figure behind these grisly murders and the Kennedy assassination surfaced quite recently in a declassified FBI memo which revealed he was working for the CIA in 1963 and not from 77 onwards, as he'd always claimed. He had been a lifelong friend of George de Mohrenschildt, who had actually begged him for help when he realized the CIA were trying to kill him. It was therefore rather ironic that when the police checked de Mohrenschildt's wallet, they found an address card, which gave them a direct lead straight to the guilty party had they but chosen to follow it up. It said George Poppy Bush, his CIA code name, Zapata Petroleum, Midland, Texas. It became a farewell note from the man who coordinated the crime of the century, a man whose father, Prescott Bush, had created the CIA in the first place, along with his friends some 30 years before, purely in order to take care of their own business interests. They arrogantly believed they were more intelligent than anyone. But in the end, the means the George Bush-led CIA chose to silence all the major underworld figures who might incriminate them proved to be every bit as crude and obvious as Ruby's killing of Oswald on television. The whole point of George Bush and his Central Intelligence Agency was that they were supposed to be intelligent, and yet in the end they couldn't even fool little old ladies.
And who is going to inhibit them? The gangsters that are running this country is going to inhibit somebody.
All institutions of the American government are essentially a gangster syndicate, and everybody knows this. So perhaps it's time now to ask what we have learned and how best we can use this new understanding about the West's secret history to evaluate
what is really going on in our world right now. To begin with, let's answer a couple of questions which have perplexed many people over the years. A great many researchers and historians have wondered why the Kennedy family themselves almost seem to be aiding and abetting the cover-up by choosing to be so quiet about the assassination itself. After the revelations of Chuck Giancana, there now seems little doubt that this is because they know a full disclosure of Joe Kennedy's dirty political dealings with the mafia would likely leave the Kennedy name in a very tarnished state. Up until now, history has tended to give the Kennedy patriarch a distinguished and squeaky clean image which went along with his appointment as the American ambassador to Britain. Like most things about the ruling class, this image is false, because it's clear that Joe Kennedy was every bit as big a crook as his business associate, Sam Giancana. However, it also seems necessary now to revise the entire history of the Kennedy brothers. The reputation of Edward Kennedy never recovered from the Chappaquiddick incident, in which Mary Jo Kopechne lost her life when she drowned in his overturned car when he allegedly drove off this unlit bridge whilst under the influence. At the time, the public believed this was a married man misbehaving, but it's come to light recently that our old friends Frank Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt were seen in the Martha's Vineyard area just prior to the accident. Once again, it's the same dirty people pulling the same dirty tricks. The media's treatment of this affair destroyed any chance Edward Kennedy might have had of becoming president, and we do now have to wonder if this was yet another example of the CIA controlling public opinion. To the same end, it is also now clear why such venerable institutions as the BBC and other prominent European broadcasters have assisted in the cover-up. They always knew the Kennedy assassination was a can of worms, and that if the whole truth in the story were pursued vigorously, it would lead right back to the gates of Auschwitz and the obscene profits which Europe's royalty and heads of state made from their investments in slave labour. This is a brutal truth which the West must now confront, and an equally brutal problem the United States must now face is the question of what has happened to the US military in the intervening years since it murdered its own commander-in-chief. The answer is that America's armed forces are now completely controlled by the American mafia. The mob don't even need hitmen anymore. They use United States Marines as assassins. They are, as Sam Giancana said, one organization who keep a low profile while they control the world as a business. And in an effort to prove this is so, in 1998, Pastor Rick Strawcutter videotaped a quite remarkable interview with Kay Pollard Griggs, formerly the wife of Colonel George Griggs, who for many years was the head of NATO. He was also an alcoholic of that well-known kind who was shy and unable to communicate when they are sober, but who then cannot stop talking once they have a drink. During the course of a stormy marriage, punctuated by periods of domestic violence, which cost Kay Griggs many black eyes and broken bones, she learned that her husband had been turned into a brutal psychopath as a consequence of his military training, which included induction into what is known as the Pink Triangle, the Cherry Marines. Over the years, far too much has been written about Lee Harvey Oswald. But what is remarkable is that few historians were ever aware that, like most Marines who worked in intelligence, he was homosexually recruited and was part of the same-sex club which included Jack Ruby, George Senator and David Ferry. Kay Griggs explains that these selection procedures came into the US military when the cream of the death's head sporting Nazi top brass joined the American ranks at the war's end. Ever since then, the Greek and Spartan traditions which Hitler so admired, and which were integral to the German army, have found their way into American military culture and are now manifest in the way that the old skull and bones procedure for identifying and, most importantly, controlling rising stars is now used to select the top brass of the future. In a nutshell, boy soldiers who want to rise in the ranks can only do so by doing favours for the older men.
So George Bush I mean, all these people rise up to the ranks, the same club.
Right.
No wonder, you know, I saw a little TV clip one time where a reporter was asking George Bush and others about the Order of the Skull and Bones.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society. It's so secret we can't talk about it. What does that mean for America?
I mean, if this really got out, that these guys are all inducted because they've got some kind of homosexual
Right.
thing on them.
Indoctrination. I mean, or induction. They have to do that.
Yeah.
They do that.
Yeah.
In a coffin. And it's even now coming into the military totally. The chiefs do that. They put them in the coffin. They do the bowling ball trick.
Okay, you're going to explain this. What happens when you get in the coffin? Why do you get in a coffin?
Oh, they get, when you get your eagles, that's a German thing.
Okay.
You know, it's what the German high command did, and most of them, you know, had the boyfriends and stuff,
Mhm.
the Krupps and all of that. It is a German thing that they say goes back to Greece, and it's all the male Marine-looking men that they do it with. See? So now the chiefs have to do that. What they do is they get, George said it's like a zoo. They get everybody really drunk, and they sometimes call it dining in. Shellback is another time that they do it. Not everybody does it, but the ones who do it, if they're young, they get right up to the top. It's a
Okay, well, what actually do they do? They've got a coffin, they get inside
anal
this...
sex. Oh, that they do. They put them in the coffin and they do things.
This is how military recruits are now controlled. And the mafia military exert a similar hold over all career politicians. At some time on the way up, they are manoeuvred into a compromising position, usually through the use of two-way mirrors in a brothel. And once the mafia military have got something on them, the career politicians, judges, senior police officers and media moguls face a stark choice. Either take your payoff, which is usually worth millions of dollars, or go to jail for life for your misdemeanor. It is with these kinds of tactics, first used by Sam Giancana in the 1930s, that what are now known as the 5 mafia families of the New York metropolitan area, the Genovese, Gambino, Lucchese, Colombo and the Bonanno, control all politics in the United States, and through their business arrangements with the 5-star generals and CIA, control all cocaine and heroin trafficking throughout the entire world. After the dust had settled on the Kennedy assassination, Sam Giancana explained to his younger brother that the mob and the CIA had taken care of JFK together because they were essentially two sides of the same coin. In the last 50 years, that relationship between these two secret societies has become even closer, to the point where they are now indistinguishable. The people who live in the Third World are so well aware of what is really going on, they have come to call the CIA the cocaine importing agency. The World Wide Web now abounds with proof to back this up. And although many people were sceptical at first about Kay Griggs, in recent times her most sensational claims have been fully endorsed by the FBI chief Ted Gunderson, who gave several interviews in support.
This cult was involved in distributing drugs up and down the East Coast, drugs that were being flown in from Southeast Asia in military and planes. The operation was by the certain Army personnel and also CIA. She told me that there were generals involved in the drug operation. There were police officers and at least 2 attorneys in the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. The path that this led me down is mind-boggling. Over the last 23, 24 years, I have developed so much information about the situation as it exists in our great country and gone public with it as much as possible, and yet I am being ignored.
What is basically happening is that the United States military use Air Force bases in Europe to connect with the Third World, particularly Pakistan and Afghanistan, where the poppy fields are cultivated. This is the real reason for the conflict in Afghanistan. It's to protect the record harvests of heroin
which almost ended when the Taliban took power. But they don't tell the soldiers this, and it's a truth you'll never hear on NBC or BBC.
Hello, America. And for those of you around the world, this is sort of an international interview that we're going to have today with someone that I am a huge fan of. And I want to tell you why. Because as we come awake, as we learn more about our history, the truth, the suppressed, hidden truths, especially of our history, it often doesn't make sense for a while, because you may become a truther about 9/11, or you may see what happened with COVID, or you may understand that the Federal Reserve and its creation was part of a plot and a plan. But those things set alone, apart from all the other things connected, doesn't make a lot of sense. And sometimes you will come across a book or a documentary that will connect those things, almost like a connective tissue that draws those elements of history that you're learning together and makes cohesive sense of it. And Francis Richard Conolly is one whose movie was sent to me about maybe 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, and it's called JFK to 9/11, Everything is a Rich Man's Trick. And I began to watch it and was floored by the way that it was connecting all the dots for me. And it was just one of the big transformative modifiers of my understanding of history and my waking up. And today I'm honored to have the author and filmmaker on with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Francis Richard Conolly. Conolly, thanks so much for coming on, sir.
You're very welcome, my friend. That is the most impressive introduction anybody has ever given when I've been on this show. That it seems to me it's pointless you asking me now about my movie, because people are going to understand so beautifully what it's all about now that you've said that. That whole thing about connecting the dots.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful, my friend. Thank you for the honor, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. That was fantastic.
Well, thank you. I think the most powerful introductions or speeches or anything are just when they come from the heart, when they're true. And that is a true story of how I came to know about you and your film. Let's start with an easy question here that's just kind of fun. You know, we've talked a lot about censorship. We've had a tough time even communicating. Your stuff's been sent to my spam folder. But with your film, JFK to 9/11, when I tried to upload that to YouTube, they kicked me off. However, I can still find it on YouTube from various places. So what's the mystery there? Why is it allowed in certain areas and not in others? And YouTube kicked me off, but they don't with other people. Would you have any insight on that?
Oh, do you know your audience are going to be fascinated by this straight off, Jeremy? I think what happened was that we put the movie out. I say we because I made it with another wonderful man. And give him a little wave, my dear. I've always agreed not to mention his name for obvious reasons. He's a family man. But we made the film and put it out. And straight away started getting problems in our lives, and people who we knew did because of the film. And then it got basically banned. Your Donald Trump and the Queen of England had very clearly got together to say, oh no, we can't have this. Now, I was wondering why. And I went on the Andy Young show, and Andy Young was a Google Analytics expert. And I had wondered, could it be that, because up until this point, Nobody had ever mentioned that there could even be such a thing as skullduggery with YouTube hits. No, I don't know that it happened to anyone.
Now, what year was this?
Oh God, this was in the year after we made the movie. So this was around the time. This is like 2015 that all of the magazines were saying this is the movie of 2015 and you've got to see it. Newsweek magazine were very nice about it. There was Ron Reiter who said, you've got to see it, and whatever you do, don't try to watch it in 2 or 3 parts as you would thinking that this is how I'm going to have to watch a 3.5-hour movie.
Right.
He said, don't try to do that. It's like a great novel. You won't be able to put it down.
I'm already shocked that Newsweek was nice to you about this, because you unveil some pretty sacred cows. You topple those.
Exactly. Yes, Newsweek of all people. But like I say, on the Andy Young show, I said to him, "Do you think it's possible that this is being in any way messed around with, the hits? Could it be that it's maybe like 10 times more, or maybe even 20 times more?" Because by this time I'd been on several shows. I'd been on with Richie Allen. I'd had my second interview. I think I'd been 3 interviews or 4 interviews by this time, I think. And I was saying to him, could it be maybe as much as 20 times that they're knocking the hits down? Because by then the hits were well into the tens of millions. And I was sat in my chair, trying to sit on my chair, and he said, no, Mr. Conolly. He said, no, he says, I can do the Google Analytics. He says, I can't do it for you right down to the last tick, the last one. He said, it's never that accurate. But he says, I've got a graph, and the graph goes like this. Goes up and up and up and up. And he says, I can tell you for certain, it's being adulterated by 200 times.
What? From across the internet, or only on YouTube?
Every single version of it by this time. He said they're all being adulterated by 200 times.
Yeah.
And the real figure is way beyond 1 billion.
Wow.
Now, does that mean that 1 billion people had seen it? No. By this time, a lot of people were writing to me and saying, I've seen your movie 12 times. Because I can't stop watching it. Yes. In fact, one of the few really great laughs I ever had, Jeremy, and I didn't think I'd ever get any humour or amusement out of this, you can imagine. But there was a man who wrote to me, and he said, Mr. Conolly, I'm going to wind up getting divorced and you're to blame. And I said, how you work that out? And he said, well, I can't stop watching your movie, and my wife's told me that if I don't stop, she's going to divorce me. So
that's pretty serious right there. Well, I can say for myself, I've probably watched it all the way through 3 times, but to go back, it's good reference material. I'll remember, okay, about an hour and a half in, that's where you get into the nuts and bolts of what happened in Dealey Plaza in 1963 and the different shooters involved. So it's phenomenal to go back and to almost relearn the things you forget, because we're human. We forget those key events.
Well, a lot of people, Jeremy, say that they've got like half an hour or an hour of my voice, my dialogue rather, memorized in their heads, and spend all their day thinking about it. It's wonderful, and it's a wonderful compliment. But I can't get over some of the things that people have said about memorizing the dialogue and the need to memorize the dialogue as well.
Well, for them, I would say that it feels very special, because it feels like you're pulling back the layers on a history that we were never taught. As you know, many of our textbooks and school books from the time we were little kids give half truths that have enough truth that you believe it. But it's not the whole, obviously. And to uncover and, like I said, connect the dots, and now all of a sudden history makes sense, and you see where the future is going. It's like, this is almost prophetic. I mean, even though it's about the past, it's almost prophesying where we are going. So I can see how someone would almost look at it like gospel, Well,
when I was on the Richie Allen show, and he was asking me about this. With the letters that I was getting, the feeling that I'd got, and particularly with Americans, was that it was as if an entire nation had been living their lives in a darkened room where there was only maybe a candle for light, and that there were heavy curtains and shutters, and people were stumbling around in the dark room, and that my movie had acted like someone suddenly ripping the blinds apart and sunlight streaming into the room, and people saying, "Oh, wow, I didn't even know this is what the room looked like. I've been stumbling around in the dark all my life, and now suddenly I could see what it's really all about." And I want your viewers to know, because I did make the point when I was on Scott Armstrong's show, because this needs to be said. There was this moment of epiphany. So many people wrote to me with that line, "Mr. Conolly, this has been a moment of epiphany for me." It really has. Over and over again, people said that. And they said, "Thank you for waking me up. Now I can see that the television has been duping me my whole life. They've given, as you say, mixing lies with the truth, mixing me up, deceiving me, misleading me, this whole disinformation circus thing." And when people started saying, I'm awake now, this was when the people at the top, who at the time were surrounding Donald Trump, came around and said, "Well, we're going to have to do something about this. This is really, really serious. They can see what we're up to all of a sudden because of this goddamn limey." And that was when they said, "Okay, we're going to have to create a situation where the person who says they're awake is instantly thought of as the worst person of all." They had to discredit being awake. And that's when the whole woke thing started. And its whole purpose, that whole thing with Caitlyn Jenner and whatnot, that's how it began. And, when I was talking to Scott, and people can look at his video, I don't want to go on about it.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, I'm going to link to his video so they have context, but I'm also going to link to A Rich Man's Trick, JFK to 9/11, because that's forming the basis of our entire conversation. So for those of you who are like, what are these guys talking about? Click those links and you will be able to watch those and then come right back and check this out.
Sure, Jerry, because as you say, it's too long but it's just that I do want your audience to know, because there are people, new people coming to the truth movement all the time. There are new truthers joining. There are people getting fed up and thinking, we've got to have a new way. This is why I've tried with Scott to start this whole new movement about, do not vote, which is one of the things that we can bring up as we go along. But this, for anybody who has spent the last few years wondering, where in the hell did this woke thing come from? Where did it get started? Why did it get started? That's how it got started. I'm to blame, okay? I admit it. I'm the man who made it happen. I'm terribly sorry, but this is how the Anglo-American establishment reacts when there's a threat to their power. The whole thing with woke, and in particular, we saw it here with Piers Morgan. He quit TV in this big, brouhaha. Just like Tucker Carlson. He storms out the studio and, he's not going to be a broadcaster anymore. It's just fake news. That's all it was. But he was more responsible than anyone, Piers Morgan, over here for trying his damnedest to mix people up with this whole woke thing. And trying to lead people away from Prince Andrew, which is another thing that we're going to talk about. So anybody who may be new to this, who's coming to your show for the first time and wondering what's this truther thing about and what do I do with it and how do I look at it, I want them to know that this is the way that my work and my writing, my movie, my book has affected the shared public consciousness. That I'm very, very fond of this phrase that Oscar Wilde uses about the public library of thought. That what is it exactly that fills people's heads up day in, day out with certain taken for granted assumptions about politics, about Israel, Palestine now, about this political figure, that political, what is it that makes that alter? What is it that shapes that? And, without being arrogant, I do think that it's right to say that putting into the world this idea, and I think this is why I was so grateful for the way you introduced my work, putting into this world the idea that you can connect every dot to this central point that is everything is a rich man's trick. It doesn't matter if you're watching an advert, if you're watching a movie, if you're reading one of their books, because the big five never do anything, put anything down in print that can hurt the rich. Absolutely everything in our lives, the Department of Justice, the policing of America now, the average American's workday, absolutely everything. It is calculated from the very top by the rich to keep you down and keep them in their seats of power.
One of the things that I respected as we were going back and forth trying to make this interview happen was I did say early on, I said, Francis, are you okay if I push back on you on certain points? Because I don't want it just to be a softball interview where we agree on everything. So as we go forward, I think it'll be very interesting because there's even a few things you've said already, and I'm going to wait till we get into it that I may disagree with, and we can talk through those things because anybody that has truth on their side, we should be able to talk through those points of disagreement, or maybe you've researched something I haven't, or vice versa. But one thing I want to establish right now as a foundation. So you are in England, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your background. And, the entire movie is based around, even though it's international in scope, it's based around American politics, JFK, 9/11. What led you to such an intrigue about these particular issues? And, gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? You had the conception of the movie. That's what I want to know is like your interest and intrigue. And then how was the movie conceived in your mind?
Oh, that's a big question. I'll try not to bore your audience with this too much by being too anecdotal, Jeremy. But the Kennedy assassination was the trauma of my childhood.
Okay.
There I am. I'm being raised in an Irish Catholic community in the northeast of England, and there was tremendous optimism in the world then. Optimism that has never existed since. And it was mainly because of President Kennedy. Here you suddenly had this handsome young man who seemed to be the one thing that politicians never are, which is a good man who cares about people. Everybody knows that politicians are sleazy. It's unheard of that, you could have a really good man. So I've said in other interviews, it's impossible, I think, for people now to have any notion of the kind of hopes and dreams that were invested in John Fitzgerald Kennedy. You'd had, my parents had been through the Second World War. They'd been through all the privation, through all the starvation, through all the boring days of the 50s. And people then were terrified. This is something that I want your audience, particularly the young people, to know and to understand. People then, in the early 60s, were terrified that at any moment, this was the era of the Cold War, that, okay, that's it, here goes the sirens, it's World War III, and it's the end of humanity. People really did. And this is what I grew up with.
Well, my parents grew up talking about those fears.
Exactly. That's what the 60s were all about. So all of a sudden, there's all this hope invested in Kennedy and his brother, and suddenly they're assassinated. And the sense of shock in the community in which I lived, and this is in England, God knows what it was like in America, was overwhelming. And it had an effect upon me that was obviously it was never going to go away. And as I went through my life growing up, knowing that I was an artist, knowing that I was going to be a writer one day, I didn't know what I was going to write. You never do. But, I knew that I was going to be a writer when I was an adult. When I was at school, I had a teacher called David Grenfell, And he used to mark my books in the English classes, and he did say to me, I'm going to look out for your first book because you're going to do it. You really are. And okay, fine. I don't know what will happen, but I know I'm going to be a writer, so let's see what happens. And as I went, as I say, through all the years of university and whatnot, I knew, as my father had said and as my uncles had said, because they're all very political people, that we hadn't been given the truth. But the paucity I found of what was available when you wanted to study Oswald or American politics for that period, or who was really behind the assassination, was terrible. And when we had this thing at the 25th anniversary, which had come out of the mainstream media, the Who Killed Kennedy. It was at that time there was two programs, two documentaries, and it was so deeply unsatisfying. And I knew that there was something wrong there. I didn't know what it was, but I knew there was something desperately wrong with those two programs. So it wasn't until we were approaching the 50th anniversary, and all of a sudden people were able to start doing what we're doing now, and having computers and going online and finding stuff through the internet. And when I first got the internet, I'd had the experience of seeing the movie All the President's Men, and one of the names obviously that I learned about was E. Howard Hunt. Even though
now Francis, just for context, this would have been around what, 2000, 99, 98?
Yeah, I mean this would have been just around the sort of the turn of the century, just around the time, funnily enough, that 9/11 is going off. You see,
Yep.
So all of this is starting to coagulate in my mind, and actually, you've raised that perfectly, Jeremy, because at the same time as I'm trying to study what's really going on with 9/11 and who's really been behind that, because I very quickly found evidence. It was the evidence of the way that the market moved, and people knew in advance how the market was going to move. There were people who knew. There were people who bet on fortunes long. They shouldn't have had the knowledge. Was the point? They shouldn't have known, but they clearly did know that 9/11 was coming. The richest people knew that 9/11 was coming. So I had that on my mind, and at the same time, I had E. Howard Hunt's deathbed confession, or what was said to be his deathbed confession, where he was trying to put all of the blame on Lyndon Baines Johnson. And I knew that couldn't be the whole story.
Right.
So all of a sudden, because of what was going on, both historically and politically, I suddenly found that I had this huge thing in my head, that this double thing, this double whammy that I had to investigate. So at the same time as I'm looking into what really went off with Kennedy, I'm also looking at, into what's really gone off with 9/11. And suddenly it turned into this huge thing that coagulated in my mind. And once I'd cracked it, because I cracked it with the policeman, the J.D. Tibbet thing, that was the night. I felt that I had all of these pieces. I've said this in other interviews, and I hope your audience won't mind if they've heard me talk about this before. If there's anybody in your audience who's heard this before, but again, for the younger viewers, I felt that there were all these pieces that I had, and when I looked into J.D. Tibbet and realised, who he was meant to impersonate. For anybody who hasn't seen the movie, I won't spoil that. But suddenly, it all came together. And that's why I loved your introduction, because the joining of the dots happened like that in my mind. And I thought, oh, wow. Oh, geez. And I mean, and I know that there's a man who must have felt exactly how I felt at that time. And that was the man who first took the film, the Zapruder film. And he rephotographed every frame and adjusted it so that the movement was smooth. And
Yes.
once Robert Gronin, he's called, had done that, he was able to see very clearly that he was the first man who had concrete evidence that Kennedy was shot that he definitely wasn't shot in the way that the government claimed. And it was, I mean, I don't mind saying it was bloody terrifying. I mean, I was like, this is like, are they watching me from the satellites? Can they hear what I'm saying? It really was scary for a while.
Yeah.
But once I'd calmed down and I realized that I had to start writing, and it was a labor of love, but it was also a very, I mean, I really appreciate it and would like to say thank you to all the people who've written in who said, really, really appreciate the hard work that's gone into this, because both at the writing stage and particularly at the film editing stage, it really was a slog. It was a killer. We were both in heart attack country by the end of the editing. We really were.
Wow. Tell me about, you use the words Kennedy being a really good man, breaking away from the corruption of politics at the time, and wanting to drive a straight lane, drive a straight political machine. I guess I don't know if that's a good way to say it, but yeah. So these guys wanted to do it right, him and his brother. If you look up the 13 families, that are controlling the world, Kennedy's going to show up on there, right? What would have been their main motivation to do this? Because it's not like he was a perfectly good moral man in the sense of marriage and other things. I don't think your film really touches on that. But what would have driven him to steer the ship straight in terms of his politics and the good for the American people?
Well, first of all, Jeremy, I think it's very important that what's been said about Kennedy in so many books and so many articles, his affairs and immorality and what's like that. We must never forget that absolutely everything is designed to colour Kennedy as a bad man because he was a good man. I'm not saying he was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not perfect. Let me admit, here and here, I've been with women. Girls have had their wicked way with me. It has happened, and I'm sure that Kennedy had his time as well. But Kennedy's health has always been a funny issue. There is film that's online that people can look at any time they want. I think it's from about 1955, where he almost died, and he's there on the stretcher, and they're putting him in an ambulance, thinking that he was given the last rites twice because he had Addison's disease. And yet I've read other things, which is really strange, where they say, he got over Addison's disease and then he went out for the swim team. Just like
abnormal.
That. It's all very odd. And I think that anything that people read about Kennedy's sexual history or his antics or his proclivities or anything, I think you've got to be very, very skeptical and always take everything with a pinch of salt, because to me, it's always the establishment trying to paint Kennedy in one particular light. Now, where did the evangelical streak, if you want to put it that way, in him come from? There's a very good point that George Orwell makes, where he says that, and this was so true of the 60s and the 70s, that all young people rebel against their parents, whatever their parents are. For a while at least, they want to be the opposite.
Right.
And I think that was what happened with Kennedy and his brothers. As I've said, and I haven't shied away from it in the movie, they knew that the old man was a bootlegger and that he'd made his fortune, illicitly. He knew the top gangsters like Sam Giancana, and Sam Giancana actually got the contract on his life called off. So, they knew that the older generation, the kind of people who you see in the black and white 1940s gangster movies.
Yeah.
If you get a sense of it from that, the kind of people who William Bendix used to play, they knew that these men were dirty men, and they didn't want to be the same. So, I don't think that it was done.
Do you think, Francis, that the Kennedys, the young Kennedys, saw that if that corruption continued to move forward, infiltrating American presidents and the CIA and otherwise, that it would bring about the destruction of America, and they didn't want that? Do you think there was that aspect of it?
I think there absolutely was, Jeremy. I think you've explained that beautifully. Yes, because
because that takes it beyond just rebelling from your parents being bad. Exactly, it's like, no,
exactly.
I love this country,
Yeah. Well, the thing is that we're talking about the era of the Cold War. And I do think that those men who, and I love that photograph that I've put in my movie of the three of them. I do think that those men, being young, because, they were so young. You look at Trump now, in his 70s, Biden in their 70s. I mean, these men were all in their 30s and 40s.
Right.
Still young enough to be idealistic. And this was a new era in politics of Cold War. This was a new era in which they knew that a nuclear exchange between America and Russia really could result in the end of the human species. And they were desperate to be responsible about this and desperate to make sure that it didn't happen. That was why Kennedy wanted to call off the Vietnam War. That was why he wanted to make peace with Russia. And that's why he said in his own speeches, the sky is the same for everybody. We all breathe the same air. We can't be that different from the Russians. He was saying things that the hawks didn't want to hear. And yes,
what was that word you used? Did you just say the word the hawks?
Well, the thing is that the military-industrial hawks at the time.
Right. Well, let's talk about those. That leads to my next question, actually, Francis. It's
go ahead.
E.H. Harriman and Rockefeller, they had monopolies. This is a line straight from your film. They had monopolies that gave them colossal power in America, even wealth to the degree that it would dwarf entire countries. Can you compare that power and that money to the power brokers of today? And I think of like Bill Gates with Microsoft. I think of people that you don't think of as wealthy, but they have great power, like Klaus Schwab or the Rothschilds. Like, how does the power then and the wealth then compared to the power brokers now?
I think it's worse now, and I think that when I've seen interviews, with old time gangsters, like Michael Genovese, they say it's worse today, and I think it is. I think that both the reach, by which I mean all around the world, affecting everyone, definitely that's worse today, and I think that the amount of influence that they have, because of the digital age mainly, it isn't just because of oil. The digital age has given them a reach and a power which I think is even greater and is even worse today. The big spoke in the wheel, if you want to put it that way, is that the internet has become a double-edged sword, and you and I, right at this moment, are, one side of the sharp edge. Thank heaven, because at least we can talk back. During the Kennedy's period, people really couldn't talk back. There was no way, to get out your voice on TV.
Right.
There should have been. Americans should have got together and said, well, we don't like what's happening. And there should have been a popular uprising. But the oligarchs then had total control of the media.
Yeah, it seemed I'm sorry. I was kind of thinking about the control of the media was so from the time of the Federal Reserve to JFK up until the advent of the internet, there was 3 or 4 channels that people got on their TVs, in terms of news, and that was it. And as long as those news channels were on the same page about the big stuff that they wanted protected, that's just simply what people believed, unless they read a lot of books and correspondence and things like that. But they were looked at as crazy people. In my mind, you haven't brought up the name Obama. I remember during Obama's presidency, that's when it seemed like they were trying to take the reins on the internet in a bigger way, where they were like, this thing's getting out of hand for us. We're not controlling the narrative. We need to begin to control the information that people can see and read and put out all over the internet.
That's what Hillary Clinton said. That's precisely what she said. We're losing this war.
Right. Yeah,
You know,
it still says it. They continue to say that that there's too much misinformation. They would call us disinformation agents. That's what they would say.
The thing is that they're in a real quandary now. What the quandary that they're in at this moment is the genie in the bottle. You know, I mean, I've no doubt that the people who surround the Clintons and their friends and Trump's friends have definitely got around the table at some time and said, well, come on, guys, geez, you know, we're going to have to switch the internet off. But you can't do it. I mean, look how many businesses, how much of business life, you know, how much of the entire world relies on the internet. They can't put the genie back in the bottle. They've got to, you know, allow the internet to just keep happening and keep growing and keep flourishing. And so long as the internet keeps flourishing, you know, hopefully there'll be, I mean, we're on Rumble. Why? Because everybody got fed up with YouTube banning every goddamn, you know, truth seeker that there was. You know, this battle is going to keep being fought. But at the moment, I would say, if you were going to say it's a football match, that, you know, at the moment we're playing a sort of a 1-1 draw at the moment. It could get really, really bad at any moment, you know. But as I say, I don't see how they can suddenly just switch off the internet or ban the internet or ban Rumble. Or, you know, they are so afraid now of a popular insurrection.
Yeah,
because so many people are seeing through the pandemic. So many people, and we've had, you know, Prince Andrew as well, and you know, so much that people are so aware now of fake news because of my work, because of your work, because of, you know, Sean Paul Reyes and Jason Goodman, all the rest of them. That people are so aware now, generally in the public generally. It's not a hardcore of nuts and professional people. I had a plumber around recently who had to fix the taps. One of the taps was going. And when I was talking to him, he was a very sweet man. We happened to be, you know, Palestine and the Gaza thing was going on. And I'd said to him, I saw a picture this morning, and it was of supposedly a Palestinian family, and they were sitting around a round table, and basically they were having a meal in the bombed out ruins of Gaza. And they were saying that this is what's going on there, you see. And I said to myself straight away, well, that's a fake photograph, you know, that's green screen, etc., etc., etc. And I tried to say on the internet and on Facebook, this is classic fake news. This is what they want to make you believe is going on. And I put the comment in, and it was there, and I read it there, just like as always. And within 5 seconds, it disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
This is how they don't want me to influence international discourse. And I told the plumber about this, and I was delighted by his response, because he said, yeah, well, you know, everybody's got an iPhone these days, and everybody knows about green screen and one thing and another. And they all know, and this is what he said, this is pretty much verbatim, they all know that you can make a photograph appear to be anything you want. And I thought, oh, wow. And I thought, good on you, sir. You know, the public are aware that there's no image that they can trust, no footage that they can trust. I mean, people have been seeing pictures. Oh, you know, this is bombed out Gaza, and it's probably Syria, you know, and the pictures are probably 2 years old.
Yeah,
and the public knows this. You know that every
we saw that a lot with Ukraine and Russia, where there was fake propaganda, especially in America, in favor of Ukraine, where it was showing, you know, the ladies in the background carrying guns, and then you look closely, like that's a cardboard cutout of a gun.
Yeah.
and it was showing Zelensky in his like war fatigues. But it's like that image was taken 2 years ago from a previous conflict that had nothing to do with Russia. It was an internal civil war, and so that goes
Jeremy,
on all the time.
Let me say this to your viewers. Every single day we hear war this, war that, Ukraine this, Russia that, da. Let me say this flat out. There is no war in Ukraine. There can't be. Now, why am I so confident about that? I would invite any of your audience, any of them, put in Manchester nightlife into YouTube, London nightlife, Liverpool nightlife, Los Angeles nightlife. They're all exactly the same in that all you see is sex. Well, let's say some of them are sexy women, but they're scantily clad, showing their legs off. They're not wearing underwear, and it doesn't matter which city. They all look the same. Then put in Kiev nightlife, and then Moscow nightlife. They're exactly the same. They're exactly the same. So how can there possibly be a war going on if people are going to bars and discos and living a perfectly normal everyday existence? If how come they're not frightened of being bombed from above, whether you're in Kiev, Moscow, or wherever? Something is going on in Ukraine. Certainly, something's going on in Gaza. But I don't believe that anybody who isn't actually physically there today can trust any news source, any mainstream news source, any official news source, to tell them the truth about what is really going on.
Now, would you say, though, Francis, there's a difference in there is no war versus the war is a controlled war where we're shown only what the mainstream media wants us to see, because we will lose some people, and that's okay if this is what you believe. I mean, to say there is no war at all over the last 2 years would mean there hasn't been any tanks, there hasn't been any shots fired, there's not been any buildings blown up. I mean, are you going that far, or are you saying this is a controlled war where only the places and people that they want to have hurt are hurt, and that's it?
Well, the people, I'm sure, Jeremy, will be screaming at the screen at you right now, saying, okay, define a controlled war. The whole point of war is that it's not controlled. One side can win or lose. I mean, okay,
but you are saying that there are people who have died still, whether, because...
Yes, there are going to be casualties. Yes, there are going to be deaths. But I think that what's going on in Ukraine is that they are simply faking a conflict in order to make sure that the American industrial military complex keeps turning over. And that's the only reason for it. Plus, they want to be able to say to people, oh, your energy bill is what it is because of the Ukraine conflict. They want to be able to tell everybody that gas prices have got to go up and electricity prices have got to go up because of Ukraine, because of this, because of that. It's always an excuse, as it is with Gaza. I might as well get into that right now, Jeremy.
Actually, do you mind, Francis, if we hold on that when it comes to Israel, Gaza? Let's hold that because I've got a lot of thoughts there. I don't even know where you stand on it, but I'm excited to get into that. But I've got a few more questions that are following kind of our timeline through history here. I want to hear from your perspective as an Englishman, which I'm mostly English myself with those DNA checks. But what about the Rothschilds today? So your film does, talk about them quite a bit. You mentioned that J.P. Morgan, even though we thought that he was the wealthiest man in America at one time, he was only the true owner of like 18% of his wealth. The rest was the Rothschilds' money. So if I look it up right now, I'm going to screen share this. The richest living members of the Rothschild family ranked by net worth. It's going to say, okay, you got $1 billion here. You've got 1.3, 1.4. I've gone down the line. You add it all up and it's like, okay, they're worth as a whole family, like 30 or $40 billion. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not buying that. I want to hear what you say.
Perfect. Well, when Prince Andrew agreed to pay this woman who he had never met 12 million quid. inevitably the public here said, right, where's he going to get the money? Then people said, oh, he'll get it from his mother, who's now passed on. So inevitably people then said, well, where does that money come from? Surely it only comes from the public. So don't we need to know now about royal finances? I wrote to my MP at the time, who's a terrible woman. She's as thick as two short planks, as we say in Britain. She wrote me this letter, and your viewers probably know, a lot of them, that I used to be an English teacher. I wouldn't have given her a C- for this rubbish that she wrote to me. But the gist of it was that, guess what? There's an ancient law that stops the public from finding out about royal finances.
Oh, of
and
course.
I couldn't even find out how long that. I think it's been in place since, at least since Henry VIII. So the thing is, we're in a situation where, Prince Andrew, who should have gone into court, definitely should have been arrested, definitely should have been tried for child abuse. There was so much evidence everywhere.
Right.
He wasn't. He was able to pay her off, even though he said he'd never met her. And then we couldn't find out where the money came from, and because of this ancient law. This is what the rich do, my friend. They rig the game so that we can never find out what's really going on. And they also rig the game so that they are the only ones who ever know precisely what's going on with everybody. I'll bet you that one of the Rothschilds right at this moment can say, what color your underwear is. I mean, they know.
If they wanted to, right? They probably didn't look it up this morning.
Well, maybe they did, especially after what's happened to us before we went on air. Maybe you could mention that later. But the thing is that kind of massive power comes from massive wealth. It might help your audience to ask themselves for just 1 second, how much money has been made since the Industrial Revolution started, and since we basically started using engines, okay, since the internal combustion engine began. I read somewhere once that out of every $5, that's right, spent in America, $1, a whole fifth of the economy, is tied up in some way with the automotive industry. Whether you're getting your car serviced, whether you're filling up your gas tank or whatever, it's a whole fifth. And that's been going on for about a century and a half. Every single day, a lake the size of Loch Ness, and I know that most people won't know that that's in Scotland and this is the Loch Ness Monster and one thing or another, but try to think of yourselves a large lake,
right,
of gasoline is bought and used every single day by the public, and the profits go to people like the Rothschilds. And that's just oil. How many billions you think of how many people there are in the world, how many cars there are in the world. How many billions is that going to add up to every single day? So how long is it going to take before you get to 1 trillion? I stand 100% behind the figures that I've put in my movie. I am absolutely certain that the royal family are trillionaires, that the Rothschilds are multi-trillionaires, the Rockefellers, multi-trillionaires, and all of the other rich families. These days, you've got to be in the trillionaire bracket to control billionaires like Donald Trump.
Or like Bill Gates, right?
Or like Bill Gates.
I mean, Donald Trump, in my opinion, would be a small player in the billionaire game. He'd $10 billion.
Absolutely.
But you've got, the Gates of the world that are at that like $250 billion that were investing in vaccines back in 2002 or whatever. And it was the best investment he ever made.
The thing is, I think it's most likely that people like Bill Gates, because he is such a big player on the international scene, I think it's most likely that he's now, gone into the trillionaire bracket.
Okay.
I think.
But they want to shield the public from knowing that, because unless I go to a more truther or, alternative media, the only, I might find, on a basic Google search of what is the Rothschilds family really worth, I may find $100 billion being on the high end, but they don't want you to know. How are they actually, what is the purpose of them shielding the power and wealth that they have, and how are they doing it?
Well, the purpose is that they don't want us in the loop. They do not want the public to know. I mean, the last time that I looked up the Queen's wealth when she was alive, and this was in like the Daily Mail, and they're saying she's worth $3 billion. Well, do any of your viewers believe that? Your viewers need to be aware that whenever they are hearing anything, it doesn't matter what it is, about the rich and powerful from an official source, you have to read between the lines. And you have to assume that you're being lied to. Every single sentence, every full stop, every comma is designed to throw you off. Because this is how they keep their power. I mean, there are people on this earth, and there's only a handful, Jeremy, who can buy, if they wanted to, a nuclear-armed army. That's power.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That is, and if, okay, you might say, well, King Charles has got the British Army to do his bidding, but what if they turned on him? Joe Biden's got, the forces of America. Well, yeah, but, during the Russian Revolution, the thing that made the difference was that the soldiers decided to, side with the people against the Russian oligarchs and against the Russian royal family. And that was how the, Russian Revolution happened. We've now got a situation where the sort of dozen richest men in the world could hire an army of mercenaries and certainly kit them out with what are called frogs, the tactical battlefield nuclear weapons. That's enormous power. That's a power that's only existed on Earth for about 50 years, and that is, you would say, power that's. It makes it. People like that are often referred to as untouchable.
What are the numbers you said you stand behind the numbers you gave in the film? I don't remember what you said the Rothschilds were worth today.
Well, other people have said that the Rothschilds must be by now, mainly because of their investments in oil, and the amount of money that's processed every day. But don't forget, that's just oil. Every single food mart, every single clothing store, absolutely all business, every single day it happens. There's the profit. The cream of the profit is cut off and it goes to the richest people. So that by now, so many people have said that the Rothschilds must be worth more like 100 trillion.
Yeah.
And, if there was, I don't even know if there is such a thing as a zillion. I don't know. Can you say that? Let's say that there's such a thing as 1,000 trillion. If there were people right now worth that amount of money, if there really were zillionaires, I personally would not be surprised.
Yeah,
I really wouldn't be.
Interestingly enough, and I don't know if you like him, dislike him, but he did share some truth. Dr. Robert Malone, who was big on kind of COVID truth, and you may not know him, but in America, he made he was one of the original inventors of the mRNA technology. But he went on the Gateway Pundit for an interview and started talking about the most powerful, wealthy people in the world. And he landed where you would land. He said, you've got the Rockefellers, you've got the Rothschilds, and you've got some other families. And he said, they're so wealthy. They're not really dealing in currency anymore. They're dealing in exchanges of power and energy. Like it's just like a totally different concept of the way that they maintain their power, and their currency is different than the way we think of currency. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, the thing is, I'm glad you've brought up this, Robert Malone, because that, I think, is the thing that's most difficult for most of the public is to realize that, these people, they don't pay their bills.
They don't think about money, and they don't think about wealth at all in the way that the ordinary Joe does on the street.
Right.
You know, none of the Rockefellers have ever thought about a phone bill. They don't have a phone bill. A phone bill for a trillionaire? They just use the phone whenever. And this is the lifestyle that they want, you see. They want to be able to fill the gas tank, use the phone, use the gas, use the light, and never think about it, not for 1 second. I mean, you know, I'm sure that your audience can imagine what it would be like to go through life never, ever, ever having to worry about using the phone, never, ever having to worry about filling up the gas tank. Mm-hmm. What would life be like if it was like that? The problem is that they started out, I would say, in about 1900, wanting that kind of life. And as the first industrialists and as the first international industrialists, they got it. And since then have been hell-bent on keeping it. But, you know, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, they didn't have anything to do with the microchip. They didn't invent it. They didn't know it was coming. They didn't know that this digital age was this technology that we're using right now. They didn't have a crystal ball. They didn't know it was coming along. How could they?
Yeah.
But it has made them. I mean, you know, Bill Gates, when he was trying to defend Microsoft, said that, you know, the development that's happening in computers just within a few years has taken us from the Sopwith Camel to Concorde in like 3-4 years. That's the speed of the development, and he was basically saying everything now should be about 1,000 times, you know, less expensive because of computers. Things aren't.
No.
Although, you know, but he said that that's how efficient we are now in comparison to basically, you know, before the internet age. So, you know, that's made the top strata of society.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I'm quite sure that if it was possible to count their money, which it probably never would be, but if it were possible to count their money, I would say that the difference between the Rothschilds in, say, 1980 in comparison to now, I would expect them to have as much as 1,000 times more money and possibly 10,000 times more. And it could have been the same for the rest of us. But as I've tried to make people aware, and this is the most important thing, their policy, day in, day out, and you know, this is important for your viewers, is to try to make people live at a subsistence level. They don't want people to starve to death in their millions. I don't think they particularly, wanted to cause the kind of homelessness that you now see on the streets of San Francisco.
Yeah,
and in Portland and you know, Baltimore, so many places around America now. The homeless crisis is appalling. I don't think that they necessarily wanted to cause that, but what they do want is for, let's say, the working man. I've got to say that phrase, to feel that on a day in, day out basis that he's just doing this, just keeping his head above water, that he's just got enough to pay the bills, feed the dog, feed the kids, do this, do that. You know, always the energy bill is a struggle. Always, you know, paying for the gas it feels like a struggle. Mm-hmm. But you know, they get by on a day-to-day basis. That's the policy of the super rich.
Yeah,
is to hold everybody. You know, you call it suspended animation, but that's the policy is to try and keep us ticking over, because they are terrified, and terrified is the word, that if they were to ever release people from that situation, that they would disappear. And this is the hardest thing I've found for people to understand. I'm now going to say something which will get this video banned, Jeremy, so get ready.
Okay. Well, it's going to go on Rumble, so hopefully they aren't bought out by the Google Mafia.
Well, let's see if this gets this video banned from Rumble. The thing is that when I said this before, it always got the video banned.
Okay.
When I said this on the Andy Young show and on the Rodrigo Soto show, it got the video taken down straight away. But the thing that inspired me to write the Rich Man's Trick in the first place obviously was George Orwell, and he tries to explain in the book within the book of his famous dystopian novel 1984.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about a hierarchical society. I've found this is the thing that most people find most difficult to conceptualize. If you try to say to a working man, Gaza and everything else, it's always about the same thing. It's about a rich guy with lots of money in his hands organizing things so he can sell weapons to both sides. Working men get that. Everybody gets that. A child can understand that. Yeah, because they can see that's something that I would do. But the hierarchy thing, it is less easy to understand. When I was on the Rodrigo Soto show, I think I did this on that show first. I tried to explain it by using my local race course as the example. Because if you go there to York Racecourse, what you see there is all the stratas of British society, social strata. When the monarch comes, the Queen used to come, they're right at the top of the main stand.
Mm-hmm.
And what are they doing? They're drinking champagne and they're having caviar. The layer below is the middle class. What are they doing? They're having gin and tonic and they're having prawn cocktails. And right at the bottom, there's the working man who's got his betting slip and he's drinking out of a plastic cup, like I am, and he's having a hot dog. Now, that is the way that the rich want to keep everything fixed, because they know, as Orwell said, that they would disappear. They would be lost as a class if the working man ever became as wealthy as we should be now. Because this is what I ask people to try and imagine. Let's say that a bunch of people from where I'm from, Geordieland as it's called, Newcastle, people from Edinburgh, people from Glasgow, they all come down and it starts to rain a little bit. And they all say, well, this is no good. We want to go in there undercover. So a man comes to them and says, oh, you can't do that. Have you any idea how much it is to go up there? It's £1,000 a seat. Today, right now, and right throughout our history, a working man would say, oh, forget it. But if he's got the money, he's going to say, well, yeah, we want to be up there. You said £1,000, here's £1,000. So then this little man is going to say, hey, have you any idea who's up there? They came by helicopter. Well, we came by helicopter. What's the big deal? We came in Rolls Royces as well. If everybody was allowed, and they could be, to be wealthy, if right at this moment I personally believe that it's possible for everyone to live a millionaire lifestyle. Because if you think what a million buys you today, I don't know what $1 million would buy you in America, but £1 million here today would buy you a decent house, semi-detached house, a pretty good car, let's say a top-line BMW, and you'd have enough left over for, some really good holidays. It wouldn't buy you much more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were in a situation where, as I say, everybody had a millionaire lifestyle, when you went to the race course and when you went anywhere, on trains, planes, anything,
people would be saying, well, I want to sit down where the monarchs are sitting down. I want to have a seat where Joe Biden has a seat. I want to have the same service that he's got. And if that was to happen, Jeremy, the situation is that people would start to realize that the ruling class had no function. It wouldn't be, you get very confident and you get very assertive when you've got a lot of money. You start to say to people, hey, come on, I'm in the cash. I want to ride around in a Rolls Royce. And if anybody stops me, they can just try and stop me. You get full of yourself. You get this is what the people at the top are like. It would mean the end of a hierarchical society. And this is what I've found people can't understand so easily. But, more and more people are getting there. And I've noticed that even the journalists, and that's a bit of a slight on them, yeah, sure. But even some of the most naive journalists are starting to realize that this is what it is all about. Is that, the people, the cream, or the people who at the moment think they're the cream, they arrange society to keep the rest of us down, living at a subsistence level, because they're terrified that we would sweep them away if we lived at at a much higher economic level. This is the big part of the calculation that I hope people will start to understand, because this coming year, with everything that's going on, Israel, Gaza, and Prince Andrew and all the rest of it, this coming year could be very critical. So I hope that's why I've taken the trouble to explain this again.
Sure.
And I hope that your audience realizes that whenever they hear anything about what the top people want, what they desire, what they seem to be planning, what they seem to be up to, it will always be about keeping themselves in their seats of power and their fears that we could oust them from their seats of power if we get a lot more money.
Okay. So certain people, including myself to some degree, as I hear you talk about all of this, I feel a little bit of tension, because I'm thinking, this kind of sounds like Francis is a communist. He believes that we should just share the wealth, and no matter how hard someone works or how much they desire to improve their life, their lot should be the same as their neighbors, no matter what. And I'll add this before you answer. Your film is also, I would say it's sympathetic toward, like, you don't talk a lot about Stalin's Russia or the gulags, but you'll pound on Hitler and the Nazis, and I understand why. But are there communistic sympathies with you at all?
No, not at all. In fact, one of the things that meant a lot to me was that I found out the day that we buried my father, actually, from my uncle. I obviously, as a writer, have to read everything, look into everything, etc. And running up to the day of my father's passing, I'd managed to find a version of. I was reading a lot of Karl Marx, and I thought to myself, Das Kapital in particular, God, this is rubbish. It's crazy, And I didn't get very far into it before realizing that I knew what Karl Marx was trying to do, and it was all about him. I'll try to keep it as simple as that. It was. You see, he wanted a place in the history of philosophy, and he thought he'd found a way to do it by adoring Aristotle. Now, I can just imagine at this moment, a lot of your viewers will say, "Oh, yeah, right, okay, I'll switch this off. Thank you, we're not going there."
Why would they say that? I don't follow. Why would they say that?
Well, because partly from boredom and partly from
hopefully not that.
Well, the thing is, Jeremy, in order to explain this fully,
sure,
I would need to give a lecture which would last It would be based upon the book Zen in the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert M. Pirsig, the American author.
Okay.
Robert M. Pirsig. And in order to explain this fully, I would need to give a lecture that probably would be getting on for the length of my
Sure.
movie, of my movie. But basically, anybody who wants to read that book, they will understand how can I say this best? The appalling influence of Aristotle throughout our history. And they will, I hope, then, having understood that book, because very few people do, they will understand why Karl Marx was such a slavish admirer of Aristotle, and that what Karl Marx was trying to do was to take the Aristotelian method and to evaluate the whole of capitalist society as if he was on an abacus, doing it one bit at a time.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to evaluate the whole of capitalist society with the Aristotelian method, and he thought he'd go down in history in that way. And that was why he wrote Das Kapital, and that's why Das Kapital is an absolute load of rubbish that you should not ever go near or read. It is a pile of crap. So a lot of people are going to say, well, if that's the case, Mr. Conolly, you know, if you're that bloody clever, etc., why is it that it's still in print? That's the very reason why it's in print. Because the rich people today know that it's a waste of time. That's why they keep it in print. That's why you can read Karl Marx, and why you can read Das Kapital, and why you can read most of the stuff that was written by the early communists, because they were idiots. They really were idiots.
Okay, so the main point that you've made that I wanted to know, though, was you don't believe in the communist system in my country, your country, in terms of everybody just should share their wealth no matter what.
No, not at all. That's a ridiculous idea. Even George Orwell, and a man of his intellectual power. I mean, to me, he's definitely one of the three greatest intellects of all time. The others being obviously Shakespeare and Sir Isaac Newton. But even he had to concede that men are not equal in their native talents. And the idea of say, somebody like Mick Jagger, there's somebody in an ivory tower saying to Mick Jagger, "You can't earn more than a bus driver." Oh, God. I mean, that doesn't even stand the test of common sense, Jeremy,
right?
Does it? Really? That's ludicrous. I'm not the same as the men who empty my bins. All the way through human history, there's always been, as Orwell again points out, a high, a middle, and a low. There's always been people, who've basically arranged the state, run the state. There's always been a professional middle class. This goes all the way back to ancient Rome.
Just so I understand your definition of where these lines are. So when you say a professional middle class, would you at this point say like you got a guy who's really driven, who maybe started from very little, but he's a salesman, for instance, and he's really good with people and busts his butt for 20 years and makes $10 million. He is $10 million. Would that still, in your definition, that's not even close to the upper class that you're talking about at the royal level, at the Rothschild, the Gates level? Those are two very different strata, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, glorious King Charles III. Steven Spielberg is a working man.
Right. Okay. I'm glad you said that, because when you, at least here in the States, when you say middle class, I think of somebody that's making, $60,000 to $120,000 a year. They might over time have $1 million in the bank, maybe. And that's it. That's where it starts and finishes. But I think that the expansive view is probably a better definition in the way that you're talking about.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I mean, Yeah, it does. The thing is, Jeremy, I think that a lot of your audience will be saying, we don't want a society where you have the heavy hand of bureaucracy like you did like we saw with communist Russia. That does make people go backwards, and people have. I think that even the working man knows that he's always voted for and always wanted a society in which enterprise is rewarded, regardless of what kind of enterprise it is. And yes, I mean that is the society that I want to see. And I think sensible people would always say that the kind of society that we need is a society where enterprise is always encouraged, and that an enterprising man is never in any respect held back. That is why I believe this society is all going wrong, because through various means, tax laws or whatever else, the people at the very top today, I think, are holding back the enterprising man, particularly in America, more than he's ever been held back.
Right. Unless he holds to their same worldview. I've seen it over and over again in America, especially where the moment they begin to speak truth that would hurt the uber rich, they begin to become canceled, deleted, like they might lose their business license, all of it.
Exactly. Yeah. So does that mean that then that the people at the very top in America are communists?
Yeah. I think
perfectly legitimate question.
Yeah. Well, do you know?
Do they have a communist mindset?
Yes. Yeah, I think they're technocratic communists to a degree. It's also it's very much like fascism, and I don't know if you like David Icke at all or respect his work, but he's the first one I heard say, and I'm sure many said it before him, that he's like, at the end of the day, the top levels of communism thought and the top levels of fascistic thought are really one and the same, really. And
that's what George Orwell said. Exactly, Jeremy. And the thing is, me personally, whenever this kind of conversation arises, I prefer the substitution of the word totalitarian. Always encouraged, and that an enterprising man is never in any respect held back. That is why I believe this society is all going wrong, because through various means, tax laws or whatever else, the people at the very top today, I think, are holding back the enterprising man, particularly in America, more than he's ever been held back.
Right. Unless he holds to their same worldview. I've seen it over and over again in America, especially where the moment they begin to speak truth that would hurt the uber rich, they begin to become canceled, deleted, like they might lose their business license, all of it.
Exactly. Yeah. So does that mean that then that the people at the very top in America are communists?
Yeah. I think
perfectly legitimate question.
Yeah. Well, do you know?
Do they have a communist mindset?
Yes. Yeah, I think they're technocratic communists to a degree. It's also it's very much like fascism, and I don't know if you like David Icke at all or respect his work, but he's the first one I heard say, and I'm sure many said it before him, that he's like, at the end of the day, the top levels of communism thought and the top levels of fascistic thought are really one and the same, really. And
that's what George Orwell said. Exactly, Jeremy. And the thing is, me personally, whenever this kind of conversation arises, I prefer the substitution of the word totalitarianism.
Yes.
For communism, because that was what George Orwell really gave to the world. That he said that it doesn't matter what kind of political colour a regime is supposed to be. It doesn't matter if it says it's a democracy. It doesn't matter if it says it's a socialist democracy or whatever or with National Socialism. You've got Nazism. It doesn't matter what it calls itself. The question is, with the people at the top, are they genuinely doing what they do for the people, or are they genuinely doing it just for themselves? Because the truth is that in all regimes, in all states throughout the world, the people who are at the top do what they do for themselves. when Orwell was really, working at his peak and doing his thing, and he was asked, about 1984 and why he wrote it. He said, "I've tried to make people," and this again, a verbatim sentence, "I've tried to make people aware of the perversions to which a centralized economy is liable." The perversions to which a centralized economy is liable. Now, you're nodding your head because you understand that. And I think a lot of your viewers will understand that. When he wrote that sentence, I doubt there would have been 1% of the population who could have explained what he meant. Today, when you say perversions of a centralized economy, I think a hell of a lot more people get the idea.
Oh yeah.
When they hear perversions of a centralized economy, they tend to think about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and Prince Andrew and Brexit and the pandemics, because they've seen and felt these perversions. You've got a situation throughout the world where you have a little building with a flag on the top. And in your case, it's the White House and the stars. In my case, it's Whitehall and they've got the Union Jack. And there's just a small group of people who've got all this power over the media, over the police, over the justice system, over education, over everything. This small group of people, because it's a centralized economy, who can dictate the lives of the people in their country. And that's the wrongness of it. There's a wonderful essay which George Orwell wrote that I loved referring to when I was a teacher, which he called "You and the Atom Bomb." It's very short. I hope some of your viewers take the trouble to read it.
I'll link to it.
But he's "You and the Atom Bomb." It's excellent. He said in it that he basically tried to explain to people that the atom bomb is here now, and how is it going to change our lives? And he said then, even though this had only just appeared, he said then, this is going to create a situation of Cold War. It's going to create a situation of a peace where there is no peace forever, because they'll make a tacit agreement never to use these weapons, but they'll always scare people with these weapons. And he then goes on to say, and it really got me when I first read these words. He said, if you look at the history of weapons, that's the history of society.
Yeah, well, I could see that.
He said, if you look at when the dominant weapon was cheap and simple, that was the great age of national self-determination. Because if you've got two armies and they're facing each other and they've all got the same rifle, people who are the underclass, people who are pushed down, they've got a chance to fight for their independence. And sometimes they won. He said that if the nuclear weapons and atomic weapons had been as easy to make as a bicycle or a hand grenade, yes, definitely, it could have plunged us back into the dark ages. You could have had lunatics, with a nuclear hand grenade, walking into London, walking into Washington, walking into New York, and saying, okay, if you don't do what I say, and if you don't make this society into a society that I want, for whatever reason, then I'm going to pull the pin. And okay, I'm going to be gone, but right. so are 10 million people. And in a situation like that, you see, the power would have all been the same for everybody. If it was as easy to pass around an atomic weapon as it was a gun, then everybody would have had the same power. But because nuclear weapons and atomic weapons are so expensive to make and so, incredibly complex and require, as he says, a huge industrial effort, what it did was to give huge power to the people who were already running the centralized economy. And that was how we got the Cold War. Mm-hmm. And it didn't have to be that way, but because of the complexity of atomic weapons, that's how it turned out. And you know, these are the kind of things that people are going to have to be aware of if we're ever going to have a genuine peace throughout the world.
And that last line you just said is something I definitely want to come back to as far as solutions. You may find this interesting if you didn't see the clip about where Joe Biden was asked about these different groups of American, patriots that were standing up against their government and might form a militia. And he said, "Oh, good luck, Jack. We've got F-16s." He was saying like, you might have some guns and some people, but we've got F-16s we'll send on our own people if you even dare to, seriously threaten us.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said. We've got F-16s, Jack. Yeah. Let me ask you.
Well, that's Joe Biden.
Yeah. He's telling the truth.
He's your president.
In the film, you obviously are a big fan of JFK, understandably. But there's another man that you bring up that this part really kind of captured me because I'd never heard of him before, and I should have. You called Smedley Butler the greatest lover of liberty the world has ever seen, and that he was truly a good man. I'd like to hear a little bit about his part in this whole story of your film.
Well, again, Jeremy, I hope it doesn't ruin anything for the. For anybody who might yet you see the film. But Smedley Butler was if I remember correctly, the most decorated general in American history. And he came to realize, and he did say so out loud, that he was a gangster for capitalism. This is how he described himself. And he turned against the people at the top. He realized that, American interests, commercial interests throughout the world were becoming the dominant feature of the world. And I served in all commissioned ranks from second lieutenant to major general. During that period, I spent most of my time being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. I suspected I was just part of the racket all the time. Now I am sure of it. Yeah, I mean, what a wonderful man. Once again, I find myself having to say, you've brought it up and others have brought it up. Having to say such a huge thank you to whoever it was who worked in the American National Film Archive, who found or knew about the film where Smedley Butler describes the plot which would have made America into Nazi Germany in 1934. And I don't want to say any more about that, Jeremy,
because you don't want to give away the film.
I do want your audience to watch this, because I think this really did unhinge many Americans who saw my movie. That they were so shocked that this is the true history of America that they've never heard because they've never heard it before.
Right. No, and me as well. My grandfather, who would have considered himself a student of history, politics, he always watched. He's 83 now. He was born in 1933. I believe I couldn't. I got something wrong there. 1930. He was born in the early 30s. We'll put it like that. He came over to my house and watched your entire film with me. And he was floored. He was like, half of these things I have never heard in my life, because there's enough books out there. You can truly be an honest student of history and only read the books that you're told are the important books to read. And those are the ones with the stamp, sign, seal of approval by the globalist rulers.
Exactly. And I think, Jeremy, you brought up such an important point, because when when the idea was mooted that my movie should become a book, I approached all of the publishers that there were. You can imagine London. It's one of the big publishing centers of the world, and all the big publishers are there. Not one of them would touch my book. Not one of them,
of course not,
would go near it. If it hadn't been for your friend Scott Armstrong knowing my publisher
it would have never become a book. And you know, the extent to which all books, newspapers, magazines, and mainstream movies are controlled by the elites so that it never hurts them is something I cannot emphasize this enough. I cannot emphasize every single time you sit down to read anything. It's, learning the truth is all about reading between the lines. It's always about asking yourself, whose version of history is this? And what do they not want me to know? What do they not want me to find out? I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah. Let's talk for a second, because a lot of, the influence you discuss in the film over the international elite is greed. But there's something else going on as well, and you do take some time to talk about this in the film, and that is the influence of secret societies and Satanism over governments, and over the different movements, the way that they're going, because that's not just to do with money alone. I mean, like Skull and Bone Society, you talk about a lot, the Bonesmen. It's just very interesting that that's even a part of the whole thing. What do you? Can you kind of explain that for us a little bit on the importance of the secret societies and why that some kind of Luciferianism or Satanism tends to be a part of that?
Well, again, Jeremy, I think with the secret societies, it's with the elites. It's all about power. Most people never have power. As I've said, most people never know what it's like even to be a teacher, like I used to be, and have power over a class. With the elites, the life they want is to be able to do whatever they want to do on a whim. They want to be able to kill whoever they want to kill, like that. They want to have sex with whoever they want to have sex, like that, and never be answerable for anything to anyone. So the whole Luciferian thing, the whole devil worship thing, it's all bound up with this notion that here you are, you're a king, or you're a prince, or you're married to a prince, or whatever, but you're part of the elite. You're one of the people who's in the loop. And the whole point of that is to be someone who is freed from the constraints of law, freed from the constraints of morality, freed from any constraints whatsoever. And so that you can really genuinely live as Caligula and the Roman emperors lived. So you don't like someone's face? Well, you just smash it in. I mean, how many of your American viewers, I wonder, at this moment would be thinking to themselves, "Ooh, that sounds good." There's somebody over there, my neighbor. If I could just smash his face in, this is the way that people, the people at the very top, they want to be able to just cut someone's head off, sodomize that little girl, sodomize that little boy on a whim, without and have total freedom. To never, ever, ever. This is why the law was invented in this country. Let me get this.
Well,
right.
hold on. Before you go on, Francis, I want to tie this back into that spiritual aspect, though. So these people, do they believe that by engaging in things that are, witchcraft or Satanism, that it does actually influence their power to do what you're talking about? Do they believe that?
I think that some of them do. And one of the most interesting things that I've learned in my own life, and I learned this from Richard Kuklinski, who confirmed it, and I learned this also from the man who invented the Chippendales. Would you believe the male strippers? I know. Really? I thought that.
Didn't expect that one.
You're probably thinking at this point, Jesus, what's this man going to say? But the man who invented the Chippendales, Steve Banerjee, or he was actually called Solmayan Banerjee. He was an Indian immigrant. He had his business partner murdered. And after he had him murdered, everybody who knew him detected a very subtle difference in his daily behavior. Whenever anybody went up against him, he always used to say, you don't want to mess with me because
you don't know what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he used to say it in a really sinister way, and people noticed. And this was because he'd gotten away, because he'd hired a heroin addict to kill his business partner, and the police hadn't joined the dots together. He'd basically gotten away with it. And Richard Kuklinski said the same thing. the people who have murdered someone and gotten away with it, once they've got rid of any remorse, because I was interested to hear that Richard Kuklinski, he did say the first time he killed a man, because he killed him with a cue stick, that he did feel terrible remorse for a while. But he said that passed on, and he said that once it had gone, and he knew he could kill people effectively, that it gave him this sense of power.
Oh, yeah.
That he hadn't had before. And it was the same with Banerjee, and it was the same with many others who I've heard say this. And I think that this is part of the psychological makeup. Again, it's something, you've brought up something very valid here, that it's part of the psychological makeup of our rulers, that, they're sitting there right now. King Charles is sitting there right now, thinking to himself, I could order 1 million British soldiers to go over there and fight. And if they all died, tough.
Yeah.
That's my power. I could do that. That is precisely what was done in the First World War. There was a line stretching for miles of a trench with German machine guns. And the generals said, okay, lads, here we go. Get your rifle and run at those machine guns. And they just went and shot millions of them. I mean, my uncles used to go on and on and on about this, that they'd seen the graves at Ypres and Mons and places in France. And they said that, the graves and the crosses stretched for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. And there's one man at the very top who's got the power to make that happen. When you've got that kind of power, you must feel more and more and more and more and more inflated and huge and terrible. And yes, that is part, I think, of the psychology, if you like, of the ruling class. That really the average working man has no idea about. And, I'm not saying
far out.
Necessarily. Sorry?
I said, well, it seems far out to the average working man because they don't have that opportunity even, but it's actually a very biblical, there's a story. Do you know the story of where Jesus goes into the desert and is tempted by Satan?
Well, you're talking to an ex-Catholic.
Okay. Well, then you would, right? Well,
it was rammed down my throat when I was a little boy.
Yeah. Well, in this case, I mean, I'm a believer, but in this case, it applies definitely, because Satan says, if you'll just bow down and worship me, I'll give you all the kingdoms of this world. And I do believe that for me, that is a part of what's going on, because why does it have to be Satan involved with these secret societies? Why couldn't it be something good? But it's not. So I feel like there is some spiritual involvement here that is giving these people power because of what they're doing.
What's the question? Exactly.
I don't know if there is a question there. It's just I find it fascinating that these secret societies like Skull and Bones have a connection to Satanism, which you yourself say in the film. And that is the very thing. And they get power from their connections and involvement in those. And yet in the Bible, it talks about the same thing with Jesus, where he's tempted and Satan says, if you'll just worship me, I'll give you all the kingdoms of this earth. And so there's not a question. It's more of a statement on behalf of the host.
The thing is, Jeremy, to me, it's very important, because an awful lot of people, as you know, say all you've got to do is just, read the Bible and follow its precepts and everything will be fine. And here am I saying, well, we've reached 2023. Look at the world. Look at Prince Andrew. Look at Israel. Look at Gaza. Look at the pandemic. Look at the corruption. Christianity is being tried, so is every religion being tried. But yet there are still people who go on and on insisting that, usually they say, just take Jesus into your heart, etc. What I think those people don't realize is that, figures like Jesus, and he's not the only one, all sort of messiahs, as it were, what that is people being asked to be moral, to have a heart, to do the decent thing, to reject the serpent, to reject Satan, etc., etc. And an awful lot of people believe that there's going to be a day of reckoning in the future. This is my point, where there'll be a final sort of battle, and that after that, everything will blossom out, and everything will be fine. There'll be no more corruption. There'll be, no more abuse of little girls, etc., etc., etc. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All we can do, all you can do, all I can do, or the only thing that any decent man can do is to play the role that you've been assigned. I couldn't rip people off. I couldn't murder people. I couldn't kill people. I couldn't hurt people. And I don't think you could either. Your nature is just a good nature. You should ask yourself, what is it that makes the world so similar in every new generation? We've never had a generation where there was no criminals. We've never had a generation where there was nothing but criminals. We've never had a generation where evil took over everything. We've had a generation where evil for a while predominated, as with the Nazis. But we've always had decent men fighting against evil. And it's very clear that battle, that whoever or whatever created us, you can believe it was a god or you can say it was a god. I personally think it's much more likely that there are a lot of gods rather than this idea of monotheism. But whatever you choose to believe, I think it's obvious by now that this battle between the selfish and the unselfish, between good and evil, is something that is meant to go on forever, and that all you can do is play the role that you've been assigned. People who despair, because that's what I always find within the kind of statement that you've just made, and within the kind of questions that believers ask, there always seems to be despair that generation after generation, century after century, that you've got people like Richard Nixon, that you've got people like Adolf Hitler, that you've got people like Donald Trump, that you've got the bad guys. Why are there always these bad guys? Excuse me, I'm going to have to grab a drink.
This is one of those times while you're grabbing a drink. This is one of those times where we could make an entire episode over the things we disagree on based on the last, couple minutes, and that's okay. Well, that's okay. But I want you to go ahead and finish.
The thing is, Jeremy, I would like anybody who despairs of the evil in the world, yourself included, to ask themselves, if this world really did blossom out into, there were just no problems anymore, would we be bored?
Well, I hope not. I think there's, I sure would like there to be less evil in the world. And I think that we would be happier with.
Would I.
I think.
Would I.
Yeah. So.
And I think that if you and I and others keep fighting for a better day, but I believe that that's why you were created, and why I was created, and why all of the people in the truth movement were created, is to fight against the evil that we now see in American policing, in American foreign policy, in the child sex abuse network, etc., etc. If there was in the world no problems whatsoever, I think that there would be no challenge whatsoever to life itself, and that people like yourself, men like yourself, would see no purpose after a while in their very existence. You've got a purpose, Jeremy. You're a strong man, doing the right thing, fighting for what's right, fighting for justice, fighting for everything that's good and decent and pure and best in humanity.
Yeah.
And good on you and good luck to you. And you know, I'm fighting for the same thing. I just want anybody who is of a similar mind to realize that that's our role, that that's what we've been assigned to do. And that, you know, it's our duty. Because if we give up, if we don't do it, well, then, yeah, the bad guys win. And heaven knows what kind of a world that we'd have then. Can you imagine a world full of Prince Andrews who were abusing children on street corners and laughing about it? That's the kind of society that we'd have. And we have, people don't realize that we have seen societies like that in the past, and that most of the time it was the priests, funny enough, who were doing it.
I understand where you're coming from with the priests, but I just want to point back to a lot of the more atheistic regimes throughout history, whether that be Russia or Pol Pot in was it Thailand, Cambodia, yes, places like that where it was a godless society. Those were extremely evil places as well. So I you know, for me, a lot of my morality, you said there's a goodness that's in me. I have seen evil infect me. This is just a personal comment. Evil has infected my life at times in different ways where I've chosen to go down a path of darkness, and it tends to grow until there's something in me that says, this is not the way. This is going to be bad for me if I keep going. But there's an appeal there to keep going because there's some kind of benefit in it. And I mean, for me, it does come back to my faith in Jesus, my belief in where morals even come from, because I don't think that all men are just born with a good heart. I don't know if there's a question there or not, and we could get off on a theological conversation. We could save that for another time. But anyway, just that's kind of my thought. And what you said about at the, you know, if all the evil were gone, would I just get bored after a while? You know, I think the Bible talks about, I know it does, about there eventually after this final battle, there being a new heaven and a new earth. I think that comes with a different set of rules where you are right, Francis. For me, I feel like I was put on this earth to fight the battle that I'm fighting. To some degree, that's a purpose. But I do think at the end of time, it would be a different set of rules where, you know, my energies don't have to be spent the same way, hopefully, because it is tiring. It is tiring to continue to, you know, speak truth to the powers that be.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sure, Jeremy. But you know, this is you know, there's never been a time in human history when people haven't had to fight for a decent life and a 100%. Decent society. And I don't ever think that there will be. You just have to play the role that you're assigned. My role, I know, is to take what I know is my natural propensity for literature and for understanding what's really going on. Yes. I mean, you know, with you know, the Israel thing and the Gaza thing, I might as well get into that now. I did suspect from the outset that, I mean, when I heard about it on October 7th, that, you know, I was sure that this was all just, you know, fake news. And when I looked at that video that I think everybody's probably seen now of the festival and the girl dancing, and it zoomed up into the right-hand side of the screen, and they said, well, you know, here we've got definitely parachutists, you know.
Yeah, paragliders flying in.
Yeah. Well, and I looked at that straight away. I said, well, you've got to be joking. That just puffs of smoke. Now, some of your viewers might say to themselves, oh, you're an expert in this, are you, Mr. Conolly? Well, I'm sorry, but I am. I happen to live in North Yorkshire, and the area around me is very popular for amateur flying and professional flying. And I've seen demonstrations of these kinds of machines many, many times. So I've seen them at a distance and I've seen them up close. So I knew straight away that these were not paragliders that were coming into Israel. And I wrote to Sky News, who had taken this film, and I said, this is being faked. I don't believe this. And the man who wrote back to me, he said, "Oh no, Mr. Conolly, there was nothing about unequivocal about our report. Here it is again." And he sent me a video that said, "Oh, here's the attack beginning, and here in the background we see the puffs of smoke from the Gaza rockets." So they shot themselves in the foot. They'd said in the first video these were parachutists. In the second video, as I said, they said this is puffs of smoke from rocket fire. So they completely shot themselves in the foot over that. And I said straight away, everybody's assuming that Hamas exists. This is all predicated. Rishi Sunak, Joe Biden, all the political leaders, it doesn't matter. They've all said the same thing. Hamas came in, they committed atrocities, and Israel had every right to stand up for itself and commit atrocities back. That's been the basic rhetoric that we've heard. And I said to Sky News, you've shot yourselves in the foot over this. It's absolute bunk. All the pictures that you've given us of what are called Hamas fighters are men who look like you, who've got masks over their faces like this. They've got Western eyes. Arabs do not have eyes like you. They do not. Most Arab men have eyes that look black, and you can tell even from half the face that they're Arabs. All the Hamas fighters who I've seen described on the television, they look like men from America. And the Hamas videos were shot in America. So I've taken this, and the next thing I'm seeing is a man called Tom Swarbrick on LBC Radio, who put their broadcasts online so that you see the people as well. A lot of people are watching LBC Radio now. And Tom Swarbrick had on as a guest this Elon Levy, and he had a girl on who he said, "Go ahead, you can ask the Israeli spokesman any question you like." I now think that she was part of this deception. I think she was part of the deception because she was very animated and very blabby, and was going off at him sort of saying, "Oh, you've sent in Israeli soldiers and they've committed atrocities, and all this thing about the beheaded babies is fake, and everything about burned babies is fake." And she was talking very fast, much too fast. So Elon Levy sort of crosses his eyes and he says, yes. What's your question? And she asked a question about how many Palestinians, how many children had really been killed, etc., etc. Whereupon Elon Levy says to Tom Swarbrick, "Tom, you've seen the Hamas massacre film, haven't you?" This was something that all the journalists had been invited to. And I couldn't get over this when I learned that the IDF had said, "We're coming to London and we're going to show you, taken from phones, taken from GoPros, all the atrocities that Hamas has committed, and so that you can react to it." And they made no bones about it. They said, "We want you to use your news platforms to defend the Israeli onslaught." So he said, "Tom, you've seen this. What did you see?" And Tom Swarbrick said, "Oh, I saw the most brutal thing I've ever seen in my life. I saw a man being beheaded with a gardening tool." So I thought, well, terrific. So I wrote to him and I wrote to LBC Radio. To my surprise, I got a response from a man called Samuel. And he said, "Oh, I'll look into this for you, Mr. Conolly." He said, because a lot of people are not happy about this whole thing. And I'd said in my letter, in my movie, I've brought up the fact that
at the Woolwich beheading of the soldier, it's not right, because the man should be lying in a pool of his own blood. Because if you cut someone's head off and all of the arteries around here allow the blood to pour out, you're going to wind up with a situation where you've got 8 pints of blood on the floor. So I asked Tom Swarbrick in the letter, I said, he's got to answer the question, when he saw this man being beheaded with the gardening tool, was there any blood? And that was when the correspondence ended.
Correspondence
wouldn't reply. They wouldn't write back after that. When I put it to them that whole Hamas massacre video was fake, they wouldn't write back. So then I looked into the owners of LBC Radio, and the owner of LBC Radio is a man called Ashley Tabor King. And he's the scion of a rich, would you believe? Yes, it's coming, folks, of a rich Jewish family. His father made a lot of money as a Jew from bookmaking in Britain, and his son wanted to do something interesting, so he let him buy this radio station, which is now a big deal on YouTube, certainly in the UK, and I think around the world as well. And I've said to them flat out, I do not believe that Hamas even exists. Senator, not Rand Paul, his father.
Yeah, Ron Paul.
Senator Ron Paul said years ago that Hamas was a Western creation, and it was. And I have
if you're saying that it was a Western creation and it was, you're saying that some form of it exists.
What I'm saying, Jeremy, is that in this particular context, Israel needed to create an excuse. The West needed to create an excuse.
Agreed.
To flatten Gaza. And Hamas has been the excuse.
Of course. Here's my... Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish. I can't wait to answer this, though.
It's just that that to me... First of all, the beheaded baby story was recanted on. Everything else was then recanted on. I have proved myself that the incursion by the paragliders was a load of fake news and nothing more. And here we have a Jewish-owned LBC radio station basically trying to put out to the public that all of the rhetoric that the politicians had been putting out was true, when it seemed to me to be completely false. At this stage, they had never, ever said anything other than, we're going to flatten Gaza, we're going to flatten Gaza, we're going to flatten Gaza. Over and over and over again, that part of the rhetoric had been there. So then I'm asking myself, why is it that Israeli soldiers keep saying this? Then this girl comes along, who I've written about on Facebook, this Celine Lilas Sephardi, and this girl is a model, and she'd asked her uncle about the whole thing, and he said, well, if you want to understand it, research the Suez Crisis. Then you'll understand it. So she looked into the whole thing about the Suez Crisis that happened in 1956. And she realized that what it was really all about was that the Israelis want to build the Ben Gurion waterway. They want the sea forks like this.
Right.
You get the Suez Canal running into the Mediterranean, and every year the Egyptians, having nationalized the canal under Gamal Abdel Nasser, they make 10 billion a year from that canal, just from ships going through it. The Israelis want to build a canal themselves, and in doing so take the money, and they also want to exploit the gas field that's just off Gaza. Yes, that's beautiful. If your audience look at the line that is the Egypt-Israel border that they can see there.
Right here?
Yeah, basically they want to run the canal. You can see that it's going to be a lot longer
than the Suez Canal. And that line goes through the Negev desert, and it's pure rock. So they say that once it's built, that in an engineering sense, it'll take a lot less work to maintain than the Suez Canal, which is mainly built on sand. And as you can see, Gaza is in the way. And this young girl pointed out, I think correctly, that this is the real reason why the Israelis from the very start have been saying we're going to flatten Gaza, because they just want Gaza out of the way. Just recently, there's a German comedian called Volker Pispers who gives a half-hour talk. He's recently been discovered, and his videos are online. And he's saying Americans the American ruling class do not give a damn about human rights. They only care about mining rights. He couldn't have put it more beautifully. Couldn't have put it more succinctly than that. That's what this is really all about. It's about American and Western, I would have to say, because Britain and France are just as guilty of backing the Israelis. It's about their commercial interests. And I personally do not believe that these huge numbers of civilians have been killed. I think someone must have been killed, obviously, in a conflict like that. But I don't think that we could get any reliable figures. And I also think that there's been Israelis killed by their own side just because they're pawns on a rich man's game.
Yeah, well, you've got Mossad mixed into this as well, and that's basically the Israel version of the CIA. Here's where I think, and this is my opinion, here's where I think you're missing it. I think you're correct in that there's a psyop going on. But when you say Hamas I don't believe it exists, in my opinion, that's probably very difficult to prove that they don't exist at all. But I think it's a lot like 9/11. I mean, the day after, maybe the day of October 7th, Israel was calling it our 9/11, especially Netanyahu and the other key people in their government. And I thought, well, heck yeah, it's your 9/11, because you're going to use that now to start a war to get what you want for power, for other things. Where am I going with that? I think a lot like it was Al-Qaeda and I think the Taliban at the time, and Osama bin Laden. Do I think they masterminded 9/11 and did it themselves? Absolutely not. Do I think there were planes used in the destruction of those buildings? I think that planes flew into the buildings. But I think that was they were let in by American interest, Israeli interests, and others that would say, okay, we're gonna allow you guys to do this if we don't remote control the planes entirely ourselves. I think that's what happened on October 7th. I think that they let their guard down on purpose in order to allow these terrorists into the country to do what they knew they would do, so that then they had the excuse, just as you were saying, to flatten Gaza, right? But I do believe that absolutely there were terrorists. Now, do I believe every story about beheaded babies and burning people and all that stuff? No, I don't believe all those stories. But I think it's like the people out there that are saying the planes at 9/11 were just a projection. It was just like Project Bluebeam. I think that that's a step too far. Just my perspective. But we're in agreement, Francis, that it was a false flag operation in order for Israel, especially political Zionism, to get what they wanted.
Well, first of all, if from somewhere you can get me, say, £500,000, I'll make part 2 of my film, which everybody wants me to do. I've had so many letters. Please, everybody, please understand. I'd love to, but the most powerful people in the world are stopping me, and it's very difficult when people are stopping you. But if as I say, I can get that kind of revenue, or some revenue from somewhere, I can explain to you what really happened on 9/11. And at the moment, you're being very naive about it, Jeremy. Believe me,
So
very naive about it.
Okay, so yeah, we'll wait.
I'll go on to Gaza. I think that all of the people who are familiar with my work would want me to say that it's a classic example, because it is, of the rich controlling both sides in a war, just as they did with World War II.
Yeah.
And every other conflict. Has there been this group of crazy men called Hamas fighters who've tried to defend Gaza? No, I don't believe that. If you can show me some proof, if anybody can show me some proof, I'll be more than happy to go along with that and acknowledge it. But I think it's much more likely that what's really happening is that Hamas is just another big fake, just like Osama bin Laden.
Well, hold on a second. In your film, though, you said in your film that the rich, these international elite, have always used bloodthirsty thugs to do their bidding. Whether it was the American, Italian mafia or others. In my opinion, that's a perfect overlay to, say, the Taliban or Gaza. It's like, okay, we've got some thugs that would never have this. I mean, they've got the Iron Dome built, and yet you're going to tell me that paragliders could just come in. I think they were totally allowed in. I mean, and I have seen videos of the Israeli defense wall being just bombed and trucks going right through it. I don't know if you've seen those videos, but it's like that. I've talked to Green Berets who have also been members of the CIA who've been in my home and said, Jeremy, there's no way that could have happened without the Israeli government and Mossad allowing it to happen. Period.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that there hasn't been collusion to create the fog of war. Yes, that may be true. All I'm saying is that the whole thing, particularly Elon Levy, who has become the Dr. Joseph Goebbels of this age, and should be tried as a war criminal, in my opinion, at The Hague, in Holland, for what he's done. I mean, to me, he's the worst creature on this earth at this moment. But I just want people to try. You see, in this country, that the response to the whole Palestine thing has been, at best, I would say, mooted. And people haven't been prepared to just swallow what they've seen on the TV at all. And I'm delighted by that, because they're saying, well, come on, how do we know that this isn't just another load of fake news? The pandemic has had a very, intense effect on people in this regard. They've said, well, we've been lied to so much, during the pandemic. Why should we just swallow what we're meant to swallow about Hamas and everything else? People don't know what's gone on there, but they're not prepared to believe the stories either. And I'm delighted to find now that my work that I did on Facebook and with other interviews as well, trying to make people aware of what it's really all about. Suddenly, in the last few days, it's been pointed out to me that there's all these videos about the Ben Gurion Canal. So suddenly, it's like the whole world knows. I mean, your viewers, if they want to put in Ben Gurion Canal, they'll find lots of videos now, and they all date from about a month ago. This has been pointed out to me. So I didn't realize how much I was affecting international discourse at the time. Now I do. Now the whole world knows what the whole conflict is really all about. The interesting thing now, Jeremy, to me, will be the reaction in the Arab world and the reaction in Israel itself. I want to see Israelis stand up for what's right and say, we do not support Elon Levy. We do not support what's being done to the Palestinians. It'll be interesting to find out if there's some kind of, there he is, the creep of the moment.
Now, what's his official position? This is Elon Levy.
This is Elon Levy. Your viewers need to understand his official position is that he's the international Israeli spokesman.
Okay.
And he has clearly been trained for years in how to just lie his head off and keep lying in the face of the most, barefaced evidence to the contrary. He is a bad man. He really is. But as I say, with this girl, Celine Safadi,
digging out the truth and me then telling the world, it does now seem that people understand that this is about Western commercial interests, that it's primarily about Zionists trying to make sure that Israel has a future into the next century. Because what they're saying to themselves is, we'll steal the 10 billion a year for the ships going up and down the canal, and we'll exploit. There's supposed to be something like 1 million cubic feet of gas about 20 miles off Gaza. With those two commercial outlets, the Zionists are thinking we'll be able to preserve Israel for at least another century, because the people at the top think in centuries. What I'm concerned about now, mainly, is the reaction in the Arab world. Egypt and Libya and Syria and Jordan, etc. The Arab world is going to be looking at this. They're going to be getting around tables and saying to themselves, we've got to do something. We can't let them get away with this, etc., etc., etc. I hope they don't play into American hands by saying, well, we've got to have, like 67, we've got to have another war. We've got to try and, cut the head off the Jew, like they always say. We've got to stop this in its tracks, or we're finished in the world. All that will happen if they go down that route is that they'll play into the hands of the merchants of death, because they'll say, oh, well, sure, come over here. We've got this missile, this bomber, this new technology.
Now, you just said if they go down the road of cutting off the head of the Jew, but at this point, like if you look around all the power positions, whether we're talking about Epstein or we're talking about Mark Zuckerberg, or even though he's not government, I mean, it's even Biden's cabinet is like half Jewish, including like Anthony Blinken, and I mean, I don't have the list in front of me, but it's an amazing amount of Jewish people, at least they say they are. Are you saying that the West is against the Jewish people right now?
No. The thing is, people are bound to ask the question, and it's a valid question. Are we seeing the beginning of a Zionist attempt to control the world? That's people can answer that for themselves. I'm not going to try and answer that now. But what I am saying is that if the Arab reaction to what's happened is that we must have military action now against Israel,
they're playing into the hands of the war makers. I got you.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, they'll just wind up spending millions and millions and millions on weapons. The Jews will do the same. There'll be a massive war in that area. Let's not forget, Israel has got nuclear weapons and the Arabs haven't. So
which goes back to JFK and Lyndon Baines Johnson, by the way.
Exactly. So, I just hope that the Arabs and every Muslim realizes this is a moment where they're going to have to flip their thinking over. It's interesting to me that when I looked up to find whether Steven Spielberg had made any comment about Gaza and what's going on, at first he said, I wouldn't have believed that such atrocities would ever be committed against Jews. But apparently in the last few days, he has said that he's sad about the intransigence from both sides. This is the vision of a rational man, of a reasonable man. But I hope that there's somebody in Israel, and that there are men in the Muslim world who will say to themselves, this has got to be the end of this Arab-Jew divide. This has got to be the end of this, what is basically a religious war between Muslims and Judaism.
Yeah.
I hope that they say to themselves, look, here's the Mediterranean. If you go over there, you've got Monaco, millions of dollars. You've got the Monaco Grand Prix. You've got palm trees, beautiful girls. Men just like us are over here having a fantastic time, drinking the wine, sharing the millions. Why can't we do the same? Are we so different to the people in France that just at the other side of the Mediterranean, we couldn't create a paradise that's just the same. It's time for Arabs and Jews everywhere to say, okay, let's forget it. Let's be friends instead of constantly going on and on and on about this Arab and Jew divide.
Yeah.
If they do that, then they could build a second canal, and it could benefit everybody in that area commercially and economically for another century. And they could, that region could become a paradise. Will it happen?
Yeah.
I don't.
That's the big question. So, Francis, we've talked about Israel, Gaza, Zionism, and those were actually, questions. And there were some things around JFK's assassination even that might have to do with that. And I made a little video I want to play real quick and get your thoughts on it. Let's check. Let me know if you can hear this. JFK truthers typically claim that Kennedy's assassination was the brainchild of the CIA, LBJ, and other American interests, but they rarely look outside the U.S. However, there is one very interesting geopolitical scenario that is borne out by none other than David Ben-Gurion, one of the founders of Israel, as well as its first prime minister. Recorded in an astonishing article in Look magazine in 1962, the declared atheist Ben-Gurion predicted that a one-world system presided over by Jerusalem would be set up in the near future. Listen to his exact words.
All continents will become united in a world alliance at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more war. In Jerusalem, the United Nations, a truly united nations, will build a shrine of the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind, to settle all controversies among the federated continents as prophesied by Isaiah.
In light of this goal, the Prime Minister was convinced that Israel required nuclear weapons to ensure its survival, while Kennedy was dead set against it.
There's a very surprising series of letters between Kennedy and David Ben-Gurion, not only the premier of Israel, but the founder of Israel. They're very angry letters in which Kennedy is saying to Ben-Gurion, I'm killing myself trying to get a nuclear test ban treaty. I've even got de Gaulle on board, and that's impossible. And you keep testing in Dimona. You've got to stop. And Kennedy threatens him. And he threatens him in such a way that Ben-Gurion resigns. And I will tell you, forget Lyndon Johnson, forget the CIA, forget Fidel Castro. The Mossad killed Kennedy because they were so upset over what he did to Ben-Gurion.
After JFK's assassination, Lyndon Johnson doubled U.S. monetary aid to Israel in his first year as president, and by the end of his term, the U.S. was the #1 weapons supplier of Israel in the world. Israel gained its nuclear weapons arsenal starting in 1966. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, my thoughts, first of all, is that you're one of the best broadcasters I've ever come across. That was superb.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You've got a fantastic voice, Jeremy, for this kind of thing. You really have.
Thank you.
That's a excellent video. It really is. It's the kind of thing, obviously, as a writer, that I'd like to look into a lot more.
Okay.
Before I make any statement about it. But I will say, anybody looking at that right now, who's a person of common sense and is a rational being, will probably be saying to themselves, well, this is exactly the kind of apocalyptic mindset, and it's exactly the same as what the Muslims have, with the idea that there's going to be one final victory and then Muhammad's going to rule the world.
Well, Christians too, to be fair.
and Christians, it doesn't matter which religion. This is a typical apocalyptic vision of a religious nutcase. That's the kind of thing I think that a sensible, rational man will be saying, that this is, religious teaching and what it does to the mind at its worst. And this is David Ben-Gurion truly being a nutcase world leader. And all I will say is I can totally understand why someone would have that reaction to that, because that's the kind of nutcase who gets a nuclear weapon and then finds a reason to use it. And he's faced with a bloke 5,000, 10,000 miles away who's just the same kind of nutcase.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing, if you're talking about nutcase being Ben Gurion, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that the point that I want to make is that David Ben Gurion was no different to Hitler, was no different to LBJ, was no different. You know, these are the kind of people who push their vision onto the world. And the only people that suffer are the ordinary people.
You know, it's interesting. Yes, with Ben Gurion, you notice I mentioned that he was an atheist in the early part of that, but then as I kept talking, he's using the book of Isaiah, and they'll build a shrine to the prophets. But if you look at his writing, he would say, I think the Torah is a book of good stories and it helps people keep morality, but I personally do not believe. But he still stokes the fires to kind of inflame the true Jewish people to follow his vision. And that's what's happening with the American Protestant churches in a big way. I don't know as much about the Catholic Church, but like at my churches here in the southeastern part of the United States, they are all on board with political Zionism because they see it as a part of their Christian DNA to support the Jewish people, because there's certain scriptures you can take and say, you know, I will bless those who bless Israel and I will curse those who curse Israel. You know, that was said back in the book of Genesis. And that has been leveraged in a big way on the American church to support Israel almost at any cost. And I feel like Ben Gurion was doing that to get the Jewish people to support his political worldview.
Well, Jeremy, I think you've brought up something very important. I really do. Please send me a link to that. Please send me that video.
Sure, absolutely.
And it's something obviously that I'll research. Obviously, I can't move away from my position that the CIA and elements of organized crime and political elements in America were involved in the Kennedy assassination. I have always believed that the British were connected in some way.
Oh yeah.
And it would not surprise me if the Mossad and Jewish interests were connected in some way. Every evil man, and particularly every evil leader in the world at that time, wanted Kennedy dead and will have, been celebrating his demise. I have no doubt about that. It's very difficult to come across any kind of, hard evidence, convincing evidence that this party or that faction or those people were actually involved in his assassination. If someone was to say Mossad was paying all of the riflemen on the day, no, I don't think so. But, do I think that it's possible that Mossad could have supplied, money, aircraft, materials, radio men? Yes, I definitely think that's possible.
Oh yeah,
I do think that's possible.
I think it's a lot like 9/11, where even though the CIA, and you probably know about the Project for a New American Century, which was backed by George Bush and got his vice president at the time, and I can think of no names at this moment, but they wanted a big war machine, but they needed another Pearl Harbor in order to get it done. And then here comes 9/11, and the Department of Defense got all the money they wanted. Indirectly, it benefited Israel in a big way, because we began to say, well, they're the only, democracy, and we align with their values. Even Netanyahu said that 9/11, the American 9/11, was a huge benefit to Israel. He said that out loud in like 2006. I think JFK's assassination could be the same way, where Mossad didn't have to directly do anything, but they could have indirectly funded different things, helping that to come about.
I do agree with you on that point, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll send you that video. I've got a couple more questions for you, and then we have got to do a part 2, if that's cool with you.
We will have to do a part 2, Jeremy. We will. And I think people will want us to, because we haven't been able to touch on what, in a way, it may be a better thing, because one of the things we were going to talk about was Prince Andrew.
Yes.
And this American judge Loretta Preska saying that she's going to release a lot of names that were involved with him. But, if that's not going to happen until the new year anyway, it's probably better to do a program about it after we know what has happened, rather than preempt it. So it's probably a better idea to do a part 2 anyway, because there's a lot I haven't covered. There's a lot of things and one of the things that you offered me was to say, let's look at a few videos, and it's something I would have loved to have done tonight. And we haven't had the chance, because there are videos, particularly of the police behaviour in America at the moment, that I want your people to know about, and that I want your people to see. So yes, let's arrange that for another time. We have to do a part 2. It's been a real pleasure.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not cutting it off quite yet. I've got 2 questions.
Well, yeah, sure. If you've got a couple more questions, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so the first one is this. I'm in a constant process of learning. There's times where I'll think I know the truth, kind of like you said about 9/11. You said, Jeremy, you're still very naive. You may be right. I'm going to wait and see what you bring to the table. But I'm learning constantly. I'm sure you are as well. Sometimes I've got to adjust my beliefs as I learn new things. Since you've come out with that film or the book, is there anything that you would change with a revision today? If you were to remake your film or do your book from the beginning, is there anything you've learned since you're like, maybe I got that a little wrong, or anything? Just open-ended question.
Thank you very much for the question. And the answer is absolutely not. And the reason that I say absolutely not is that the book and the film have been banned. That's why. I mean, we did wonder what was going to happen. And, we got this letter that said, oh, your video is being removed from YouTube. And for some reason, get this, Jeremy, I don't know how you would have reacted. It said it's banned in all of these countries, and you can still see it for some reason in Belize. You can still see, if you go to I know, it was the most insane thing we'd ever read. But the point is, and I can, I was on Nick Bryant's podcast recently, and he's a very bright man, and he really hauled me over the coals with all of the stuff that's in my film, all of the things that I've tried to reveal. And, I was actually surprised. In fact, I was amazed that the Anglo-American Alliance, the Anglo-American establishment, put me in this position where whenever I'm attacked, I can say to people, well, if my movie isn't true, 100% true, why did they ban it?
Well,
there's no answer to that.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that's strange is, like I mentioned, I think before we were on camera, on YouTube right now, I can still find it, but only on unpopular, I shouldn't say unpopular channels, but on people's channels that don't have a massive audience, so it's almost like they,
Jeremy, people need to know about this. They banned it. People put a pirate copy on. They took the pirate copy off. So they put the pirate copy back on again. And that went on for a long time, where people were re-uploading my film. It got to the point where people were even changing the title to something that they thought the automatic robots or whatever they have couldn't find. There is a version of my film, and it still exists, called Diaboli Ordinati Intrepidi. It's written in Latin. I know, this is how crazy things have become. So there are at the moment something like 6 or 7 pirated versions, but unfortunately, I think 5 or 6 of them, they're trying to put people off from watching by putting that dumb thing on where it says you have to sign in to confirm your age. That stupid thing. They try to put people off seeing it that way. There is still one version. I forgot the name of on the Hidden Reality channel, which you can see the whole thing. And what's important about that is that the public comments below the film are, as it were, genuine. When my
film was originally put out, people, I think, if my memory serves, by the time they take it off, it was 25,000 public comments. 25,000.
Wow, yeah.
That's phenomenal.
That is.
And what was going on was that people were saying, this is the most important film ever made and you've got to see it. And the CIA were hiring people, and below that they would say, oh, no, it isn't. And somebody would say, oh, yes, it is. I mean, it became absolutely childish and stupid. Someone would say, Mr. Conolly has revealed something here that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, da, da, da. And somebody else would say, no, it's a pack of lies, Daddy. It was ridiculous. And it went on and on and on for a very long time. Finally, I think once it got past, 1 billion views, that they weren't allowing the people to hear about. As I've said, it was bad. It was adulterated, and the hits were adulterated by over 200 times. But once they realized that the idea that everything is a rich man's trick had entered the public consciousness, that was when they really started to try and pour cold water on the whole thing and stop its influence from spreading. That is why they've never allowed it to be translated into foreign languages and for it to spread around the world, because then the whole world would be able to see what the rich are really up to. So, again, you've brought up something very important, Jeremy, but I would not, I would love to, now that the Queen has died, and obviously, I need to talk about King Charles in the film instead of her, I'd love to make a director's cut, as it were,
yes.
And rehash it and brush it up, make it a bit more modern. I'd love to do that. But there's nothing, not one word that I regret, not one claim that I've made that I think is incorrect. Because if it was, then they would have let it stand. They would have let misinformation stand. That's what they're all about, you see.
What's the name of the young man? No, well, you were not going to want to say because you want people to watch the film. So I'll save that question. I'll assume on part 2, I'm going to ask you the question about the shooter, but I'm going to leave that one alone. Let me ask one more that may throw you for a loop here. And I know you've studied JFK a lot more than I have, but I ran across something recently from JFK's personal diary that I find incredibly interesting, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. As long as it's true, I'm thinking that this was a true quote. Let me pull it up real quick. All right, so Kennedy, in his personal diary, apparently wrote this, and I quote, "Hitler will emerge from the hatred that surrounds him now as one of the most significant figures who ever lived. He had in him the stuff of which legends are made." Kennedy wrote this entry in the summer of 1945 after touring the German dictator's Bavarian mountain retreat. You ever heard that before?
That sounds to me like a CIA con.
Okay. That's it. It seems like a weird CIA con. I would think they would want, I mean, I don't know, mainstream even hates Hitler.
The thing is that, as I said earlier, everything that you've ever heard about JFK's sex life, the young girls that he bedded and bedded him, etc., that all has to be taken with a pinch of salt, because I've seen whole documentaries on BBC Two in the days when they had some good people at the BBC that were pure propaganda, that were trying to blacken Kennedy's good name. There's always been a circus that has tried to blacken Kennedy's good name and make him seem less like a white knight than so many people wish to believe. I have never said Kennedy was perfect. Never. No man is perfect. I'm not, you're not. But it's very important always to read between the lines when you read, discover anything new about Kennedy, to always question where it came from. And what you've brought up there, it sounds to me like it's been influenced partly by what Winston Churchill said about Hitler. And because he did make positive statements about Hitler, even as late as 1940. It does seem to me it's been slightly influenced by that. But I would be very, very skeptical at this date.
Well, and really, he didn't say Hitler's a great man. He just said that he's the stuff of which legends are made, which you could make a point that he's a legend, just not the kind of legend we want to be. And then he says he will emerge from the hatred that surrounds him as one of the most significant figures who ever lived. Again, I'll send you my source on that. But I could see how a young Kennedy would go there. I mean, visiting that Bavarian castle, it's pretty amazing. And I could see how he could leave kind of almost like awestruck with what he apparently accomplished in a short period. Now, I know your film says he only accomplished that because he was aided and abetted by these international elites.
Exactly, and that's why he was able to do it. I might as well, Jeremy, ask if you've ever seen yourself that clip from the Dick Cavett show, where Orson Welles was describing his meeting with Hitler. Have you ever seen that?
Never. I'm going to write it down, though.
Well, Orson Welles said that when he was in his youth, when he was a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he was basically hiking through the Austrian Tyrol and went into Germany and back again with this man who he found out was a budding Nazi. And this man took Orson Welles in his youth to a Nazi rally, and the words are, Orson Welles said, this was in the days when the Nazis were a bunch of cranks who nobody took seriously. This lines up very much with my movie, as you know.
Yeah.
And he said Orson Welles said he sat down and was introduced to the leader of the Nazis, who at that time was Stryker. And he said that the man who was sitting next to him was Adolf Hitler. And he said he was such a nobody that he has no memory whatsoever of the meeting. He said it passed off and that Hitler made no impression on him whatsoever.
Just so
I find,
I want to watch this. Is this it?
Look at this scene.
I was just asking Francis, is that the show right there?
It's one of those. It's one of those. It's worth looking at, because you see, Hitler has gone down in history, whether we like it or not. To me, he was never anything more than a maniac who had too great an identification with his country. And to me, if you had a time machine and you could go back and meet Hitler in the mid-30s, say, just before the Berlin Olympics, I think you would find his personality would be not so terribly different to the kind of people who now have the MAGA thing on support Trump in a blind way.
Now you know that I have supported Donald Trump myself.
So had Scott, and from an American point of view, in terms of cleaning up the country and making the country it seems as if that's the kind of figure that you need. The whole thing that sort of brought him in was this idea of draining the swamp.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that he's not going to do it. That he
didn't.
Yeah, exactly, he didn't. And many Americans have said that he is the swamp himself. All I'm trying to get across to Americans is that men like you and men like Scott and Sean Paul Reyes and Chris Ruff and all, you're going to have to do it yourselves. Your political class is so corrupt, you can't trust any of the politicians anymore, and neither can I. It's no different here. The people who are supposed to be the opposition, Keir Starmer at the moment, they were involved with the Jimmy Savile scandal. I mean, everybody is dirty because in this age, and never before, in this age, the rich have been able to buy every politician.
Yeah.
There is no opposition, truly, to the established order now. There was in the past.
They were genuine men. Labour politicians, as we call them here, there would be Democrats in your country. In the 50s and 60s, there was there were some people who were genuinely for the people who managed to get to the UK Parliament and who managed to get elected. They've all been bought off today. That's the problem that we have right at this moment, is that we're going to have to do this ourselves. We can't trust the establishment at all.
That's a great segue into our next show, which we are going to do, because I want to get into solutions. I want to talk about how that can be done, Francis, legitimately, because we're dealing with people, as you know, that are willing to kill millions in a moment if it threatens their established royalty. But yet we are supposed to do it peaceably and with information. But yet, just like with Rumble, the moment that they offer the controllers of Rumble, hey, how about $1 billion so we can take over? Those guys may just give it up because the money's worth it, right? So I am trying to find a way to do this peaceably without a war, because like Joe Biden said, we got F-16s, Jack.
I think that's a great way to end it, Jeremy. I really do. That'll make people think about part two.
Yeah.
I'll let you have the last word there, because you've done that beautifully.
Well, thank you. Well, Francis, tell us the best thing that, well, usually I say, where do people follow you? I don't know that you have a Francis Conolly, Conolly.com type website. Sorry, tongue twister there. How would you is there a book you have out now? Is there anything new that you would like people to go to follow you?
Well, the thing is, people can look, get my book if they want to try. The thing I'd like people to be aware of is that my book isn't in the shops. As far as I'm aware, it's still being interfered with to the degree that not in any American bookstore is it in the window. But you can get it online. You can get it. Amazon sell it. I don't know if many have been sold through Amazon. But if you just put in the full title, it's the same title: JFK 9/11, Everything's a Rich Man's Trick. You can get my book online for about $20, I think, if you want to. But that wasn't the main thing that I wanted to talk about. And as I say, when we do the part two, I'd like to go into this whole idea of having a do not vote campaign with you. I've gone into this with Scott Armstrong and with Caroline Chang and with others. If this thing catches a light, then really, truly, this could be a big game changer. So, but we'll save that for next time, because I think your audience is probably pretty exhausted by now listening to these two men.
Well, hopefully they had as much fun as I did. I really appreciate you coming on. The link to your book will be in the description. And yes, I want to talk about this Do Not Vote campaign so we can have it out, because I'm still probably going to vote unless you talk me out of it.
Well, I'll try to talk you out of it, and I'll try to talk the rest of America out of it, because between now and part two, please ask yourself this, Jeremy.
Okay.
Really, is there anyone to vote for? Really?
Well, we'll save it for part two.
Your reaction to that question is something that you cannot now erase. And I'll be very interested to see what your American compatriots think of your reaction, because I hope that they stop and think in exactly the way that you've just stopped and thought.
Excellent. Well, the reaction should go in the comments. So people that want to react to what I just did, put it in the comments. And Francis, thanks again for coming on. I'll send you the link to this when it goes out, and I look forward to talking to you again.
You're more than welcome, my friend. I've had a lot of fun. It's been really great. You're really terrific at what you do. You really are.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon.